their thoughts, and even their emotions around the need to protect themselves from pain, from failure, from the feeling of being wrong. But the irony is that this fear of losing is the very thing that guarantees they will lose over and over again. You see, the concept of losing is not something that exists in the external world. It's something you create internally through your interpretation of events. The market doesn't care if you make or lose money. It doesn't care who you are, how much effort you've put in, or how badly you want to win. The market simply moves. It reflects nothing but collective behavior and probability. The only thing that gives meaning to the outcome is your perception of it. When people talk about losing money, what they're really describing is the emotional reaction that follows an unexpected result. They equate being wrong with being punished, as if the market is judging them personally. But the truth is, every so-called loss is just a moment in time, a piece of feedback from a dynamic environment. It's neutral until you give it meaning. You never lose money in the sense of losing something that was truly yours. What you lose is the illusion of control, the illusion of certainty, the illusion that you knew what was going to happen next. And when that illusion shatters, your ego feels exposed, vulnerable, and threatened. That's what people call a loss. To redefine what losing means, you must first detach from the belief that the outcome defines your worth. Most people approach trading, business, or even life decisions as if success or failure determines their identity. When they win, they feel validated. I knew it. I'm smart. I'm capable. When they lose, they feel diminished. I failed. I'm not good enough. I'll never make it. This constant emotional swing destroys consistency. It prevents you from ever seeing reality as it truly is. You start interpreting data through the filter of your emotional state, and when that happens, objectivity disappears. The first step to never losing money is to recognize that outcomes are neutral. They have no emotional charge until you give them one. A trade that goes against you isn't a failure, it's information. It's telling you something about the market, about your strategy, or about your mindset at the time. Maybe it reveals that your entry criteria weren't aligned with your rules. Maybe it exposes a lack of patience or discipline. Or maybe it shows that you followed your plan perfectly, and the market simply behaved differently this time because probability doesn't guarantee outcome. Once you truly understand that, you stop feeling attacked by the result. When you stop defining yourself by outcomes, something powerful happens. You become free. Free to act without hesitation, free to follow your plan without fear, free to see the truth without distortion. Losing no longer feels like losing. It feels like learning. You begin to realize that every single loss carries with it a lesson, a mirror reflecting your beliefs, habits, and expectations. The market becomes your greatest teacher, but only if you're humble enough to listen. Think about how children learn to walk. They fall hundreds of times, but they never think of it as losing. They don't get discouraged or label themselves as failures. They simply adjust, stand up again, and try once more. Every fall teaches balance, timing, and awareness. The process is pure, uncorrupted by ego. But as we grow older, we start associating mistakes with shame. We start believing that losing means something is wrong with us, that it exposes weakness. And from that moment on, we begin to resist the very experiences that would make us stronger. In trading and in life, losing money is unavoidable. It's part of the natural flow of probability. Even the most skilled professional will have losing trades, losing days, even losing months. What separates the professional from the amateur is that the professional has redefined what those moments mean. To them, a losing trade isn't a punishment. It's an expected event within a statistical framework. They've accepted the randomness of distribution. They know that if they execute their plan consistently, the probabilities will play out in their favor over time. The amateur, on the other hand, sees each loss as a personal failure. They tighten up, hesitate, overtrade, or try to make it back. That emotional reaction, not the trade itself, is what causes real damage. The real loss isn't in the numbers. It's in the mind that interprets those numbers through fear. The market can't hurt you unless you give it permission to. It's your thoughts about the outcome that create the pain, not the outcome itself. If you risk 1% of your account and lose it, nothing catastrophic has happened. It's a manageable, predefined cost of doing business. But if you attach your self-worth to that 1%, the loss becomes unbearable. You start reacting emotionally, which leads to more mistakes, which create more losses, and the cycle continues. Redefining losing means understanding that losses are not obstacles, they're feedback mechanisms. They show you where your beliefs conflict with market reality. They highlight where your expectations are out of alignment with probability. Every time you take a trade, you're expressing a belief about what's likely to happen next. When that belief is proven wrong, it's an opportunity to examine it, not a reason to feel ashamed. The trader who learns to see this will evolve faster than anyone else because they stop resisting what is. They stop wasting emotional energy trying to control outcomes and instead focus on refining process. True mastery comes when you stop judging yourself for losing. When you accept that losses are simply part of the game, you free yourself from the emotional roller coaster that traps most people. Consistency is only possible when your emotional state no longer depends on winning or losing. Imagine approaching every trade, every decision with the same calm, focused mindset, regardless of outcome. That's what professionals do. They've trained their minds to stay in the present moment, to act on opportunity without fear, and to accept uncertainty as normal. When you redefine losing, you redefine risk. You begin to see that risk isn't something to avoid. It's something to manage. Every decision in life involves uncertainty. The more comfortable you become with that uncertainty, the more power you gain. The person who fears losing can't act decisively. They hesitate, overanalyze, and miss opportunities. The person who accepts that losing is just part of the process moves freely. They make decisions quickly, adapt fluidly, and stay focused on the long game. Most people think success comes from having the perfect strategy, the perfect entry, or the perfect system. But perfection is an illusion. The real key to success is mindset, specifically how you respond to imperfection. When you make peace with losing, you stop fighting reality. And when you stop fighting reality, you start flowing with it. The market is just energy in motion. Your job is not to control it, but to align yourself with it. To never lose money, you must stop defining loss in emotional terms. Money can be gained or lost. That's the nature of the game. But psychological capital, emotional control, and discipline, those are the true assets. Every time you stay calm after a losing trade, you're compounding psychological capital. Every time you stick to your plan despite uncertainty, you're building trust in yourself. Every time you learn from a loss instead of resisting it, you're becoming more resilient. Over time, that inner strength translates directly into external results. So the next time you experience a loss in trading, business, or life, pause for a moment. Instead of asking, "Why did this happen to me?" ask, "What is this teaching me?" That simple shift changes everything. It turns pain into power, confusion into clarity, and loss into growth. You realize that losing was never the problem. The real problem was your definition of losing. Once that changes, the fear disappears, the frustration fades, and what's left is pure awareness, the ability to see things as they truly are without distortion. That's when you stop chasing perfection. You stop needing to be right. You start focusing on being aligned, being consistent, being present. You begin to operate with the confidence of someone who knows that no single trade, no single decision defines their future. Because when your mindset is aligned with truth, there's no such thing as losing, only learning, only growing, only becoming more attuned to the flow of probability and opportunity. When you reach that point, you've transcended the emotional traps that hold most people back. You're no longer afraid of the market, of uncertainty, or of failure. You realize that losing isn't the opposite of winning. It's part of winning. Every loss was simply a stepping stone leading you closer to mastery. And in that realization, you finally understand what it truly means to never lose money. In the world of trading and decision making, most people believe that their success depends on their ability to predict outcomes. They think that if they can just know what will happen next, they'll finally feel safe, in control, confident. But that illusion is the very thing that keeps them trapped. Because the moment your sense of security depends on an outcome, you've already given your power away. You've placed your emotional stability in the hands of something you can't control. And the truth is, the market doesn't owe you certainty. It doesn't owe you clarity, fairness, or reward. It will do whatever it wants to do, and your only real freedom lies in how you respond to it. Detaching emotion from outcome doesn't mean you stop caring. It means you stop needing the outcome to feel okay. It means you stop letting the result define your worth, your skill, or your progress. Most traders and most people tie their emotional state directly to performance. When they win, they feel confident and capable. When they lose, they feel anxious and uncertain. That emotional roller coaster is exhausting. It destroys consistency, clouds judgment, and creates a cycle of reaction instead of calm execution. The only way to break that cycle is to accept that outcomes are neutral. They don't define you. They simply reflect the interaction between your behavior and the market's movement. Think of the market as a mirror. It shows you exactly where your beliefs, fears, and impulses stand in relation to reality. When you attach emotion to the outcome, you distort that reflection. You see what you want to see, not what's actually there. You start hoping instead of observing, fearing instead of executing. But when you detach, you start seeing clearly. You realize that the market is not your opponent. It's not against you, and it's not for you. It simply exists. Your job is not to predict or control it, but to align with it through discipline, patience, and objectivity. Most traders believe that emotional control comes from winning more. They think that if they could just start having more successful trades, they'd finally feel calm. But that's backward. Emotional control doesn't come after success, it comes before it. True consistency begins the moment you stop being emotionally affected by winning or losing. Because once you detach from the need for any single outcome, you free your mind to execute flawlessly. You can follow your plan with precision, not because you know what will happen next, but because you trust your process. When you make a decision, a trade, a business move, or any commitment, there are only two things you can control: your preparation and your response. Everything else is uncertainty. You can do your analysis perfectly, but the outcome is still governed by probability. You might have an 80% edge, but that still means 20% of the time you'll lose. If you can't emotionally accept that 20%, you'll never be able to trade that 80% effectively. The moment you tie your emotions to the result, you create fear. Fear of loss, fear of being wrong, fear of missing out. And fear leads to hesitation, impulsive decisions, and self-sabotage. Detaching emotion from outcome is not about becoming cold or robotic. It's about becoming free. It's about developing a quiet confidence rooted in process, not in results. When you execute a trade according to your plan and it loses, that's still a success. You acted in alignment with your rules. You respected probability. You stayed consistent. That's all that matters. If you define success by process, not outcome, you create a stable foundation for growth. But if you define success by outcome, your foundation will always be unstable because outcomes fluctuate. The truth is, emotional attachment is rooted in expectation. The stronger your expectation of a specific result, the stronger your emotional reaction when it doesn't happen. You can't control the market, but you can control your expectations. When you release the need for things to go a certain way, you stop creating internal resistance. The present moment becomes clear and fluid again. You act, you observe, you adjust. You don't force, you don't chase, you don't react. That's what it means to trade in the zone, a state of effortless flow where you're fully engaged but emotionally detached. To reach that state, you must train your mind to accept uncertainty as normal. Most people fear uncertainty because they associate it with danger. But uncertainty is simply the natural state of all markets and of life itself. Every moment contains infinite possibilities. Trying to control that is impossible. The moment you accept it, you stop fighting reality. And when you stop fighting reality, peace enters. The noise fades. The need to be right disappears. You act not to avoid pain or to chase pleasure, but because your plan tells you it's time to act. That's the discipline that creates consistency. Every time you let an outcome affect your emotions, you're reinforcing the belief that your happiness depends on external events. Over time, that belief drains your energy. You start chasing the market, trying to force it to validate you. But the market doesn't validate anyone. It's indifferent. The only validation that matters comes from within. from knowing you did what you were supposed to do, regardless of result. That's true confidence. That's what separates a professional mindset from an amateur one. Emotional detachment is also about trust, trusting your edge, your preparation, and your ability to adapt. You don't need to know what will happen next. You just need to know that you'll follow your rules, manage your risk, and execute without hesitation. When you operate from that mindset, you become unstoppable, not because you always win, but because losing doesn't shake you. You become consistent because your behavior is no longer influenced by short-term outcomes. Every action you take builds long-term results through the power of probability. You'll notice that the more emotionally detached you become, the less dramatic trading feels. There's no more rush, no more panic, no more emotional highs or lows. It becomes simple, almost boring. That's the paradox of mastery. The excitement fades, but the results grow. Because the goal isn't to feel stimulated by trading, it's to feel centered. Professionals don't trade for excitement, they trade for consistency. They've learned that emotional neutrality is the foundation of sustainable success. Imagine what it would feel like to approach every trade without anxiety. To see the setup, execute your plan, and accept whatever happens next without emotional turbulence. That's freedom. That's detachment. When you operate from that place, you stop trying to prove anything to yourself or anyone else. You're not trying to win, you're simply following probabilities. And because of that, you end up winning more often with less stress and fewer mistakes. Detachment doesn't mean indifference, it means balance. It means caring deeply about your craft, your discipline, and your process, but not about any single trade, any single outcome. It's about doing your job well and letting the results take care of themselves. Every trade becomes just another expression of your edge. If it works, great. If it doesn't, you move on. You neither celebrate nor mourn, you simply observe and adjust. The real challenge is training your emotions to follow your logic. You can understand detachment intellectually, but until you practice it repeatedly, through real trades, real wins, real losses, your emotions will still resist. You must condition yourself through experience. Every time you react calmly to a losing trade, you're rewiring your brain. You're teaching yourself that loss is not danger, that uncertainty is safe. Over time, that emotional conditioning builds a powerful sense of inner peace. And from that peace, clarity emerges. You start to see patterns more easily, not because you've become smarter, but because your perception is no longer clouded by fear or greed. The market hasn't changed. You have. You're no longer interpreting data through emotional bias. You're simply responding to what's there. That clarity is where your true edge lies. It's not in predicting what will happen next, but in perceiving what's happening now and responding without interference. When you reach that level of detachment, trading stops feeling like a battle. It becomes an exercise in awareness. You don't fight the market, you flow with it. You don't try to control outcomes, you control your response to them. You stop seeking certainty and start embracing probability. And as you do, your performance stabilizes. You stop overtrading, stop forcing trades, stop chasing the need to make up losses. You become consistent because your mind is consistent. Ultimately, detaching emotion from outcome is about reclaiming your power. As long as your happiness depends on what happens outside of you, you'll be a slave to circumstances. But when you anchor your peace within, when your satisfaction comes from discipline, process, and self-mastery, nothing can shake you. Wins and losses become background noise. You move through the market with calm confidence, knowing that no single result defines you. This mindset doesn't just apply to trading. It applies to everything in life. Relationships, careers, goals, all are governed by the same principle. The more you attach to a specific outcome, the more suffering you create. The more you let go, the more free you become. Detachment isn't about apathy, it's about trust. Trust in yourself, trust in the process, and trust in the flow of life. When you finally detach emotion from outcome, you stop living reactively. You stop being pulled by the highs of winning and the lows of losing. You find balance, you find presence. And from that stillness, your true potential unfolds. Because now, you're no longer chasing control, you are control. The market becomes a reflection of your inner state, and when your inner state is calm, disciplined, and detached, your results follow naturally. That's when trading becomes effortless. That's when life becomes simple. That's when you realize that detachment isn't about losing emotion. It's about gaining freedom. And in that freedom, you find the space to perform at your highest level, consistently, calmly, and without fear. Every trader believes they're playing a game against the market, but the truth is the market is never the opponent. The real opponent is internal, your beliefs, your fears, your impulses, your expectations. Every time you sit in front of the screen, you're not competing with other traders. You're competing with yourself. The battle is not between you and price action. It's between your discipline and your emotions, your logic and your impulses, your patience and your need for instant gratification. Mastering the inner game means learning how to bring those opposing forces into harmony. It means learning to act with clarity in an environment designed to trigger your deepest insecurities. The outer world, the charts, the price, the volatility is just a mirror reflecting your inner world. Whatever's unresolved inside of you will show up in your trading. If you're impatient, the market will expose it. If you're fearful, the market will amplify it. If you're arrogant, the market will humble you. Every emotion you suppress finds its way to the surface when money is on the line. That's why trading is such a powerful teacher. It reveals you to yourself. Most people think trading is about developing better strategies, but real mastery begins when you start studying your own psychology with the same precision you study the markets. To master the inner game, you must first accept full responsibility for everything that happens in your trading. Every decision, every outcome, every emotional reaction, they're all yours. Most traders look for something or someone to blame when things go wrong: the market makers, the algorithm, the news, bad luck. But the moment you blame something external, you give away your power. You become a victim of circumstances instead of a master of your craft. The truth is, the market doesn't do anything to you. It simply reflects your level of readiness and emotional balance. Once you understand that, you stop looking outward for answers and start looking inward. The inner game begins with awareness. Awareness of what you believe about risk, success, failure, and uncertainty. These beliefs shape your behavior more than any system or indicator ever could. For example, if you subconsciously believe that losing money means you're a failure, you'll unconsciously avoid losses at all costs, even when that means holding a losing trade far too long. If you believe that winning validates your worth, you'll take unnecessary risk to chase that emotional high. The market doesn't respond to what you want, it responds to what you are. Your results are a reflection of your internal state. To change your results, you must first change your relationship with your thoughts and emotions. Self-awareness is the foundation of mastery. You can't control your emotions directly, but you can become aware of them before they control you. The mind loves to react, to protect, to justify, to defend. It's a survival mechanism. But in trading, those instincts can destroy you. The impulse to protect yourself from emotional pain, by avoiding stops, by doubling down, by chasing losses, is what causes the most damage. Mastering the inner game means developing enough awareness to pause between impulse and action. That small gap, the space between feeling and reacting, is where all your power lies. In that space you can choose. You can choose patience over fear, discipline over impulsiveness, acceptance over resistance. Every time you act consciously instead of reactively, you weaken the emotional patterns that have been controlling you. Over time, those patterns lose power. You begin to feel a sense of inner stillness, even while the market is chaotic. You stop needing the market to behave in a certain way for you to feel comfortable. You stop needing certainty. You stop needing to be right. That's when you start trading from a place of truth instead of from a place of fear. True mastery doesn't mean you never feel fear or doubt again. It means you no longer let those feelings dictate your behavior. Emotions will always be there. They're part of being human. The difference is, when you've mastered the inner game, emotions become information instead of commands. Fear tells you where you're still attached. Greed shows you where you're still seeking validation. Frustration reveals where you're resisting what is. You start using your emotions as indicators of your own state of alignment. The more awareness you bring to them, the less power they have over you. There's a profound shift that happens when you realize that the market doesn't owe you anything. You're not entitled to profits because you worked hard, studied for hours, or waited patiently. The market doesn't reward effort, it rewards alignment. Alignment between your mindset, your method, and the market's reality. If any one of those is off balance, you'll feel friction. Most traders respond to that friction by forcing outcomes, chasing trades, or abandoning their plans. But the professional responds with curiosity. They step back and ask, "What's this showing me about myself?" That's the mindset of mastery. Mastering the inner game also means learning to trust probability. Most people intellectually understand probability, but emotionally they reject it. They say they accept risk, but they still expect every trade to work out. When it doesn't, they react emotionally because deep down they believed it shouldn't have gone against them. True mastery means accepting that anything can happen at any time and being okay with that. You don't predict, you prepare. You don't hope, you execute. You don't react, you respond. This is what separates consistency from chaos. It takes courage to face yourself honestly. The inner game demands that you look at the parts of yourself you'd rather ignore. The fear of missing out, the need to be right, the discomfort with uncertainty, the impatience, the ego that wants recognition. These aren't flaws, they're signals. Each one points to an area where you can grow. The trader who runs from these emotions will keep repeating the same mistakes no matter how advanced their system becomes. But the trader who confronts them gains control, because when you understand your own mind, you understand everyone else's. And that's what gives you the true edge in the market. Mastering the inner game is also about acceptance. Not passive acceptance, but active surrender to reality. The market will do what it does. You can't fight it. The moment you stop trying to control the uncontrollable, your mind becomes calm. From that calmness, clarity arises. You start to see the market as a flow of opportunities, not as a threat to your security. You stop needing to make money on every trade and start focusing on making good decisions. When good decisions compound over time, profits follow naturally. The inner game is the invisible structure behind every successful trader's performance. It's what keeps you grounded when the market moves against you. It's what keeps you humble when things are going well. It's what allows you to stay objective when others are panicking. You develop emotional balance, not by suppressing your feelings, but by understanding them. The goal is not to eliminate emotion, but to prevent it from controlling your behavior. That balance is the difference between reacting impulsively and acting with precision. To master the inner game, you must learn to think in probabilities, not possibilities. When you think in probabilities, each trade becomes just one of many. You stop giving any single outcome emotional significance. You don't get overly excited when you win or overly discouraged when you lose. You simply record the result, analyze it, and move on. The energy you once spent on emotional swings becomes available for focus, creativity, and execution. That's how consistency is born, not from perfection, but from emotional neutrality. Another key aspect of mastering the inner game is forgiveness. Forgiveness of yourself for past mistakes. Many traders carry emotional baggage from losses that still haunt them. They replay those moments in their minds, using them as proof that they can't succeed. But every mistake you've made was part of your learning process. You couldn't have done it differently at that level of awareness. Forgiveness is what releases you from the past and allows you to trade in the present moment. Because the market only exists in the now, not in your memories, not in your projections, but right here, right now. Presence is the ultimate state of mastery. When your mind is fully in the present, free from attachment, fear, and regret, your perception sharpens. You see the market as it is, not as you want it to be. You're no longer distracted by noise, opinions, or external influences. You trust yourself. You act effortlessly, not because you're forcing discipline, but because discipline has become your nature. The market becomes a reflection of your inner calm, and that's when you begin to experience flow, that state where every decision feels natural, every action feels aligned, and time seems to slow down. Mastering the inner game is not a destination, it's a lifelong practice. The more you evolve, the more layers you uncover. Each level of mastery reveals a deeper level of awareness. It's not about becoming perfect. It's about becoming more conscious, more centered, more present. Every challenge, every loss, every setback is an opportunity to strengthen your inner foundation. You don't grow by avoiding discomfort. You grow by facing it with awareness. The market is the greatest mirror you'll ever encounter. It will reflect your fear, your greed, your confidence, and your patience. It will test every belief you hold about yourself. But once you stop seeing those tests as threats and start seeing them as opportunities for growth, everything changes. The game becomes less about winning and more about evolving. You begin to understand that true success isn't about the money you make, but about the person you become in the process. And when you finally reach that level, when your inner world is balanced, your emotions are understood, your beliefs aligned, and your focus rooted in the present, you'll realize something profound. The market was never against you. It was always teaching you how to master yourself, because the one who masters the inner game has already won the outer one. One of the hardest truths for most people to accept is that certainty does not exist in the market. Every tick, every candle, every move is the result of millions of decisions made by countless participants, each driven by their own beliefs, emotions, and perceptions. The market is a living reflection of collective human behavior, which means it's inherently uncertain. And yet, the human mind craves control. We're wired to seek patterns, predictability, and assurance. We want to know what will happen next so we can feel safe. But in trading, that desire for certainty becomes your greatest weakness. The more you chase it, the more it slips away. The more you try to eliminate uncertainty, the more emotionally unstable you become. Focusing on probability instead of certainty is what separates a professional mindset from an amateur one. Professionals understand that they don't need to know what's going to happen next to make money. They only need to know that they have an edge, a set of conditions that over time produces consistent results. They execute that edge with discipline, knowing that each trade is just one event in a series of many. Amateurs, on the other hand, approach every trade as if their entire identity depends on its outcome. They treat each position as a test of whether they're right or wrong, successful or a failure. That mindset turns every trade into an emotional battle. And when emotion takes over, probability disappears. To think in probabilities means to operate with acceptance that losses are not only possible but inevitable. It means understanding that every outcome is just one instance in a long series of random distributions. When you enter a trade, you don't know if it will be a winner or a loser. You don't need to know. What matters is that you've executed according to your plan. Once you learn to think this way, the pressure lifts. You stop needing to be right, you just need to be consistent. You start trading what is not what you want to be. Certainty is an illusion created by the ego. The ego wants control because it equates being wrong with personal failure. It can't tolerate uncertainty because uncertainty feels like weakness. But the truth is, the market doesn't reward those who are right, it rewards those who are disciplined. You can be right about direction and still lose money if you manage the trade poorly. You can be wrong about direction and still make money if you manage your risk properly. Probability thinking frees you from the emotional trap of needing to be right. It shifts your focus from outcome to process. When you focus on probability, every trade becomes just one small step in a much larger game. Each trade has its own independent outcome, but collectively they form a pattern. You stop caring about any single trade because you know the next 100 will tell the real story. This mindset creates emotional balance. There's no more panic when a trade goes against you, and no more overconfidence when one works perfectly. You stop attaching emotional weight to randomness. You see each result for what it is: data, information, feedback, nothing more. The problem most people face is that they don't truly believe in probability, they only understand it intellectually. They can recite the concept, but deep down, they still expect every trade to work out. They might say, "I know anything can happen," but when something unexpected does happen, they react emotionally. Frustration, anger, disbelief. That emotional reaction reveals that the belief hasn't been internalized. True belief in probability is emotional, not just intellectual. It's the moment you stop being surprised by outcomes. You no longer think, I can't believe that happened, because you've already accepted that anything can happen. That acceptance is the foundation of peace in trading. Think about it this way: if you flip a coin, you know that each toss is independent. Even if the last 5 tosses were heads, the next toss still has a 50% chance of being tails. Yet when it comes to trading, people forget this basic principle. They believe that because they've had 3 losing trades, the next one must be a winner, or because they've had a series of winners, the next one should continue the streak. That's the illusion of certainty at work. Probability thinking breaks that illusion. It reminds you that each trade is unique. The past doesn't guarantee the future. It only provides context. When you learn to think in probabilities, your relationship with risk transforms. You stop fearing risk because you've accepted it before entering the trade. You define your risk, you manage it, and once you take the position, you let go. You don't fight the outcome. You don't argue with the market. You allow it to unfold naturally because you know you've already done your job. That's emotional freedom. That's professional discipline. It's the calm that comes from knowing that you're playing a long-term game, not a single event. Focusing on certainty is rooted in fear. Fear of being wrong, fear of losing, fear of missing out. Probability thinking, on the other hand, is rooted in trust. Trust in your edge, in your process, in your ability to execute. When you think in probabilities, you're no longer reacting.
Good morning, traders, and welcome to the smoothest live stream on the entire internet. My name is Lou Smooth. You can call me Smooth, and today is the day that the Lord has made. What's going on, everyone? Happy Monday. We are back. We are back, guys, and we're going to have an amazing day today, believe it or not. Let's see what's going on. We had a pretty wild open last night. I haven't really gotten a chance to do any trading this morning. The market does look a little bit on the pumpy side, but we'll see if she can continue that momentum. Let me just fix this camera a little bit here. I'm not liking the way she's looking at me right now. I think that's better. All right, cool. All right, so yeah, let's do a little bit of top-down analysis here, and we could see that on the 30-minute time frame here on the NQ. Start with the NQ. On the NQ, on the 30-minute, we are currently right now in this area of invalidation. We invalidated it once here. It circled back down, but we did not come down to hit the target, which is here at this level here at 24,172. But now we're making a double top, and it looks like we might invalidate it again, and it might get rejected for a second time. And if we do, then the target will definitely be this level, in my opinion, maybe even as far down as this level here at 134. So we'll keep our eyes on that. But as of right now, on the smaller time frames, the 5-minute, we are seeing that we have a potential move to the upside right now. We've had some MOAS power longs in here all night, basically. The first one was here at 8 p.m. last night. Target is all the way up here, 24,740. Right now, we see that there was another one that just came out here as well at 750, and that target is up here at 24,788. So we got two 5-minute targets to the upside, which would make sense because we could invalidate this level, come and tap these two levels, and then come on back down. That's my idea for this morning. That could happen. Now, if we end up rejecting from here where we are now, then we could come down to 24,480. Slightly invalidate this, maybe wick below it a little bit, or maybe just bounce from the VWAP and then move back higher. So we're looking at all these possibilities today for the NQ. ES, for whatever reason, the ES looks a little different this morning. The ES is looking like it's kind of doing its own thing. Very strange. So on the ES, real quick, we'll look at the ES very, very quickly here. Does not have the same type of look for some reason. On the 30-minute on the ES, we do have a MOS power short down here. Invalidation point for it is up here. We we could come up maybe to this level, still not invalidating this, and it's maybe shoot back down. That's what I'm thinking. If we do shoot back down, the opposite end of this level would be a target down here at 65.82. So similar outlook for both, but different points on the chart for whatever reason. So I'm gonna be very careful this morning with our trading. Very careful, indeed. We'll take a look at the other markets here in just a moment as well. Yeah. What do you want? Give me a second, guys. I got Miss Smooth here. She's gonna be tagging along. You're mirroring what I'm doing, but it's okay. Just here, we're just going to maximize this. Sorry, not that.
No? Okay, thank you.
All right, so we're back. So I got Mrs. Smooth a eval account. She's going to be trading an eval with us. She thinks she may want to do this as a profession. I'm very excited for her. Very, very excited. Power couple. So we'll see what happens. She took her first trade last night and it was a winner. So I'm very happy while training her. She got her first winner. So congratulations to Mrs. Smooth. All right, so let's take a quick look at the oil markets, because I know that is what's making this market tick right now. So last night we did open up higher and we gapped up, got up to 102. And then we saw a MOAS power short from there, and that target has been hit already. So let's take a look here what could be happening. The 2 hours been hit, the 5-minute was hit. So let me take all these off. I'm sure you're getting a lot of congratulations right now, babe. I'm sure you are. Okay. Okay. This target's been hit. This target was hit. This target was hit. All right, so let's take a look here. Actually, let's put some of these on. This target was just hit right there. Yeah, so we don't need that. All right, so let's take a look on oil, where we might be headed. Oil has a target here that it just hit too. It has another target here on the 5-minute that it hasn't hit yet. This one's been hit already. Okay, this one's been taken out. That one's almost hit there. Just about. All right, so oil's looking like it still wants some downside. Keep our eyes on that for a moment. But the next target we've got is 93.50 on oil. Let's take a quick look at Gold.
Are you still on my 1 minute?
Yeah. Stay on the 1 minute.
Things happening.
All right, gold. Let me see, gold. All right, I can't get a read on gold right now. Not on the 30-minute, at least. The target has been hit on the 30-minute. See if there's anything brewing on the 5. Yeah, on a 5-minute, we do see we have some targets right now heading up to 50.52 or 50.53. Sorry about that. 50.53 on gold, possibly right now. And let's look at Nvidia on the pre-market, see what's up with her. Nvidia looks like it just hit a target at 184. Volatility right now is hovering around 25 still, so pretty high at the moment still. Bitcoin has been a rocket ship. I did take a long in Bitcoin yesterday, and we got out right here at this level at 72,750. But she continued to move on, which means that one of two things is going to happen. She just hit this target here on the 15-minute. That's taken care of. Great job. Now we have this invalidation level here that we got close to last time. I thought it was pretty much done for. Now we've actually swept that liquidity. So the question is, do we stay above this 74,000 level? If we do, then we've got a 2-hour and a 1-hour target up here. But if not, if we can't stay above here, we are going to circle back down and see some levels down here that are pretty nasty. So we'll see. We'll keep our eyes on that for now. But we'll cross that bridge if we have to. Right now, she's still looking very, very pumpy. We've even got 30-minute MOAS targets to the upside here. So she could be still moving. All right, so right now, market's about to open in a few minutes, so it doesn't look like there will be any opportunities in the pre-market. Let me go ahead and say good morning to everyone in the chat. We got Kamal in the house. Good morning, brother. We got Jay Smith. Good morning to you. Vintage Trader. Let me see who else. Sandy Pitch. Mace Business. Mace Business. What's up, Mace Business? Johnny Smith Doe says, as of March 15th, around 80 million barrels of Russian crude were in transit to Asia, including 31 million for India and 30 million for China. U.S. sanctions waivers cleared standard shipments. Okay. We got 13 Rocks Red in the house. Good morning. We got Joe Garcia. Flemo. What's up, Flemo? Indian Burn is here. What's up, Indian Burn? Vintage Trader says, good morning, Mrs. Smooth. And we've got, who else is here? Yeah, Joe says, that's awesome. Yeah, it is awesome. Yeah. Trying to get my wife into the catch the bug, the trading bug. I think she'll get it. Iron Daddy, good morning, brother. What's going on, Abel Jason? Joey, good morning, my brother. We got Abashik here. Good morning. And Michael Makubella. I think I'm pronouncing that right. Good morning. Over in the mobile, let's see who we have in the mobile. We got Redding 27 and Cheetah Reel. Good morning. Good morning to everyone there. Let me see if we got anybody over in Kick and Twitch. Usually they come in a little bit later. Those guys like to sleep in over there on Kick and Twitch. All right, cool. I think we're good. Everything's set up properly. And I'm ready to go. Ready to go. Today, do we have any news today? Let me see if there's today. Today being the 16th. No news today, but I do think the big day this week is going to be on Wednesday. Wednesday, we're going to have core PPI. In the morning at 8:30, we're going to have FOMC at 2 p.m. on Wednesday as well. So that's going to be the catalyst. So Tuesday could be very choppy. Today and Tuesday could be very choppy trading in anticipation for that. So consider locking yourselves out after the morning session because it could get real choppy in the afternoons. We might actually do the same around here. Cool. All right. Alrighty, Roo. All right, guys, we're just going to sit here and just relax and see what the market may want to give us this morning. What's up, A-Team? Good morning. What's up, Eva Steam? Paul says, good morning. If women ruled the world, there would be no war. Just a bunch of countries not talking to each other. That's not true. I think women talk a lot. I think they'd be talking too much to each other. Are you still in the in QH? Well, my contract is automatic. It's a perpetual. So the volume is about the same, says Jay Weiss, and market's open. Good morning, Michaela. All right, let's see what happens here. Markets are chopping. All right, you gotta be ready to act, okay, when I say. Okay, we'll see if we get some clean moves here this morning. Right now we are getting a bit of a rejection.
Oh, I know what you mean.
What do you mean?
Like I'm looking at what you're looking.
Yeah. All right, markets are looking like they may want to push here. We've got that VWAP below us around 540. Bitcoin's still looking pumpy. We've got oil still moving to the downside. Yeah, I got my wife trading here, Joey. Can you believe it? Hope she sticks with it, man. It would really mean a lot to me. That would be so cool. It would be so cool. Imagine. She'll be much better than I would be, though, because women are a lot more patient than men. All right, so we're gonna wait here. I got exciting news, guys. For some reason or another, I have no clue. It's beyond me. Take Profit Trader thought that I was deserving of a Pro Plus account. That's an actual live account, live brokerage account, and I'm already live. They transitioned me so fast. They sent me an email on Saturday, and they transitioned me on this morning. And I'm getting ready to trade a live account right now, live brokerage account with Take Profit Trader. Joey thinks that they knew what was coming to them. Joey said they knew I was gonna drain them. No diddy. That's exactly what he said. But I don't know. I saw there was a post on X by another trader who actually had the same thing happen to him. And I asked Take Profit Trader, like, do you got me confused with another trader? Like, why are you moving me to live? I barely taken out any payouts. And they wrote back and they said they see a lot of different metrics besides just how much you've taken out. They see your consistency, your discipline, the way you handle trades or the way you manage trades. So they thought I was deserving of trading their capital in the live market. So we'll try to do that this morning here without messing it up and completely blowing and going on tilt. Yeah, that would be crazy. Thank you, Kamal. They saw my YouTube channel? Yeah, I think that's what it was. They saw us. Yeah, they're gonna move all of you guys straight to live. Anybody who's in the community, they're like, oh, you with Smooth Trader community? Oh yeah, you guys are going straight to live. All right, things might be getting pumpy here. You get ready, okay, babe?
Huh?
Get ready because we might have to go soon. All right, go long. Go long.
Okay.
And I went long on the wrong account. Okay. No, I didn't. You didn't. You long?
Yeah.
Okay. Go stop loss at 24,623. And take profit at 766.
Huh?
Take profit at 24,766.
Thank you. Sorry, for a second I was lost. Oh my gosh, move! Oh my gosh, what did I do? Okay, I'm good. Sorry.
You nervous?
Yeah.
What about?
Lo tiene que estar rojo. No,
It's- Yeah, it has to be red, right? Because you're long, so the opposites have to be red. Look at mine right here. It's right here. So I'm long right now, guys. I'm long. I think you guys can see that. I gotta fix this a little bit. Current trade position. Current position, current position. Alright, cool. That's not what I'm looking for. Yeah. A lot different than last night. Why can't I see my current? Yeah, we'll see here. What the heck? Ah, there we go. Cool. Hold on, babe.
No, you're good.
Just try and change my color scheme. I was messing around with the color scheme. I think I'm good now. Let me just double check on you.
You have it too, though.
What?
The plus one on the left, right after you put your
Here?
Yeah.
That means that you're in one contract.
Oh, okay. You should.
Just want to make sure you're good. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. I have a new layout here for you guys to be able to track what I'm doing, so that way I don't have to keep going back and forth between Tradeify and TradingView. Bitcoin just ripped right now. I went long at the looks like the 703 level. Might be a little premature, but I see something I liked. Right now, these are funded accounts that I'm trading on Lucid, and you guys are seeing both the charts on Lucid and trading on Tradeify and TradingView right now. You like the new layout? Thanks, Flemo. This would be a great week to obey, says Mo. Yes, you better obey Mo, Joey, if you know it's good for you. Okay. See if we can catch support down here at 623. Let's see, let's see. So we have a 30-minute level or 5-minute level here at 740. We might get a rejection at 740. So we are going to get a little bit of a pullback here. Okay, market's fighting back. How do I pull up the numbers that I'm showing on the trading view? It's a module. So you hit the plus on the top left of your Tradeify. You hit the plus and you go to one of the modules. And I think the module that I have down there is I think it might be positions, accounts. It might be accounts or positions, one or the other. But play around with it because I'm not the expert in Tradeify. You know, I was more of a Project X guy, but Tradeify, I've obviously for no other reason than having to learn how to use it. I've been toying around with it, but I'm sure there's plenty more experts here than myself. I keep doing the same thing. Nothing. Keep doing the wrong position size.
I didn't jinx you.
No, not you. It's not your fault. All right, here we go. For some reason, Tradeify copies over the position size I have on one account to the other account. I have no idea why. 620, 750. Can you set up entry in TP? I don't know what you mean. Can you set your, can you set up your entry in TP? What do you mean, Antonio? What you enter into TP? I have no idea what you mean. We got Market W God Zine. Welcome to the channel. How do you bring up those numbers? How many micros do you take in the NQ normally? One, and I add into it. I accidentally just went in with 5 micros long on my live TPT account. That's a terrible way to start your account, right? They're like, hey, you were so responsible. Now you're becoming a little bit of a degen. But I accidentally, because when I'm in this account, I trade 4 micros. When I was in because it's copy trading 4 accounts. When I had my old TPT account, I had 5 micros on because I was copy trading 5 accounts, one funded and 4 evals, but they suspended my evals for now because they've given me this live account. So it was still set on 5. So I accidentally forgot to change that to 1. So we'll see. Babe, do you notice that there is a MOAS power long on the 1 minute now? On your chart? You see it? You don't have this chart up? Yeah.
No, I don't see it.
You don't see it on yours?
Oh, sure.
You don't see it at 9:40 a.m. that there was a MOAS power long that came up?
No.
What time frame are you? What time frame are you on?
1 minute.
Really?
Yeah. What do you tell me? It's right on there.
Yeah. Oh, let me see your settings. Yeah, we'll figure it out later. All right, market's pushing harder right now. Pushing really, really nice. Let's go. Come on, market. You got this. ES right now has that MOAS power along on the 1 minute as well. Targets are up there. The NQ has a target at 753. 740 is along the way. We could have a pushback at 740. If we do, I'd go into the trade again if it pulls back. I got one TP right now sitting at 740 on my live account. Another TP sitting at 766 on my funded accounts. Let's see what happens here. Wifey's long as well. Who's trading with me? My wife, man. Can you believe it? She doesn't trust me by myself. She's like, nah, I can't have you trading by yourself. So she's here babysitting. I think he's saying the same thing to get entry in TP. Same time to get entry in TP. I think I said it though. I took profits at the top. One more $200 a day, and Apex will pay me. Nice, Chitteril. See you tomorrow. Who's trading with you? My wife. ES reverse? I hope not. But that 740 target looks really juicy. ES just hit its target up here at 718. Having a little bit of a pullback, but I do expect ES to possibly get up here to this 1 minute level here at 730. We've got the NQ possibly shooting up to 740, maybe 753. Okay, move your take profit to 750. Move it down to 750. Let's see, maybe you got it at 750 now? Yeah? You know you take profits to one at the top, right?
I know, I'm just slow.
Put it at 750. Okay. Well, you're learning right now. I have a feeling we could break 740, tap 750, and maybe get a little psychological push back down. So I'll monitor it too at 750, see what's going on. Market's pushing real nice right now though. I like the way she's moving and grooving. You're learning too, ready? Nice, man. Nice, nice. I like that. You guys are a bunch of learners. Learners are earners. You know what they say. Come on, baby. Push. My wife needs a new pair of shoes. Let's go. If you guys are wondering, wifey's trading a 25K Lucid eval. I do hope there is no restrictions against, you know, wife and husband trading in the same household. I have to reach out to Lucid, make sure that there's no ifs, ands, or buts before she gets to max payout in a couple weeks. Better be sharp today, my man. Impress the wife. Yeah, I know I'm nervous, man. I'm nervous because if I fail, she might leave me. I need new socks, says Redding. Forget the shoes. My wife is always throwing out my socks just because I have a little hole in them. Can you believe that? Just a little hole. There's a little breathing room, and she's like, no, I can't have that. So I end up having like socks that are missing their partners, and they're very sad because they lost their partner. All right, markets, come on, markets, do something. I look nervous, stop sweating. W trades, yeah, we'll get some W's in the chat. What's up, uncle? Good morning. Yeah, ES is having ES is leading the way here because the ES hit its target, pulling down the NQ as well. I do still have a little faith in her that she could possibly pop back up here, give us the 740, maybe 750s. Our live account hit its profit target, missed its profit target here by about 4 points. But we will hopefully get back up there. Hopefully, God willing. I push this a little bit to 750. Has anyone seen Khan today? I haven't seen Khan. Was everything okay over in Dubai? Trump's talking. Thanks, Bill. I think as long as you're not hedging, it's fine. Yeah, I don't think we'll hedge unless she accidentally goes short when I tell her long. The kids get involved, the whole family. Yeah, I taught my daughter how to trade, my youngest. My oldest hasn't shown any interest in it yet. Scalper's Paradise today, up 2,500 with 4 trades. Nice, Sam B. Buy a bunch of socks that are identical. Yeah, I'm just going to stick with all black socks. Only using 2 NQs today? Okay. Oh. All right, we're getting that slight push here. Hopefully we keep going. Markets are still looking pretty strong. Bitcoin leading the way. As long as oil keeps dropping like it is, we got oil at 93 right now. I think we could get a pretty pumpy market this morning. He's coming in later today? Okay, cool. Am I on the March or the June contract? I'm on the perpetual contract. I am long right now, yes. So obviously, if you guys don't understand what the perpetual contract means, it means that TradingView automatically rolls it over. So whatever contract they think has more volume is the one that I'm using right now on TradingView. On Tradeday, I am on the H contract. Is anyone still on the H contract, or have you guys switched over? You know what, guys? This week being rollover and being FOMC, not the week that you want to take too much risk. You may want to wrap things up kind of early in the day because the market does get really, really annoying on a week where you have rollover and FOMC both coinciding. So consider that. You're in H? You're still on H? Okay, cool. Trump's going to speak at 11:30 today? Yeah. Trump's always speaking. All right, ES hit its target perfectly there. Bitcoin had a little bit of a pullback at the 5-minute target at 74,400s. Oil looks like it's spiking just a bit here, just a little bit. Hoping we can get a nice little push before 10 a.m. For those of you who are mobile, let me put this on here. The mobile view, they can't see my my trade, so I'm gonna have to put this on for them. We have an Nvidia thing today at 11, 2 p.m. Eastern. Oh, we do? What is it, like an Nvidia, like is Huang going to be talking? Does he have like a prepared speech somewhere? You rolled into June already, Sandy? Okay. Or does Nvidia have like a product reveal? Like what's going on with Nvidia today? And what is Nvidia doing, by the way? Let's look at the overall market. We have, wow, look at this. We have the Mag 7 shooting up. big time right here. The 5-minute looks like they want to take off. Nvidia right now also looking very strong. Volatility is shooting down. Natural gas is looking like it wants to, it's been going flat, so we don't know. It might be trapping there. We have Bitcoin just taking out high after high. Oil still moving down, or have a 5-minute target here at 93.36 on oil. That's where I think she might head to next. Gold is behaving well this morning too. Cruising to the upside. And let's see if she's taking silver with her. Yeah, silver is on a rampage as well. Look at her. Very nice. We haven't checked in on the YM in a while. The YM is like, hey man, I forgot about us. YM looks strong. It looks like we are going to hit this invalidation point soon here and maybe break above it. Who knows? That is on the 30-minute. Let's check out the 5-minute on the YM. You okay?
The girls have a dentist appointment at 3:45 today.
Oh, they do?
I completely forgot.
Okay. All right, we've got the RTY also looking like it wants to rip higher. So all the indices right now look strong. We have a little pullback right now in the NQ and the ES. I think it's just some liquidity grabs before possibly going to where it wants to go. Nvidia annual GTC event begins on Monday, March 16th with a keynote from Jensen Huang. Huang is expected to outline Nvidia's upcoming AI hardware. I figured that, okay. The major thing for Nvidia is the start of their annual GTC conference, which is expected to showcase new AI chips. Okay. CEO talks and gives guidance for future. Okay. All right. Gotcha. I'm adding another contract here, guys. Add another contract, babe.
No.
Yeah.
That means go to sleep.
Add another contract, yeah, and then put the stop and TP in the same place.
The same place as the other one?
Yeah.
And then the same thing as before with one?
Yeah.
Okay. So I just went to 2, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just double check?
Mhm. I'm in 2 contracts right now, guys.
Put my index next to yours, like right there or something.
Okay.
Okay, so that's how I did it, right?
You changed this to 2?
Yeah.
But you didn't add it though.
What does that mean?
You didn't put another contract on. You don't have to change that to 2. When I say add another one, you just add another one.
Okay.
Alright, so now you've got,
No, it's good, everybody.
no, because now you have 2, you have 3 there now. Understand?
Sorry.
Because if it would have hit your target, you would have had an extra position on it. You didn't need it. You would have been not getting the optimal thing that you wanted. Okay. So you're about to hit the target soon now? Congrats.
So it's not bad.
Huh?
It's not bad.
No, that's good. Well, you're a little late to it, but you're good. All right, see if we can break this 740 level, hit 750. The ES already broke its critical level, so I think it should take the NQ along with it up to our 750 target that we're thinking of here.
When you say buy 2, what you mean is do it again?
Yes, do it again.
Okay. Sorry, when you say 2 contracts.
If I tell you initially go in with 2 contracts, then you change that up top with to 2 contracts, or you can just hit it twice.
Okay.
I would just recommend hitting it twice, because if you start messing with those things, you're gonna forget that you left it on 2, and then next time you may enter with 2.
Okay.
All right, so just hit it twice, hit buy twice, and then you could put 2 separate stops, 2 separate TPs.
Alright.
Come on, NQ push. That 740 is getting a bit heavy for you. Oh man, you're being annoying now. You're being annoying now. You're being annoying. NQ having a little bit of a hard time here at 740. We do have a major level there. I'm hoping she can push just a little bit more there. 741. So we got real close here. All right, we're getting that push, 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 push. Come on. Make us proud, NQ. Yeah, she's having a little bit of a little spasm here. A little liquidity grab right before going. Hopefully. Hmm? 740 hit to the T. Good job, guys. Anyone who took that. Yeah. Good morning from Portugal. Oh, you went to Portugal, Boa Vistedo? Oh. I heard it's beautiful. 750 to 762 shows 2 large orders. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to wait for that 750 level to hit. Thank you for subscribing, Christopher Buckley. Welcome. I would TP at 750 area if you are chicken like me. Yeah, I'm waiting for that 750 level. It's not just chicken. It's very psychological. This should be the last retest before we move up because of the 15-minute. All right, Abel. Thank you for that. Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, guys, I'm sorry if... oh, you're in the Azores? Wow, man. That's Sir Vidinia. Okay. The Azores, I heard, are beautiful. Guys, by the way, I hope I don't scare you. I have the alerts on, the order filled. That order, I have that on those audio alerts on, because there's been times in which I've been filled on limit orders that I forgot to close. And if I would have heard order filled, I would have at least known, and I wouldn't have like wrecked my accounts. So if anyone gets thrown off by the order filled thing, I'm sorry, but I'm doing it for safety reasons. I got to think about my trading first, you know, before I worry about everyone else getting spooked when they hear order filled, you know. Sometimes you guys think your order is filled and it's actually my order that's filled. So my apologies in advance if anyone, because I know I had that on in the past and people were like, hey man, you're spooking me with the order filled thing. But I'm sorry, but I've been whacked too many times upside the head with the order filled. Come on, baby. Let's go. Push that 750. You're in Porto? Oh, man, they got good wine there. They got good vino. You guys make that good after dinner wine. NQ is making us work hard for it this morning. Trump reiterates war will end soon. I hope so. For everyone's sake. He's really making us work hard for it this morning. We have Bitcoin is ripping right now. Oil's still moving to the downside. NQ and the ES are still showing signs of inconsistency here. Signs of which way did she go, George? Come on, NQ. Push it just a little bit more. I don't believe in no country wants to help the US. Yeah, no country wants to help us. They're a bunch of meanies. Trump declines to comment on deploying ground troops in Iran. Yeah. He said it's not off the table. But I think that would be a really bad idea. Oh, I think Caroline Levine did say that it's not off the table, but it's not something they're looking to do. Yo, she's having such a hard time breaking through 740. I knew that was going to happen possibly here. Starting to get some mixed signals here up at the 740s. Stay patient. Nisha would probably do something like this. Could end up getting a move back down to 660. No fret though, no fret. It could just be a shakeout. All right, there we go. There's a little push. Keep going, girl. Troll the stop loss is 680 now. Okay, Abel. I see what you did there. Trader Rich should allow for voice changes. I change mine to Homer Simpson. Imagine if the stop loss was dope. That would be so funny. Looking to switch over to evals. Market is indecisive. Yeah, it is a bit. Unfortunately for me, I don't know if I have any evals because Take Profit Trader shut them all down because they got me in this live account. Pretty cool. I don't know. Pretty cool. I got a $10,000 account. That's pretty cool. All right. They blessed me. $10,000 account. I was going to ask for a $200 payout and they gave me a $10,000 account. Look at that. God is good. You think we should take out 800 today? My next level to the upside is the 1 minute at 750, and then after that I have 788. So those are the levels that I'm looking at right now at the moment. We'll see where she goes from there. Congrats on the live. Thank you, Joe. I appreciate that. I thought you could trade live and pro accounts with TPT. I don't know. I mean, I'm just learning as I'm going along right now. And they closed out. They didn't close them out, but they timed me out on my evals. I guess they don't want you to have to pick between trading evals and trading your live account. I think they want you to focus. I don't have a problem with it because they didn't eliminate them because I could still see them on my dashboard. They're still there. You might have taken profit. Did you take profit yet, babe? Did it close out yet or no? No. All right, it's getting close, right? Mm-hmm. All right. Yeah, so they're still there. I see all my stats on them, but they're just not active on Tradeify. So I think they want you to focus on your live account, which I don't mind. It's fine. Order filled. Did you get your order filled yet?
No. Yours did?
I have mine a little bit lower than yours probably.
I know it's 750.
You're gonna get it though. Getting real close? Yeah. Okay. Maybe I misread the FAQs. I'm going to look over the FAQs today too. Because I'm not 100% sure myself and I want to give you guys accurate information. But I was not able to do that. I did have a very productive weekend though. They got a lot of stuff done for the channel and for the community. Let's see. $750 is starting to become a little bit of a nuisance here for the market. Let's see if they can get this push higher. Once they break 750, I think she could fly. You get there yet, babe? Almost? Almost. Come on, push it for the wifey. Oh, look at you. You got your orders filled. How much did you make on your trades?
114.
All right, what are you going to do next now?
Oh.
You can close out all your limit orders, right? Okay. I got all my orders filled here. We had 168 doll hairs on the live account. Yeah, very nice. And now she's pumping to the oldies. Look at her. She's still going. Keep going, baby. Let's take off the risk here. Take off the risk and go risk off. Come on, push it a little bit more. Order filled, yeah. You're killing it today. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sambi. You're always very, very kind, sir. Thank you so much. You're killing it too, my friend. You're always killing it. There's nothing new about that. Sambi's gonna retire his wife so she can trade full time with him. That's what we do around here, you know what I'm saying? All right, come on, push. Give us that last little TP there. So between last night and this morning, how much are you up? Look at your total equity at the top. It says 25,000 what?
Is that on me?
Yeah, you. What does it say at the top? Equity. It says 25,000 and what? Yeah, at the top, right next to your account number. It says equity and it says 25,000 and something.
I don't see it.
Okay, look above your green button, above the buy button.
Okay.
Does it say
Oh
equity?
yeah, 25, 259.
259.
Yeah.
Wifey's up $259 between last night and this morning. You need, I think you need $1,250 or $1,500 to pass your evaluation. I gotta check the rules. Let me see how much it is. Check right here. You need, with Lucid on the 50, on 25, you need to make $1,250. So once you make $1,250, you pass. So you're a fifth of the way there.
That's good.
Having a little natural pullback here. I understand, thank you. We need you a bit higher though. Pretty nasty pullback here. I may end up taking that second contract here soon if it doesn't start to move for us. Hmm? Yeah, it's paper. I got it. Luna, don't even think about it.
Luna.
Luna, step away. All right, I'm going to take off that other contract right there.
I got it.
You got it?
Back on.
Yeah, I think she could have a pullback here. She's having a bit of a tough time getting back up to the 760s where I needed her. But we will circle back. Would you guys prefer I leave both screens up with the Tradeify and Trading View, or do you want me to leave it when I'm not in a trade? Or would you rather me put it back on the ES and the NQ on the Smooth Trader Concepts on Trading View when I'm not in a trade? Which one do you guys prefer? By the way, I think we just qualified for another payout on our 2 payouts on our Lucids here. So I'm gonna lock these out for the day. By the way, let me show you guys how to do that in case you guys haven't done it yet. I don't know if you're gonna be able to see it. Can you guys see? I'm gonna go to manual lockout. Oh, you guys can't really see it. Okay. I'm gonna go to all day, lock trading. Yes, lock trading. Okay, we're done there. All right, cool. It is coming back up to our targets, which is unfortunate because I did wanna hold her to 760s, but she was looking pretty weak. She was looking pretty weak in here. I thought she was gonna have a pretty nasty pullback, especially because the ES had this candle, had a big absorption or high volume. So I was like, she could be pulling back. Okay, Antonio. TP is 25K. Wow. Wouldn't be surprised if NQ touches 24.8 today. Yeah, I think it'll get it. What's up, Trader Girl Page? Entered long at 741. Okay, 18. Wow, that's a big target. Hold into 800, says Abel. This is a short squeeze Monday. It could be. What's up, Con? Nostalgia Cinema says, what's up? I said, what's up, too? It's going to squeeze probably until tomorrow. Yeah, it could. It could very well do that. What's up, girl? How you doing? Yeah, it looks like the next contract, the rollover contract, is skewed by like 200 points, which is crazy. NQ is doing beautiful this morning. Yes, MB it is. The new one is NQM. I think so. I haven't checked yet. Is there any point rolling contract forward yet? No volume on it. Looks like Webull did it already. The Tradeify and TradingView haven't done it yet. Oil prices will drop like a rock, says Khan. Literally low to high. Low to high, yeah. The war will end soon, says Khan. I can't trade this scalp environment. Yeah, it's not for everyone.
Do you think Kalina has a tongue thrust?
Oh, what?
Tongue thrust, like with her, when she says the S's?
Oh, I don't know what that's called, but she definitely has a list, whatever that's called. A lisp? I think it's called it's called like a lisp.
Yeah, like a
Speech impediment?
speech problem.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no problems.
You closed your station already, Con? No, it's all about patience regarding trading style. Do you have any trades on right now? I have a small long on my live account up to I would say about 780s maybe about like 778. But it's on my brokerage account. I'm not really too crazy about it personally, but it looked like it could have been a decent scalp here if it continues to move. Problem is the rollover contract is getting really close to 25K right now. So we're getting resistance because we're approaching that 25K psychological level on the rollover contract, the new contract. But the old contract, we're still sitting at around 780s. So pretty weird right now. Pretty weird environment. What type of candles do I chart? I chart on the 30, the 5, and the 1. Does anyone else notice the orb is very orby? Yes, I have noticed that. 520 is the next pivot, so I'm no longer interested in trading this. Gotcha, Con. Looks like the market is trying to possibly roll over here. Not liking it too much. Most of the move has happened here this morning. We do have a little bit more to go, possibly, before we start invalidating this area. You decided to trade oil today. Expect the FOMC to mute the markets. I am long 93.77, looking for 96, says Indian Burn. All right, Indian Burn. I like your style, bro. It looks like the oil markets are creeping up a bit here. Did you learn something today?
Yes, it was intense.
It's intense?
Not in a bad way.
Were you nervous when you were in a trade? Huh?
Of course I was.
Yeah? You should have no nerves. No need to fear. Underdog is here.
Maybe you don't, but at first it's
I mean, I used to get really, really anxious in a trade, believe me. Even when it was like super, super small size.
it was fun though.
Huh?
It was fun.
It was fun? Okay. I think it's probably going to be done for the day because this the way she's moving now, it's going to get real choppy looking. This week is going to be a horrible week to trade anyway. So because we have FOMC on Wednesday, so usually before the FOMC meeting is the interest rate decision by the Federal Reserve. Usually the days leading up to that get really choppy and really ugly. So the fact that you already got a win on the day is definitely a big win.
Yeah.
And the other thing is that we have rollover week, which is the contract right now that it's expiring is rolling over into a new contract.
Okay.
That makes the volume choppy as well. So you're good. If you want to just take off for the rest of the day, you're good.
For real, that was fast.
Yeah. I wouldn't expect much more out of the market today.
Are you sure?
Yeah, and if you miss something, it's not the end of the world.
Okay.
So if you want to start working on something else, it's cool. It's spring break. All the kids are home. That was last week for me. No trades for you yet, Joey? Yeah.
Huh?
No, I'm talking to the chat. Your wife had the same exact answer? We already hit the 200 MA in the 30 minute. Looking for a pullback before long entries. Okay. Yeah, I think she could be pulling back here. She's grinding down. Not really liking the way she's looking right now. Yeah, it's wise to stay out of trades, new traders. Yeah, it is. This week, guys, I remember when starting to trade futures, specifically this week will always stand out in my mind. This week, when I first started trading futures, I got demolished because of the combination of the rollover and FOMC. I got completely demolished. I've lost all my accounts. I've blown accounts, and I never understood why. But now, as I mature as a trader, I understand that some environments you should just not be in. And this week is one of them. So if you make any money on any morning this week leading up to FOMC, consider yourself lucky. Probably the best day of trading is going to be on Thursday. Friday might be Give It Back Friday. So this is going to be this week will really test you as a trader if you have discipline to stay out of the markets. FOMC week will obliterate you. That's why I've closed my station. Smart move, Khan. Smart move. Very smart move, my friend. All right,
If you want to do something with it.
Just do me a favor if you get a chance. Check out those two emails that I left on red for you in Gmail. The ones that we spoke about already.
Okay.
Thank you. You're hiding from your computer, Bill? Today, laundry and knitting? You gonna do some knitting today? You chilling in here, Con? Yeah, I hear you, man. It's the best thing you can do today is just chill, lay off the computer. All right, looks like we are pushing down. I'm out of my long position on my brokerage account. I'm out of my long position. Looks like we might be starting to roll over now. And if that's the case, I will be open to taking a short. But right now, let's take a look at the overall market. We missed our 5-minute target, so there's still a possibility we can head up there. Let's go and zoom out a bit. This level here was taken out, which I believe was a 5-minute as well. Okay, so this is taken out. So I'm gonna eliminate the other side of this. This right here. Eliminate this. Eliminate this. We've got next target up here. We missed it, so I think we could still possibly make a U-turn and hit that before coming fully down. And then after that, I think we'll invalidate this level here, or revalidate it, and then maybe start closing some power shorts under here. Then we're going to be shooting back down. That's what my idea is. Rather than not trade, you could always double size and not use a stop loss. That's smart too. Are you using previous M&Q and not the March one? I'm still on the previous one, it looks like. But I don't change it. I let TradingView update it. I let TradingView do it. I don't do it. I'm on perpetual. You took a short on that last candle, nice. Do I think they want 24.3? To be honest with you, if we come back under this pink line and we close some MOAS power shorts under here, they may be shooting for 24.100s. 24.100s is what I'm thinking they could be shooting for. Right now they might come down here and tap the VWAP before going higher. So I'm open for that as well. $23,998 says T Massive. FOMC info coming soon. Yeah. Bitcoin's having a nasty pullback. Let's see if they end up catching some support there at 73.4s. I'd possibly would entertain a long on Bitcoin if we recover that 74.4, 74.5 level. You're good. How was the what's it called, by the way? The protein shake.
It's good. I just gotta take the chunks off.
The chunks?
Yeah.
Oh, you didn't like them? All right, my bad. Still looking for a possible long back up to this level, and then I'd be looking for shorts. I don't think they want to leave this 800 level alone. I still think they want this level. So we'll see. This level here is the level to respect. Even though we did hit this target already beautifully, I think they may still want to respect this level here and shoot up again. This is the 1 hour orb low. Strong resistance on the NQ on the 1 hour. Let's see what direction she will take later. Hey, thanks, Mel. How you doing? Good morning to you. Guys, hit those likes nice and early today if you wouldn't mind. By the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but I changed my chair up. I put one of my barber chairs in here because since I have my wife in here, she took my chair. This is so much more comfortable, by the way. I don't know why I haven't used this chair instead of my other ones. This thing's a beast. I love this chair. So comfy. Feels like I'm gonna get a haircut. Even though I got no hairs to cut. Afternoon there? Do. Bouncing right off that invalidation level that we have at the 680s. Let's see if she'll go. I think she could. We still got this level down here though, the VWAP. She could still want to get the VWAP as well. Really don't think she's done with the upside. Wait for a 10 a.m. candle, says Mel. It's 10:30 here Eastern time. So what time zone are you talking about? Central time? What's up, Ruddy? You back? Where'd you go? What's going on, Digital Meeks? It has been a while, brother. How are you? How you doing? Patience here, guys. I think another opportunity could be coming, but not yet. Still thinking we may have a little upside that we left behind. The only time will tell. Right now we're getting a MOAS power short on the ES. That would bring us down here to the VWAP. Could have the same fate for the NQ here soon. What's up, Modern Family? Oh, Pecos is so funny. Pecos says, Digital Meeks, it's been a while. You were analog last time you were here. Oh, man. You guys probably, some of the Gen Zers probably won't get that. Smooth, you're using Tradecopia this week. I'm going to start tomorrow. Maybe. Thinking about it because I got to figure out how to trade these damn Buellnox accounts without them getting in my way. Yeah, I've formally, I mean, I don't know, I'd say formally, but I've given up on Buellnox because they don't even have a platform that we can trade on for free. They haven't really explained themselves. Like, how am I supposed to trade your accounts? Like, what platform can I use to trade your accounts? And they're like telling me to get Tradeify mobile. I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I still got to pay for it. I don't get it. Like, if I'm going to pay for something, am I going to pay for something I like, not Tradeify mobile? Hope you had a great weekend. Yeah, I did, man. I'm not using any copiers right now besides the one that are built into the platforms themselves. Let me see if Buellnox has gotten back to me on my question about the platforms. Markets are moving here on the direction of the ES. We offer a free license key for NinjaTrader, typically version 8.1 and above. Migrating the license key is not necessary as entitlements are automatically applied when the NinjaTrader profile is created. However, there may be some exceptions. Please check this guide for migrating your license via the NinjaTrader site. All right, so it looks like I could use NinjaTrader. Lucky for me, I did install a virtual Windows computer on one of my Macs, so I'll probably try that later today. And then once I get this set up, then I might tie them into Tradecopia. We plan to add Tradeify in the near future. Once this integration becomes available, we will notify all your traders promptly. Oh, okay. So it looks like Buellnox is going to get Tradeify soon. Oh man, thank God. Oh, thank God, for real. And then the next thing they need to do is update their damn programs and their offerings. If Buellnox goes to Tradesy, I am all in on Buellnox again. Loving Tradesy. Yeah, it looks like they're gonna go to TradingView. I mean, not TradingView. Well, yeah, TradingView, because you can connect your Tradeify with TradingView. Thank you for subscribing, Neens. Welcome to the channel. We only have 5 hours time difference right now, says Melanie. I forgot about that. That is true. Trump's talking. I heard Trump is talking at 11 today, so maybe that's what the markets are waiting for here. Could be what the markets are waiting for. Are we getting that push? Possibly here to the 620s, maybe the VWAP. Do you trade live personal accounts as well? Yeah, I do. I just took a trade on it just a moment ago on Webull. But right now I am trading fundeds. I have a live account that Tradeify gave me. Crazy as it may sound. And I don't have any evals open right now because Take Profit Trader closed them down until they want me to focus on my live account. So I got to figure out what's up with those. Totally off subject, but has anyone heard AI worship? It's 90s big hair and gospel AI. No, but I did hear something really cool that I'm going to play for you. It's jazz music based on Psalms. It's so dope. It's so cool. I'm going to play it for you guys right now. Here we go. Listen to this. I think this is going to be my permanent playlist. This is as smooth as it gets. It is. Luna doesn't like it. She's barking at my wife because my wife came into the office unannounced. Yeah, I didn't know that, Monster Crawler. Yeah, I might go back up here soon.
Next Thursday.
Are you back into your station com waiting for a move higher, or are you just going to sit this one out? Oil is moving back to the upside. We got 95 on oil right now. Yeah, patience, trader girl. Patience is the best thing you could do. I'm gonna be in a trade here in a moment. If I see a MOAS power short on a 15 second, then I'll go into a long because I already have it on the 1 minute. So I will be long in just a moment here if we get the absorption happening. Here, I'll put it up so you guys can see. Oh, wrong. If we get a MOAS power long on the 15 second, then I'm going to jump in long again. No, not PS. PL. How long if we get a MOAS power long on the 15 second? Because we already have it on the 1 minute. The 1 minute already has it. It has it from back here. So that's the last signal we've got. We've hit the target on that already. So I'm a little, weary about it, yes. But we left behind the 5 minute target up here. Yeah. All right, nasty pullback. This is why we wait. This is why we wait. If we don't get the signals we're looking for, we wait. If I'm in any trades, I will always let you guys know. The English word psalm comes from the Greek psalmos, which refers to a song sung to the accompaniment of a plucked string instrument. Makes sense. That makes total sense. Thank you, Monster Crawler. It did hit that 650 area. Yeah, it did. Long target 720, says MG. Yeah, I'm not in this trade with you guys just yet. We did miss the VWAP. We could always go back for it later. Because I do think we're going to end up coming down. Maybe we don't go back up. That's yet to be seen. The ES did print that power short, that MOAS power short. Sitting it out, says come. It's consolidation. Yeah, it looks like consolidation here. All right, we got the VWAP. That's why staying patient is important here. Yeah. Villa's short from 660s. My shirt just hit. Nice job, Joey. Way to call him, buddy. Joey, how you liking the Smooth Trader concepts? Are you doing any back? Did you get a chance to do any back testing with it? Are you starting to see things a little differently with it? Like crude. Crude still looks like it wants to go higher. We on the 1 minute, we looks like we just put in a MOAS power long on oil. So that means the market may continue to move down due to oil continuing to push higher. How did it go with Sam B's diamond ideas? How did you like that? Diamond strategy. Sam B uses the diamonds to detect the direction of his trades. The MOAS does that as well. It factors in the who's in control of the volume. He does it more manually. Nostalgia says, I just shorted a quick scalp there and then entered 4 sell contracts again instead of 4 buys and averaged my entry and went from plus 900 to break even. Oh man, sorry to hear that, Nostalgia. Yeah, watch the videos, Joey. Watch the trading tutorials that I created. I think you'll get a lot of insight from those. They're in the email. Trader Girl, my trading course or my trading the trading course. When you receive your email with the Smooth Trader Indicator instructions, the whole trading course there's a link there for it. If you want an intro to the trading course, I did download a video that pretty much sums up the trading and how to trade with the indicator. Oh, what am I doing here? Oh, come on. What are you doing? Okay. No, this is not it. Yeah, when you go down into the description of this video, you're going to see how to use indicator system. I've updated this with a video I just created about a week ago and how to use the trading system in one video. So if anybody wants to check that out, you can check it out. That's just a glimpse of what the whole trading, the trading course, the trading tutorial system, or the trading tutorials for the system is going to be like. And a lot of people are always asking me like, oh, how do you trade, or how does it work? So if you don't have the indicator and if you don't have our trading course, you can always get a sneak preview of how to use it there. Kind of like a watered down version. Shorts or traps, says Khan. Same scalps as posted in the Discord, up 400 today so far. Nice, Vortex. Market's warming back up here. Looks like we might be getting this move soon. Scalping needs a lot of practice. You probably feel better on higher time frames. Yeah. Joey says he uses the indicator for higher time frame analysis mostly, and it's great. Okay. Yeah. Watching this push. When Trump yaps, it might kick a bit. Yeah, it could. So we might be getting this move on a 15-second here. Looks like we are possibly getting this move on a 15-second. Could have another pullback before going, but not sure. I'm going to wait for a pullback here, but I am looking for longs now. I got my signal to go long, but I am looking for a little pullback maybe under here. Or if we get the 648, 650, that would be a nice entry. Could be a little bit of a chop sesh here this morning, especially with Trump coming up on the mic soon. I'm just going to take it now. Looks like they may not be pulling back too much. My TP is going to be... I'm on my Webull account. TP would be around 730. Even though I think they can bring it up to 780. They need to hit this target up here. So, maybe we'll have it up there. Stop loss. Then get the VWAP. We'll see. We'll see. Vortex says if you clear 687, then the longs aren't clear. Of course, you don't enter exactly every 30 minutes. You have to include factors like volume level. Dubai has become a ghost town. Never thought I'd say that. Wow, that's crazy. Good to go? Sambi Concepts? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'm long here, guys. So I'm thinking we could head up to closer to 25K on a new contract. And more than likely up to 780 here on the old contract. That is 100 points. 100 points. Let's see if it goes. You feel a bit rusty coming off the weekend, Con? Because my P&O is not moving because I'm on my brokerage account. Do you understand? It's Webull. Let me see if I can show you guys what I mean. I haven't. I don't know if I can get this on here. Is that okay? This is my trade. This is my trade setup. So we're looking for almost 25K because this is the new contract they have me on here. Stop loss is down at the bottom. So I'm not on my Tradeify accounts. Those are already done for the day. I've got green on 4 fundeds and green on my live account with Take Profit Trader. So I'm good there. I'm just going to be here. All right, cool. Yeah, 100 points is good. 100 points would be nice. It could hit. You traded the whole last week wrong without the daylight savings, Mel? That's pretty fun. Does it make that much of a difference to you guys? I mean, you start your day at a different time, I'm sure, right? Because of that. Sam B, you're short right now? Yeah, we could be getting a short down to 660 according to the 15 second. Huge chop in the markets right now. I guess they're waiting for Trump to finish talking. Yeah, that would make a lot of sense, Joel, if Sam B copy traded prop firms. That would be a very, very productive use of his time. So happy I told wifey to take the rest of the day off because this market right now would have been not very good. Markets are looking a little bit soft and weak at the moment right now. So we'll see who wins this battle. The VWAP is the defining zone. Not sure if they're going to end up coming back there. Target hit on the 15 second to the downside. The 1 minute here has a target down to 640. It definitely can get hit as well. Trump's talking about Greenland again? You love him some Greenland. Yeah, well, the oil market is continuing to move higher right now. Not sure if the NQ has something in store here for traders, but she right now is very choppy. Trading halted in key contracts on the LME. What's the LME, Con? You're out of the trade, Sambi? Okay. Captain Doink likes the NQ down to 550. I don't go in longs right now, and I don't have enough confirmations for the short. Smart, stay out of it. Might move markets because of Greenland, maybe. Hey, thank you, Dan. People stop believing you when you cry wolf one too many times. The London Metals Exchange? Oh, really? Why is that? Legendary Master Eagle? Copper exchange? Wow, why? London Metals Exchange? Why is that? If we use this red line that we're currently at right here as resistance, the market could end up dumping. If we end up closing some power longs above here on the 1 minute, some MOAS power longs especially, great chance that we can head up to the 780s. It's good? Oh, I don't know. It was a message from like 2 hours ago. Do I like Lucid? Oh yeah, Lucid's goated, man. Lucid's one of the best. I got my wife trading with me, and I have her trading the Lucid Flex 25K. Great starter account for anybody who wants to check them out. It's only 70 bucks right now with 30% off. If you manage to get 40% off sale, it's 60 bucks. So these are really great trades, really great accounts. We've got Tradeify right now, also great for beginners. They've got a 50K select, which is really nice, $95 or 40% off. Tradeday, one of the best ones. You could take daily payouts with them. I might start up with Tradeday again soon. They right now have 50% off for any new users, $82 there. Take Profit Trader, which I'm currently trading their live account right now, 40% off, 102 bucks on a 50K. You can also get a 25K for 90 bucks. And Apex has those cheap evals, so you can get a 50K eval for as little as 29 bucks right now. I think that sale might still be on. I gotta check. Yeah, this market's choppy, 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 choppy. I think we'll definitely hit 800 level. If you guys want to use that matrix that I just showed you, there's a link for it in the chat. Also down below in the description of the video. It's called the prop firm matrix. You guys can compare all the top 5 prop firms next to each other. Very choppy little area here. Yeah, they pay out super quick. Lucid pays out so quick it'll make your head spin. I think if I'm reading this correctly, I'm eligible for 3 payouts on Lucid right now. That's pretty good. Holy smokes. I think there's only one account that I'm not eligible on yet. That's pretty darn good. Wow. I like it. I like it. I think they updated their stats already. Let's see. Today be yep, they did. They updated their stats already. Yeah, they did. They updated it. Guys, I'm telling you, man, micros are the way to go. Never been this payout consistent when using minis. I thought I was going to be eligible on 1 or 2. I had 3, blew my mind. Here, if you guys want, I'll show you. Let me see if we can log into Lucid real quick and show you guys. Oh, it looks like we're going to be heading on up here to the east side. All right, can you guys see my chart? Can you guys, I'm sorry, can you guys, ooh, that's the wrong one, huh?
Smooth tank.
All right, here we go. All right, so we're eligible on this account here to take out money. So I think on this we can take out something based off the $800 here. I'm not sure if it's a 50-50 on the 800 or I can take out the whole 800. I don't know. It's something like that. This one needs $192 more to be consistent, to meet the consistency, because these are the old accounts, the legacy accounts. These are the new flexes right here. And it looks like we hit our minimum profit days, and we hit our minimum profit days here. So each one of these has about 600. So I don't know how much I can take out on these, but these are eligible now, I believe. So that's pretty good. And this one will be eligible soon if we continue trading clean. But I'm shocked. I think I'm reading this correctly. We'll see. We'll see. All right, markets are moving in our favor here just a bit. Let's see if they can keep going. 740 looks like it's the next target on the 15-second. Our 5 minutes still up here. Sam B, you're done for the day? Down 1,200, 7 out of 8 trades, 1 loss. Okay, and did 16K today? Damn, dude. Yeah, you're doing so well, man. Congratulations. I could take 50% of the balance. All right, on the flexes, Con? That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Thank you, man. I'm probably going to end up opening up another eval with them because I only have 4. I only have 4, what's that called? 4 funded. So I think I'm going to open up a 5th account and copy trade it as an eval. 4K silver, 2 contracts with 2 trades, Sambi. You still trading silver? 3K crude oil. Wow, man. Good job, man. This guy's crushing it. You got 4 funders with them? I started last week. Nice, Con. See if we can continue this move higher here, guys. I'm really hoping we can. We left behind that 780 level. You trade silver in the middle of the month and end of the month every 2 weeks? Damn, you got a whole process around it. That's so cool. Just pulled another CL target, 97.87. Let's see. I believe that's what the 1 minute is saying too. Yeah, the 1 minute is telling us that we're going to go to the VWAP on oil, which is sitting at 97.33. For some reason, the NQ seems to be moving in tangent with the oil market right now. It says something's got to give there. On Lucid funded, what is the flex funded? What is the minimum for payout? I think you need 5 days of over $100 a day. So whatever that is you get 50% of that. So if every day you make $1,000, you can take out up to 1,500 on 50K accounts, I think, something like that. So don't overshoot it unless you're trying to build a buffer for yourself or something. 5 days of 100, right? Yeah, that's what it is. Well, we're gonna get paid, guys. I like it. I like it. Small base hits, they add up quickly. This will be the best month we've ever had after we order those payouts today. Super blessed, man. I feel super blessed. God has really shined his light on us. I know I feel blessed. Yeah. SP says that on my Lucid Flex, stay only minimum profit $100. Yeah. If you stay consistently disciplined in your trading and journaling, you get paid in time. Yeah, you do. Thanks, Con. Appreciate it, man. It's just small base hits instead of trying to get there quickly. My problem in the beginning was I was trying to get there so fast, man. Trying to make up for huge losses that I have incurred over the years. Type it or write it down. Yeah, it's always good to have a journaling system. It helped me big time. With Tradezella, you guys don't have to use Tradezella because obviously it's not free, but you guys can use a spreadsheet. You guys can use a notebook. Somewhere where you can revert back to it and see it every now and then. Oh yeah, Con, we really did. Sizing down and following the indicator instead of trying to follow my own bias has made a huge difference. Huge. Very, very big. And now we got wifey trading too. Now we about to move on up with the Jeffersons. About to retire on her. Looks like the 5 minute might be printing a power long as well. A MOAS power long, the 5 minute. Yeah, it confirmed. It confirmed. Looks like we got some pushing to do here. Target on that 5 minute is going to be 806. It's pretty wild. You got your wife on a 25K Lucid as well? Yeah. That's awesome, man. Hey, that's all you need. Even if you're a seasoned trader, 25K accounts are not bad. This isn't a joke. The more I trade, the less hair I have. I mean, every day you trade, you are getting a day older. So it might be just a conspiracy theory there, bud. I want profits quick. That's what I am currently struggling a little bit. Yeah, to completely change everything about that mindset Vines compilation, and you'll see a big shift. Not immediately. It'll take a few months, but trust me, you will be a much better trader. Yeah, trading will boost your edge, Joe, for sure. It helped me figure out what I was doing wrong. I think I finally figured out consistency real smooth. Would you elaborate on the rule and how you manage it, especially at the start of an account? I don't worry about consistency, man. I just trade. Don't worry about the consistency. If you're worried about the consistency, that means you're trying to max out every day. Don't even worry about it. Just trade good. And then once you think you've been trading good for a while, check in on your stats and see if you're eligible for a payout. But consistency is very simple. I mean, look, if you got a 50% consistency, that means if the target's 3K, you can't make more than 1,500 in a day. If your consistency is 30%, that means if your target is, I don't know, 3,000. Again, we'll use the same thing. You multiply 30% by 3,000, that's 900. Me and wifey competitive. My wife is insanely competitive, like to the point where she gets vocal. But I think she's going to be pretty humbled by this market, because it won't be me against her, it'll be her against the market. I told her that don't even take things personally when you trade. If it takes you out, it's okay. It's part of the process. How much do I pay monthly for a trade copier? I'm using the built-in ones, but I'm going to pay $50 for Tradecopia. Trying to get your level? Yeah, you will. Firms have to own copy trading built. Yeah, they have their own copy traders. Yeah, they do. I have 2 personal portfolios, but stop paying for a copier. You don't have to pay for a copier, Sambi. You can use the one that's built into the brokerages, to the platforms. Revolution says, I think we can get really high today. Well, it depends. Depends what you're smoking. I'm pulling 600 to 1,000 a day since using micros. Now I copy trade and multiply the profits. Wow, Indian Burn, that's beautiful, man. I thought it was off of your realized profits. It's based off your profit target, your consistency. Low stress, absolutely. You don't use the fight or flight part of your brain. You don't use your amygdala. You use your prefrontal cortex. When you have small size, you think more rationally. But when you have too big of size, you're fight or flight. So it's the biggest game changer ever. They give you all that size for you guys to kill yourselves, for you guys to hang yourselves with that rope. But don't do it. It's a trap. I'm in the same spot, trying to make back huge losses fast. How did you overcome it and have discipline? It broke me. The market broke me, and I stopped crazy size because the market just broke me. I was in a spiral of continuing to just buy more evals. And at the end of the day, I felt defeated. Every single trading day, I didn't have fun. I wasn't enjoying myself. I felt nervous. I felt like I was getting ulcers. I felt like it was nerve-wracking. My palms would sweat. My chest would feel like my heart's gonna blow out of it, and I didn't enjoy it. But since I switched to micros, I've enjoyed it so much better. And then once I found my strategy with the smooth trader concepts, I'm like, I'm so confident in my trades now, and I have small size, so it doesn't matter. Maybe you should do the books and let your wife do the trading. Yeah, maybe one of these days I'm going to get it to that point. You're smoking the Nasdaq? You think it will go up to 24,800? I do. Close to it, maybe 780. I like the thing you listened to this morning. Yeah, I put on Mark Douglas for you guys once in a while. You still holding to 785? Yeah, I am. In that literal same loop, word for word, I'm trying to do opposite of my urges now. Yeah, they say the narrow path is the one you should always be on if you want to succeed in life. I have a 50K MFF eval that I have almost blown 10 times, and it's still standing. Wow. It's pretty impressive. Did I look into publishing the Amazon ebook? No, actually, let me write that down because I'm going to forget. Let me put that in my to-dos. If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin lies at the door. And its desires is for you, but you should rule over them. Genesis 4:7. All right, that's beautiful, Sambi. Thank you. You should publish it as the artist formerly known as IC Tori. You're funny. Yeah, I'll have like a ghostwriter name. IP Freely will be my ghostwriter name. I admire your courage trading next to your wife. It's like a sit next to a dragon will devour you at any time. Nah, she's not bad. And Ed Roche, welcome to the channel. Appreciate you subscribing. That scripture is a principle I use to not tilt and get over myself instead of following my heart, because my heart deceives me. Absolutely, man. Amen. I have my first ever Lucid and TopStep accounts, leaving them with $300 worth of drawdown, yet got them up to 2,000 multiple times and taken payouts. Well, congrats, Joel. That's pretty good. How long have you had them for? Speaking of books, I have my first children's book out. You do, Sambi? I didn't know you were a writer. Writing says he does ICT too. Yeah, that's all we do around here is the ICT. Market's taking a sweet time. Yeah, back to 700 to go further along. Yeah, she's pulling back. You have it on Amazon? Yeah, drop the link, Sambi. The subject is about helping kids who have been bullied and learning to see themselves how God sees them, beautifully and worship and wonderfully. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Yeah, post that. Post that. I like to see it. I'm taking a parenting class right now at church, and it has a lot to do with godly principles of being a parent. I could recommend it to them there. Since I've been a noob, I had them since January this year. Wow, Joe, that's crazy. You've been able to hold on to those accounts that long. Good for you, man. Markets are crushing right now. Luna snoring in the background here. Had a long morning. Long morning of taking naps. Now she's knocked out. All this dog does is eat, bark, jump on your lap, sleep and snore. Yeah, there's a lot more to raising your child than just loving them unconditionally. There's a lot more to it than that. I wish it was just that. It'd be easy to parent. I bought a 50K Apex Futures account on March 7th, and now my balance is only 50,286. Well, it's positive, Tessa. It's positive. Don't worry about the amount. Just worry about how you're trading. Thanks, Sambi. I'll pull it up just to have it on my browser here. I think you might have posted the wrong link. Oh, then that was me. Never mind. Cool. You're precious. You're rare. I think it's over. By the way, this is Isaiah now. The Psalms playlist is over. Are you guys feeling calm? Are you guys feeling chill, relaxed right now? The music is really helping me stay calm. Plus, when I've got Khan on the same side of as my trade, I feel confident. I feel extra confident. Get it? Confident? Confident? I just figured that out right now. Khan, you should rebrand yourself to Mr. Confident. Mr. Confident. You do have a lot of confidence. That would be a good name. That would be a good play on words, like smooth and, like smooth is my brand. You should confidence. ATR crashed? Yeah, ATR is at 13 right now. Just watching us. FOMC week is so learned to sit on hands. Yeah, that's really all you can do. Where can I find that music? Go into YouTube and type in jazz, Psalms, or Psalm jazz, Psalms jazz. Yeah, the music's real nice. Yeah, pretty chill when positive or when positions are on a profit. Yeah, yeah. It's the experience sitting in smooth. Yeah, maybe what it is. That helps too. Everything helps. Everything compiles. Music is helping. You feeling stressed? I'm glad. I'll pray for you today, Trader Girl. Safe. If my trade gets invalidated, and I get some, for instance, let me give an example here. My invalidation point for this trade is down here. Okay. So let's just say the price came all the way back down here, and we broke it. Just because we broke it doesn't mean it's invalidated to me. If we close some power shorts under here, or definitely if we close any MOAS power shorts, it's invalidated. If we poke under it, come back up, and we start closing some power longs on top of it, or MOAS power longs on top of it, then I know that all they did here was sweep for liquidity, and they're probably going to head back up to my original target. So that's how I can tell when a trade's been invalidated. You're done for today? Not as a fan? Thanks, Joey. Appreciate you being here with us. But if it does go under there, it kicks you out of your trade. Yeah, it kicks me out of my trade, but I'll get back into the trade and I'll continue with the same idea. At least then I'll make up my loss. When you're in profit, usually it's like that. Divine's compilation, when people are in profit, you usually get more nervous than when the trade is going against them. Yeah, that is, you gotta work through that. Yeah, I am stopped out at that point, but it doesn't mean I can't back in. It doesn't mean the idea has been invalidated. It just means the trade has been invalidated. Maybe your size is too big, Vines. Maybe your size is too big. That's why you're so nervous. If you're trading small micro positions, then you definitely have to work on it. Maybe put on your trades and then walk away, or go to a different screen and look at something else. Read a book, read the Bible. Yes, correct. I'd get back in because I don't risk too much per trade. And if I really like it and I feel like it was a liquidity sweep, I'll switch from 1 micro to 2 micros and I'll just make that trade back. And at that point, my invalidation would be the same stop out point, would be here. So that means if I get stopped out on 2 micros, it would be from a very close location. So if it gets stopped out again, then I know they're definitely done with this area and they're going to move it down. Okay. So it's okay to get stopped out. It's a good idea to get stopped out. Embrace your stops. Most trading psychologists say that the best thing to become a profitable trader is you cannot be a sore loser. Embrace your stops. If it gets stopped, hey, maybe it would have dropped another 100 points. We don't know, right? We just hope it doesn't. But if we get revalidated, I would say, back in above here, I can go with double my position I had originally, make up for the loss and then some, and my stop would be the same place. So that means if it comes back down again, I'm only gonna get stopped out for a little bit of money, and then I'm done with that idea. Make sense? You aren't going to break even? No, Digital Meeks, I'm definitely not. Locked in but relaxed, absolutely. That helps me is setting up my stop and my TP and letting it play out. Exactly, Pecos, that's the best way to do it. I start small, but the strategy is to build a position when it works against me and the losses become huge, small profits and huge loss. Yeah, you can't have a bigger loss than your stop. You can't have bigger losses than wins. That's a recipe for disaster. Over time, that's going to always trend to zero. What would you suggest a healthy stop on a 50K funded? 1 or 2 micros? The stop is where it needs to be, always. It needs to be at the last swing low or last swing high. Whatever that is, it could end up being 20 points. It could end up being 120 points. Don't be afraid to put it where it needs to go. Because if you don't do that, you'll end up getting stopped out by 100, by 1,000 cuts, you know? Your account will be wrecked because your stops are too close. I think why most traders fail is because their stops are always too close and the trade goes in their direction, but they're too scared to get back into it. I still have a problem accepting that I was wrong because I worked so hard for those small profits to give them back in one trade. Yeah, I got you, man. Hey, what's up, HMAS? God bless you too, brother. Khan says Paige is better looking than Tori. I'm sure she is. What's up, Faucet Crypto? What's going on? You wouldn't want to re-enter for longs if it goes back? Wouldn't you be saving yourself from losses if you drag to break even? No, because you think that that's what would happen, Digital Meeks, but price never goes up the way you want it to. It always comes back. Most times it always comes back, and then you'll get stopped at a break even, and then it'll too quickly for you to get back into it or think about it. It'll be higher than where you entered, and then you'll end up chasing the trade. I'd rather let the trade work or get invalidated. Khan's looking for a new crush. Yeah, Melanie left, so he's looking for a new crush. Is Melanie still in the chat? I'm getting wrecked because my stop is too close, says Trader Girl. So previous swing high or previous swing low, always, yep. And size up or size down depending on that. I always size up. I always size with the same thing, 1 micro. And then if it keeps giving you bullish signals, then you can keep adding in, or if it keeps giving you bearish signals, you keep adding in if you're in shorts. Pecco says Tori's kind of funny looking. The best funded firms, Asif Ahmad. If you go into the chat, we have a link called the Prop Firm Matrix. It'll bring you to this. These are the top 5 that we recommend. All the links are here and all the promo codes are here. You can pick any account that they offer and compare them side by side to see which one you like the best. So check this out. It's called the Prop Firm Matrix. It's pinned in the chat, also down below in the description of the video. Melanie's still here. She's getting jealous, Con. My patience needs to be studied. I don't know if I have all the patience in the world, but sometimes the NQ does wear me down towards the end of the day. My profile pic is on Discord, says Trader Girl. Oh, nice. Trend pullback confirmation. Is that what you mean? Thank you, John B. Trading. Yeah, I'm very happy about it, man. Very happy about it. I'm actually surprised. I'm shocked. I took one payout with them, but they wrote me something that was really nice. They just like my trading style, they said, basically. Make a long story short. Melanie beefed you? What does beefing mean? No one's better looking than Smooth. Yeah, my wife is better looking than me. She's definitely a knockout. I'm still using the old contract. Well, I'm using the perpetual contract on TradingView and on Tradeify. They switch over automatically. Well, Tradeify will switch it over for me. Mo is a very handsome fella. Mo used to be a Mr. Canada. All the maple syrup companies wanted to hire him as their front man. When he was 18, he was picked the most likely to wrestle a moose to the ground. He's very strong and handsome. That guy Mo. He's Canadian, by the way. Will you be able to trade your TPT accounts on the same trading platform as your other prop sim accounts, or will it be a different login? It's the same login. Let me show you. So when you log, this is my live account. When you log in, accept that. When you log in, it asks you, do you want to go into your live trading account, your market replay, or simulation? If I go into my simulation, there are no accounts there. But when I go to my live account, then it shows that I have this one account in here. Okay, that's it. That's how it works. That's how it works. I'm a looks maxer. I can't find you in Discord. Sold me on down the river. Of course. Oil's dropping? Yeah, it is dropping a little bit. Is that your own live account or a prop firm live account? Take Profit Trader put me on live, dude. They gave me 10 grand of their own money to trade. That's wild. I've never even taken 10K out in payouts. She got hit by a missile, unfortunately, says Con. You're fine. Who got hit by a missile? Melanie? No, we didn't say that. Links are not working. Can you please share funded accounts? For funded accounts? The links are working. I'll post it here in the chat for you, safe. Yeah. Night testing. Smarter than handsome. Sees aura. Yeah, let me give it to you in the chat. The Matrix. Yeah, I'm posting it again for you. Guys, let me know if the Profit Matrix link is working. Somebody's telling me it's not. I don't know, maybe it's just him. I just posted it again. Yeah, they saw something that I guess I wasn't seeing myself, for them to bump me up to 10K live trading account, which is wild. I'm a little sore that they put my evals on hold. I was really looking forward to maybe having 5 funded or 5 live accounts, but they put them on hold, and maybe they'll give them back to me when I asked them about it, so they'll answer me today. You added one to your oil trade, Indian burn? Nice. A saved account is still good, right? I'll get green eventually. You will, Trader Girl. Small base hits. It was working fine. Works fine. All right, thank you guys. Yeah, so safe. You should be good. I'm not. Or the person who was asking me for it. Profit Matrix should be working fine. Who is it? You recommend Lucid? Yeah, Lucid's awesome. Lucid's awesome. It's with Take Profit Trader. Reading 27 Rudder. Take Profit Trader gave me a live account. Yeah, Sambi says tomorrow is always another day. Now is a good time to practice your entries and your stop losses. Yeah, hopefully up shorts. We'll see. Amen, man. Thank you. All glory to God, man. Do they give you time to decide, or do you have to accept a live invite or move on right away? I don't think you have to accept it. I think if you don't accept it, you might be able to remain in. I don't know. I didn't really look into it, but I was honored. I was like, oh, this is cool. Does that mean anything made past 10K is yours, or can you take payouts from the 10K? No, I can't take any payouts from the 10K. Anything on top of the 10K, I can take daily payouts from at 90%, which is better than do in the regular pro. In the regular pro, it's an 80-20. So if I make, like today, I made 168. I can take 90% of that today. Maybe they compress those 4 fundeds into one big live. I didn't have 4 fundeds. There were 4 evals and 1 funded. I only had 1 funded and 4 evals. So I don't think they would take anything from the evals. John B says, I've received 183 payouts from Apex in 2 years, and I got an email last July saying I was under live review and no more evals. You still haven't heard? Instant payouts? Yeah, instant payouts. It's like, it's amazing. It's like an ATM machine, basically. And you got your parents' debit card. Have not been able to buy more accounts, but I've still been getting regular payouts with the 10 accounts I have. Damn, you've kept them open that long? That's unbelievable, bro. They're probably going to move you up to live. They're starting to roll out their live program now. Yeah, that's insane. That's next level, John B. Yeah, no, Kamal. It was 1 funded and 4 evals that I had with Take Profit Trader. They paused my 4 evals, and they gave me a live account. And if you want the best account you can get daily payouts from, you've got 2 options. Take Profit Trader and Tradeday. 670 coming, says Evolution. Iran warned people in GCC to get out of the U.S. held area more attacks. Now here is the pullback. What's GCC? To get out of a held area, U.S. held area for more attacks? Iran's Revolutionary Guards say that they will target U.S. industries in the region in incoming hours. Ask people to evacuate here nearby areas. Sanim's news agency. Wow, that's not good. That's not good. That's no bueno. What's the difference between eval and funded? Eval is a test, and funded you can get payouts. What do you mean, Nitin? Don't you trade prop firms? Is this finally going to drop or what? Hard to tell right now. Even better, hallelujah? Absolutely. Most commonly referred to as Gulf Corporation Council. Oh, a political economic union. Thank you. I didn't know that. What indicators are the diamond shapes from? Glad I found your channel. The indicator is Smooth Trader Concepts. You can check it out if you use TradingView. And you need the premium. Well, you don't need the premium to see the diamonds, but you do need the premium to see the signals. If you want to check it out for $7 for 7 days, the link is in the chat, also down below. It's a custom indicator I created for the community, and if you think it could help you, check it out. $7 for 7 days. Crude going higher on the news. Yeah, it's going a bit higher. John B, thank you for becoming a member of the channel, brother. I really appreciate it. That really helps us out. If you want, that allows you to join our live trading community in the Discord too. That's where Sam B trades every day. That's where you can see the stream here with no delay and no commercial breaks. We call eval challenge. Then basically telling people to get out of the U.S. bases, embassies, airports, U.S. companies, etc. Yeah, this could be this news here that was just delivered here could end up pushing us down. ES is starting to look weak. ES is starting to print some bearish signals. Give me a second, guys. Is that normal to warn before you attack? It sounds to me like maybe it's a tactic. I appreciate you, John B, for being here. Says thank you. I appreciate the support in your community. I've been in your Discord and I have such a great group of people in there. Yeah, we do. We do pride ourselves on having a great community. The options you suggested, can you please repeat? Take Profit Trader. Take Profit Trader is good for daily payouts. So is Tradeday. Both of them offer daily payouts. Now Tradeify also has a daily payout option with their Select program. So I would say give Tradeify a try. Tradeify is a great company. Take Profit Trader has an option and Tradeday has an option. Okay, so these three are daily payout options. The three of them have daily payout options. Trader Girl Pace is doing this to 1 micro. My stress level is down. That's awesome. See, you cracked the code. What are my thoughts on top 1 futures? Yeah, I don't trade at anyone that's not a top prop firm. I've heard really bad things about them in the past, so I stay away from anybody who's not top. I've been offered, guys, you don't know how many emails I get from different emails, messages I get from different prop firms that want me to throw them on the roster. And they offer me like all these things like free evals for me to trade and huge, what's that called? Affiliate commissions, like way bigger than I'm getting from the other guys. And, you know, even money to make videos for them, dedicated for videos for them. And I turned them all down because I will not tarnish my reputation for a quick buck and hurt you guys along the way with a company that's has not proven themselves yet. So even when I added Lucid, I was iffy about it. I was keeping a close eye on them, but they've proven to be one of the best. So we made a great call on them. There was other ones that we were going to try out that I'm glad we didn't. So we're good with our Fab 5 right now. Bionox may earn its way back later if they do get Tradeday or do something with their products, but they're out right now. I didn't want you guys to get involved with them since they're not doing so good. Day traders or day traders? No, I don't have day traders. They don't have an affiliate promotion. So no, not day traders. Trade Desk, I think it's called. Yeah, it's just starting to move here. Yeah. Trader Girl, it's a lot better to start off with a small size. All right, we're getting a nasty pullback on that news that we got here this morning. Not sure what's going to happen here. I'm not liking it. Not liking it one bit. It's taking forever, this move, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, oil is rising. Markets are showing some weakness here. Trump's going to yap soon. In the next 3 to 4 months, I'll be heading back. Okay, God. Glad to hear you getting out of harm's way. Yeah, a pullback was expected. I will say that. Pullback was expected. I was hoping we get up to those higher targets before hitting a roadblock, but it's expected. Yeah, I already ended my day on all my accounts. The only thing I have open right now is on my brokerage account, which I'm considering getting out of too with this news. I'm gonna get out of this trade for now, guys. I'm gonna keep my eyes on it and see if we get a pop. We could end up getting a nice pop here soon, but right now it looks like there is, based on the news you guys are reporting, based on oil getting stronger here. We'll see. Could end up getting a pullback closer to 620s. I would re-enter it if we did, with some strength. Yeah, as soon as I got out, the market pushes back up, and I don't know if she's done yet. Yeah, I'm not believing it just yet. We'll keep a close eye on her. We can get close to 620 is what maybe another tap of the VWAP might be a possibility where she could bounce. If we end up switching the narrative from bullish to bearish, for me that would have to happen if we get under here, under this level at 660, and then we start closing, and then we start putting in some MOAS power shorts under here. Then that would change my my bias right now. My bias is still to the upside. We have some levels up there we left behind. Until that hasn't happened, then I would still remain bullish on the market. 1 hour doesn't look bullish, says Meeks. Yeah, we'll see. You going? Where you going, babe? Okay. All right, call me if you need me. Okay. Okay, babe. You look really cool. You look like a trader. There's different VWAPs. Yeah, there's a session VWAP and there is a VWAP that anchors to the New York Open. So there's more than just one VWAP. We're getting the New York lunch reversal? Maybe. Who knows? I'll know more in a little bit. Market sure is looking a bit weaker at the moment. That's usually when they rip the faces off. $66.95 at least, says Reading. I don't have any trades on right now, guys. Maybe two. How's the New York VWAP called? It's not a VWAP. It's a VWAP with a P. But yeah, glad you got out early. Got out early of what? Am I long? I'm not sure what you're talking about. When you go to your VWAP settings, you just got to tell it to anchor it to the daily open or anchor it to the certain time or anchor it to the session. It's up to you. Yeah, Vortex is correct. I was going long. I'm still going long. I haven't been invalidated in my idea yet. Like I said, if we end up getting a MOAS power short here, then I'll switch my narrative to that. But the only reason why I closed it out early, I would have left it on, is because of all the war news you guys keep pumping into the chat. Market could end up having a nasty tumble. If it wasn't for news, I'd still be in the long. You overtraded, Vintage Trader? Oh man, sorry to hear that. Yeah, take it slow, man. Take it slow. Yeah, take it slower, bro. Sorry that happened to you. Nvidia news at 2 p.m. might cause an NQ push up or down. Yeah, that's true too. That sounds like a good idea, Trader Page. Vintage Trader, yeah, practice with Trader Girl. She's starting a little bit slower, smaller size, a lot more enjoyable trading than you know, maybe high contracts or high risk that could wear on you. Yeah. It's like the NQ doesn't really care about the news right now. She's just trying to trend back up. Should be one of the reasons why I don't move my stops to break even. I closed that one on my own. On my own, obviously. But this is why. I was expecting her to shoot down at 620. She might still do it. Yeah, Sambi's totally correct. Take Sambi's offer on that. That's very kind of you, Sambi. Do you guys pick a month and test the whole month, or how do you guys back test? For me, Joey, I back test as far as the indicator will allow me to go back. So if I use a higher time frame, I can go back much further. If I use a 1 minute, I can go back about 2 weeks. And I try to do it as often and regularly as possible. That way I have as much of a sample size as I can get. And when you do that, you create a lot more confidence for yourself, because you start to know the win rate of your strategy when you backtest. It's so important for your. It's not so much important for your win rate. It's more important for your psychology, because when you know something works, you feel more confident and you let your trade play out. By the way, my chair is so comfortable. I'm so happy with this chair. Literally locked my funded out today because of the chat. Good for you, Trader Girl. Iran once again announced that Strait of Hormuz is open to everyone who is except anyone associated with the adversaries. Yeah, nothing new there. So glad I told my wife to take off after 10 a.m. because this market has been not very clear since then. I get it. Now I'm fighting it. I'm fighting if I should right away renew. But when I do that, I feel like I'm gambling addict. So I think I will wait until tomorrow. Vintage traders, the best thing you could do, because today the market's not favorable anyway. So you're going to end up getting chopped up anyway. Plus with the mindset that you may feel right now, plus the market, the way it's trading, the best thing you could do is wait till Thursday, to be honest with you. Because tomorrow is going to be choppy too, because FOMC is on Wednesday. This is contract rollover week also. So weeks like this are made for tilt. Weeks like this are made for people to blow accounts. So take it nice and light, nice and easy. No rush to get back in. No rush to blow more money. Give yourself some grace. Go exercise. Get some fresh air. Get some sunlight. Take care of yourself. Pamper yourself a little bit. Nice warm shower. Just relax. Just do laundry with Trader Girl, Page, and Khan. That's hilarious. Khan, do you have like a bug out route or anything like that, dude? Do you have like a bug out bag, or have you prepared a bug out bag? Do you know what that is? Look at a big push down coming. Thanks, Vortex. You haven't been considering getting out of there, Khan? You got a backpack ready? All right, man. That's good. That's really good. Why don't you just get out of Dubai? Is there some reason you're staying there? It's becoming untenable here. Yeah, I don't blame you, dude. I would have been suggesting you that from day one. I saw the Tate brothers talking about everyone's leaving Dubai and we're flying to Dubai. I mean, I think you're crazy for doing that, or thinking you can encourage other people to do the same, because you never know what can happen in those regions, especially. Dubai is very Americanized, so there's a lot of Western culture there, a lot of Western people there. So I could see that being a target for sure. Because most of the people living in those towers are either Europeans or Americans. You need to sell your car? That sucks, man. Would you ever come back to Dubai, Khan, or would you just stay in the UK? You might be better off selling your car in like Saudi Arabia, man. Oh, really? Damn. That's crazy, Khan. Volume so low, I'm not sure what to make of it. Yeah, the ATRs are real low right now, 14. I think they're waiting for like, I think the markets are just spooked right now about this conflict happening in Iran. They didn't catch anything on his phone except for only his OnlyFans subscription. I'm panicking about that, to be honest. Damn, man. I'm sorry to hear that, Khan. Murs says we will not participate in securing the Strait of Hormuz, and we do not know a concept for doing so. Wow, that sucks. Isn't it the German chancellor, Murs? Trump is starting to talk? Okay. Because if they see my phone, I'm going to jail. You're going to see all your messages to all your chicks. Trump's coming. You guys want to hear Trump, or are we good? Yeah, so we're not going to put on any trades while Trump's talking. I'm panicking on a $30 Apex account. There's nothing wrong with that. You guys want to hear Trump? All right, I got 2 yeses here.
Continued in full force over the past few days. They have been literally obliterated. The Air Force is gone. The Navy is gone. Many, many ships have been sunk. They're warfighting ships, but I guess they didn't know how to use them. And
oh, wow, Con.
Anti-aircraft is decimated. Their radar is gone, and their leaders are gone. Other than that, they're doing quite well. They've
Use the bathroom, guys. I'll be right
been
back.
terror for 47 years, and now I guess the world, through the United States, with the help of Israel, is doing what should have been done many years ago. Should have been done many years ago. Since the beginning of the conflict, we've struck more than 7,000 targets across Iran, and these have been mostly commercial and military targets. We've achieved a 90% reduction in their ballistic missile launches and a 95% reduction in drone attacks. The missiles are trickling in now at very low levels because they don't have too many missiles left. We've also attacked the manufacturing plants, the places where they manufacture the missiles and the drones. And that's going on today. We just hit 3 of them today. It's getting very hard for them to manufacture. More than 100 Iranian naval vessels have been sunk or destroyed over the last week and a half. It has to be some kind of
wipe out your phone, Con. I think you should probably wipe your phone, dude.
Continue to launch from all directions every single hour. As you know, we attacked Carg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil.
It's not worth it, Con. Stay
Pipes.
quiet, man.
We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes' notice. It'll be over. But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way. Just one simple word and the pipes will be gone too, but it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero. and we're hammering their capacity to threaten commercial shipping in the Strait of Hormuz with more than 30 mine-laying ships destroyed. We hit, to the best of our knowledge, all of their mine-laying ships. Now they can put them on other types of ships, I guess, and drop them in, but we don't know that any have even been dropped in.
Just do a hard reset on your phone, Con.
That's a big negative for them if they do it.
I would
It's a form
if I
of
were you.
suicide.
Don't take any.
But
Don't take
we
any
don't
chances.
know that they have dropped any in, but we've hit all 30 of their ships and destroyed them. They're all at the bottom of the sea. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait far more than ours. You know, we get less than 1% of our oil from the
Yeah,
Strait.
it'll wipe out all the history
And,
on your phone.
Some countries get much more. Japan gets 95%.
Get rid of your WhatsApp.
China
Open a
gets
new one
90%.
if you want,
Many of
so
the
you're not
Europeans
like
get quite a,
open it
quite
up
a
a
bit.
new one with another email.
South Korea gets 35%. So we want them to come and help us with the Strait. We have it in very good shape. The countries, I said, we've already taken care
Khan,
of
you got
Iran.
Dr.
Now,
Yasser who says if you need help, he's in the
because of
Saudi.
The fact that literally a single
That's really nice
terrorist
of you,
can
Dr. Yasser.
put something in the water or shoot
I'm struggling
something
in my
or shoot a
mind.
missile,
War aside,
small
sorry, I
missile.
just can't trade micros.
And
I
it's
can't.
fairly close range because
They frustrate me
it's
so
a
much.
tight area, and which is one of the reasons
Okay,
they've
Vintage.
always used that as a weapon. Iran has always used that as an economic weapon, and it's not going to be able to be used very long. Numerous countries have told me they're on the way. Some are very enthusiastic about it, and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm matters to me. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers, great soldiers, protecting them from harm's way. And we have done a great job. And when we want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, you mean for 40 years we're protecting you and you don't want to get involved in something that is very minor? Very few shots going to be taken.
Markets are selling
because
off
they
right
don't
now?
have many shots left.
Continuing to push.
So would rather not get involved. I just want the fake news media and everybody else to remember that that was said, because I've been a big critic of all of the protecting of countries, because I know that we'll protect them, and if we ever needed help, they won't be there for us. I've just known that for a long period of time, just like I knew about the Strait, that it would be a weapon, which I predicted a long time ago. Predicted all of this stuff. You guys were very generous in that. I predicted all of it. I predicted Osama bin Laden would knock out the World Trade Center. I made that prediction.
Khan, you haven't
the year before he did it. I
asked
said,
Grok
"You
or
better get him. He's a
ChatGPT
bad
about
guy." I
that?
watched him be interviewed one time, and I said, "That's a bad guy. You better get him." 1 year before, exactly. I wrote it in a book. You can even check. About a year before the World Trade Center then came down, President Clinton actually had a shot at him, and he didn't take it. Unfortunately,
CL is
I'm
on the
not
move.
blaming him for that, but he didn't.
Well,
take
that's
it.
actually the target on the 1
And,
minute.
He ended up knocking down the World Trade Center, but I predicted that too. I predicted a lot of things. We strongly encourage other nations whose economies depend on the Strait for blood. I mean, these people literally.
That's what I would
need it.
suggest to Melanie.
95% of their energy or their oil comes out of the Strait, and they should
Microwave that
be
phone.
in here very happily helping us. And
Smash
it's
it.
incredible. We have such great. We're number one in oil by double now. We drill, baby, drill.
Yeah.
We're double any other nation, and it's going to be soon triple. Any
If you
other
want,
nation.
Khan,
And that
save
doesn't
anything
include
that you really need
Venezuela,
to the
who's been
cloud
great. By the
somewhere,
way,
and then just get
the
a new phone with all new
relationship
with all
Venezuela's
new
been fantastic.
profiles, all new accounts.
Millions, literally millions of barrels of oil are being taken out, and it's been a great help, and it's been to their great benefit. The president has done a really good job. We get along with him really well, but we've taken out millions of barrels of oil and brought to Houston and other places.
We're getting one on the
for-
5 minute, Nitin.
to the refineries.
I'm keeping my eyes on the one on the 5
Refineries
minute
set
right
up
now.
specifically for that.
It's a double absorption at the moment, but if they push a little bit more, this could end up turning into a 5-minute MOAS, which means that we're back into this range, which means we're going to go much lower.
We're stepping it up very rapidly. The big companies are going in.
So I'm keeping my eye on it.
And they will actually, numbers in a pretty short period of time, numbers that they've never been able to do, we'll be doing. There's a lot of oil under that land. We strongly encourage the other nations to get involved with us.
It's not worth it. Do get rid of that phone.
With great enthusiasm. I have that from a number of them, and I'd like to say their names, but frankly, I don't know if they would want me to or not, because maybe they don't want to be targeted. But I say, wouldn't matter if you're targeted or not, because this is a paper tiger that we're dealing with now. It wasn't a paper tiger 2 weeks ago. It's a paper tiger now. So now we're going to get down to the reason. We'll take a couple of questions in a moment, but we're going to get down to the reason we're here today. Actually, this was set up a long time ago. It's the Trump Kennedy Center. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose and prestige of this revered institution. Together, we're going to
oil's taking off here.
Remains the finest performing arts facility of its kind anywhere in the world. And I don't know that it ever really reached that stage, but it will over a period of time. We're rebuilding it. It's in very, very bad condition. It's been it's been somewhat of a disaster, to be honest with you. It's been let go to hell. That's what they've done. They did a poor job. They spent money in the wrong places. They built some theaters underneath that nobody uses, little ones, tiny theaters that cost $300 million. And the money was spent incorrectly, wrong. We're dealing with some networks on the possibility of renting those little theaters. Nobody's going to use them. They want the big halls. The halls are going to be incredible. They're in bad shape, but when they're completed, the bones are potentially something that could be unbelievable. So I want to, before we begin, I want to thank Rick Grinnell. He's been a friend of mine for a long time. He's been unbelievable. He was the ambassador, as you know, to Germany. There was no happier woman in the world than Angela Merkel. Angela. She called me, "Thank you, sir, thank you." Although she liked Rick a lot, there was nobody happier that he was no longer going to be the ambassador to Germany. He was difficult for them. He was not your typical ambassador. He was the opposite. He would do what was best for the United States, not for Germany. And I want to tell you, he did a great job. So good that I put him in charge of a thing called intelligence. And something he didn't really want to do, but he did it, and he did it incredibly well. There were a lot of leakers. He found out the leakers. And when he didn't find out who the leaker was in a certain area, he fired everybody. And he went into one room where there was leaks coming out. These are long-term problems that these various places have had. And he said, "Who's the one that leaked this?" And they wouldn't admit it, so he fired the whole room. And he did a good job, I'll tell you. He was very good. And during this transition period, I asked Rick if he would run it, because we wanted to see. And if you remember when we first took it over, I didn't do it with enthusiasm. I did it because somebody had to do it, had to turn it around, because it was failing. It would have closed, and physically it would have almost fallen down. It was in very bad shape. The steel columns outside, as an example, were meant to be covered. You know, exposed steel is unusual to have in building. What I do best in life is build. I build buildings really well and under budget and ahead of schedule. That's what I do, unlike the Fed building, which is going to cost billions of dollars. It may never open. I mean, right now, we have a wonderful Kevin, a wonderful new head of the Fed coming in. I don't know if he'll ever be able to occupy this complex. It was destroyed by Jerome Too Late. I call him Too Late because he's always too late with interest.
Sounds like a rapper name.
Interest rates. He should cut them right now. They should have a special meeting. What's a better time to cut interest rates than now? A third grade student would know that. But That's a terrible thing. But what I do is
Can we hold a
I
buy
build
position?
great stuff.
Not yet. I'm not in
And
any
what we're
longs.
going to do is, right outside. In fact, if you look behind me, see the nice gold curtains? If you want to look into a nice foundation and you want to
DJ,
see a
too
lot
late.
of work, very deep, very, very deep for specific reasons.
Yeah,
We
Revolution.
have
It might be possible to go higher.
a magnificent ballroom being built because this is the biggest room and it holds like 98 people for dinner. But behind me, you're going to have a ballroom that this building and the people occupying it in particular, every president for 150 years has clamored for a ballroom, a large, beautiful room. This is a cocktail room, and this will actually be, this whole floor will end up being a cocktail room for the cocktail area or pre-area for the ballroom before dinners. So we'll have heads of state. We can't even do a heads of state dinner. Usually what they do.
Oh, this is a
would
paper
do 'em
loan
on the
that I
lawn
had
with a
on from
tent.
earlier today.
But when
My
it
invalidation
rains,
point is
the
here.
lawn,
I haven't gotten anything
is
that's
very
validated
low.
it yet.
And you know the land in Washington. It was built on swampy wetland. And when it rains and you have the king of Saudi Arabia, we have as an example the king of the UK, I would say king of England. It was a great guy. He's coming in very soon. And when it rains, you know what happened? The rain would go over their feet. It would be about 4 or 5 inches over their shoes. This was not good. So, and it rained a lot. So we're building finally, because I do that. And by the way, no taxpayer money. I want to put that zero. It's going to be, it's on time, on budget. It'll be under budget. Be literally, we're having it under budget other than we've upgraded it in terms of the marbles we're using. We're using onyx and stones that are incredible. But it'll be something really spectacular. I'm looking at Mr. Steve Wynn, who's over there. He built a spectacular building, and he knows Trump builds a spectacular building. I build better buildings than him. I don't care what he said. But Steve is over here, and he really, with his incredible wife, Andrea, and thank you both for being here. Andrea's on the board, and Steve is so in love with his wife, he asked whether or not he could come. And I can say the same thing for the great Bob Kraft. He's got a wife that's so wonderful. He said, do you think I could come? She didn't have to accept that, you know. She could have said no. But Bob said, I would like to come. So, Bob, we will not let you vote. Although his vote would be a good vote. He will vote for the proper thing. But it's good to have you both here. These are two great couples that know a lot about the things I'm talking about, like fixing, whether it's building a stadium or building a building, they know how to do it. So thank you. Thank you, Steve, very much. But we made incredible strides over the past year. If you remember, I said I want to run it for a year just to see, because the place is falling down. It's horrible. Air conditioning, heating is going to be ripped out in its entirety, and needs new. It's old. It's, how many years is it, Rick? What's the total?
I'm long again in my brokerage
50.
account, guys.
And we have
Stop loss
50-year-old air conditioning, more
610.
than that actually. And it's in bad shape. Everything's in bad shape. It's got to be redone. So I said, let's run it for a year just to see how it works. It's better than, you can't just go into something and try and figure it out. And we figured it out over the year. And you have to close it, putting new marbles in, beautiful, beautiful marbles. When you do marbles, you can't have people walking over the marble every night as it's drying and setting and going to a play. So we thought the best way, what I know best in the world is construction. The best way to do it is close it, do it properly, and reopen it, have a grand reopening. And when it's finished, it's going to be far better than it was when it was originally built. When it was originally built, it was good. It has one thing that's very good. It has great sound. I think there's a lot of luck in sound. You have some of the big opera houses. I don't want to get involved with saying which one, but in New York, as an example, where the acoustics were never good, and they've ripped it apart 4 times and rebuilt it, and it was never good. The good thing about the Kennedy Center, the acoustics are good, and they'll only be enhanced based on what we're doing. A lot of it has to do with the stones and the stones you use, the marbles you use, etc. Over the past year, we've made incredible strides to restore the true purpose
My
and
TP
prestige
is
that
Same as it was
this building
earlier?
will soon
780s?
gain, I think, at a higher level than it had before. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest and will become the finest performing arts facility anywhere in the world. It's got the location.
It's still
and
looking weak.
It will have the building. It's got good bones. It's got good structure. Again, they wanted to originally cover the exposed steel. It was painted a cheap gold, and we turned it into a very expensively painted white. Very heavy coat of very powerful white paint meant for steel, exposed steel. A very different kind of paint, but it's almost like putting a stone over the top of it. And the color is white, shiny white, and it looks, a lot of people have commented, it looks so much better. Before they had the steel painted gold, and the gold was very cheap. There's actually never been a paint that's made that will look like gold. Steve will tell you that. You either gold leaf it or use real gold bullion, or you use a different color, Steve. Nobody's ever been able to make a gold paint that looks real. Little minor thing for the media. I'm sure you're thrilled with hearing that. But there's never been a paint. I said someday I'm going to discover a paint where you don't have to actually use gold leaf. Gold leaf is a very, very big and expensive process, but it's a beautiful thing, but not when you use paint. So we got rid of the gold columns, which looked always terrible. They looked cheap and they looked fake. Very much like the media, actually. And we took the columns and we painted them white. Before we painted them matte, very importantly, we structuralized them. We replaced a bad steel that was very badly rusting. I mean, these are columns that are holding up a building. And we had to replace areas of columns that were actually rusted out because it was in very bad shape. It's not even describable how bad this building was, both inside and out. I want to thank Rick Grinnell, but you really did a great job, Rick, on this, and we appreciate it. I'm looking for your next venture, because he really was, there was a story he got fired. He didn't get fired. He was here for a short period of time, for a year, figuring it out with Matt and everybody else, and Matt now is going to take over, and he's a pro at construction, great at construction. And I think Matt would like to run the facility too. He's fallen in love with it. And I think he'd do a good job. But if I don't think he will do a good job, I'll say, Matt, you're fired. I'm getting somebody else. So you're under no pressure, Matt, okay? It's like Bob Kraft. If a football player doesn't perform well, typically you will fire him immediately, Bob. Do you ever let them stay around for 4 or 5 years if they're bad? Not too many times, right? So anyway, I learned from him. So I want to thank also Attorney General Pam Bondi, who's been fantastic. I don't know, is Pam here someplace? Oh, hello, Pam. Good. She's been great. And the Speaker of the House, he's got the easiest job of anybody in government. He's got a majority of 2. I don't like to say 1 because it varies, but between 1, 2, and 3. And I think you're the only man that's ever lived that's able to be very happy about it. In fact, when we get up to 3, every once in a while we get up to 3. Actually, for a period of time, we had it up to 4, and then we had a death. And death is very bad when you're the Speaker and you have a majority of 2 or 3. But we had a death, and then we had another death, and we had some things, and but we're looking very strong. We had one man who was very ill. It looked like he wasn't going to make it. I don't know. I won't mention his name. Should I? Do other people know his name? Do you want to mention it? He'll be proud. Go ahead. Tell him the story.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Congressman Neil Dunn of Florida had some real health challenges, and it was very serious, and had a pretty grim diagnosis. And I mentioned it to the president, and I said, Congressman Dunn is a real champion and a patriot because he's still coming to work. And if others got this diagnosis, they would be apt to go home and retire. And
What was the diagnosis?
It was, I think it was a terminal diagnosis.
He would be dead by June.
Okay, that wasn't public, but yeah, okay, that's. It was grim.
Wow.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think
with
he
a
would
heart
want-
problem, by the way. This was a heart problem.
So the long story short, the president called him to encourage him and thank him, and they had a conversation, and the president mentioned in the course of the conversation, you know how to get my doctors involved, and they did, and within a number of hours, they took him to Walter Reed, emergency surgery. The man has a new lease on life. He acts like he's 30 years younger, and he walked into the conference meeting, and we thought we'd seen a ghost. And I spoke with him over the weekend, and he's encouraged and thankful, and he thanks the president for his leadership and intervention, and thank you.
He
It's
actually
amazing.
called, Mike called me and he said, sir, we're up by 3, but we're going to lose 1 by June. I said, who? Neil Dunn. He's a great congressman. Incredible. He called to say that he was terminal, really bad heart. There's nothing they can do. I said, that's bad. Number 1, it was bad because I liked him. Number 2, it was bad because I needed his vote. But he really said, Mike, I'm going to last this out for the president and you, and however long I live, I mean, it looks like June is the time, but however long I live, I'm going to be voting for you. I mean, how many people are going to say that? Most of them are going to say, Mike, I'm retiring immediately. That's the end.
He's an extraordinary
But
man.
he didn't do that. It was really impressive. And then I realized I have doctors in the White House. The White House doctors are incredible. And they've helped me with other people. They're helping me with people right now. People that are very sick are like they're miracle workers. And I said, I have to call them. And I called the 2 doctors. They're both great. And they immediately went over to see the congressman. And he was on the operating table like 2 hours later.
Yeah.
And it was a long operation. They gave him more stents and more everything that you could have. I think he's got everything that you could possibly have. And they called up. They said, sir, I think he'll be fine. I said, you got to be kidding. He said, I think he'll be fine. And Mike was telling me the story that the other day he came into a meeting for the first time in a long while. Go ahead.
Well, it was incredible. I mean, he has a new lease on life. He has more energy than a man half his age, and very encouraged and encouraged all of us. So, again, a testament to great leadership. And my hat's off to Neil Dunn and his beautiful wife and family. He's an extraordinary individual.
And just, because I don't want to have a terrible story about this, I did it for him first and for the vote second. But it was a close second, actually. But I did it for the vote second. All right? I want to also introduce Susie Wiles, who's fantastic. She's our chief of staff. And she's an amazing person, an amazing fighter. And she announced a minor difficulty, which will be in good shape. Good shape he'll be around for a long time. She had a diagnosis, you probably saw it. And she's going to take care of it immediately, as opposed to waiting. She said, let's do it now. I said, do it immediately. Because with that particular ailment, the faster the better. That's the only thing I know about it. The faster the better. She's going to do it immediately. So she just started, actually. And she's going to be in great shape. The prognosis there is excellent, beyond excellent. So, but who needs it, right?
That's right.
Who needs it? So before we took over, just a year ago, this wonderful place was literally on the verge of collapse, both from a financial standpoint, maybe more from a financial standpoint, but also from a physical standpoint. Necessary maintenance has been ignored. The programming was very woke and out of touch with reality. And we had an orchestra that lost like $18 million a year, and they subsidized it every year. So what kind of an orchestra loses 18? And I'm being nice when I say 18, it was much more. And I started looking at the programming. They had tremendous union difficulties, like 19 different unions, and driving everybody crazy. And I think the unions are going to be great. I've always gotten along with unions. As you know, I got great union support. But you had 19 unions. Every time somebody wanted to put on a play, they had to deal with 19 different groups of people. And they say it was like Broadway, but worse. And you don't get worse than Broadway when it comes to the unions. I've watched that for many years. The programming was terrible. And they had a budget deficit of about $26 million minimum. Owed a lot
My
of money.
TP
We're
on the
borrowing money,
NQ
which is a lot of people don't
is my
understand.
previous target
so under
up
the
here.
leadership of this
780.
exceptionally talented and rich board. It's a very rich board. Not everybody, but most of you are loaded. Ike Perlmutter's got so much money. Look at Ike Perlmutter. He ended up being the largest owner of Disney. Started with, was it $100 or less? It was a little less, Ike, right? He didn't speak English, and he became the largest owner of Disney, right? But then they went woke and he sold the stock. He didn't like Mickey Mouse being woke, right, Ike? But he's one of the most brilliant business people. Thank you, Ike. It's great. And Lori, thank you very much for being here. So I think it's Lori that's on the board, though, right, Lori? What's with these husbands? All the husbands are traveling. I think it's the White House. I got all the husbands with the wives. That's never happened. Boy, oh boy, what great relationships. My wife is going to have to speak to me. This is pretty good. The biggest guys in the country travel with their wives to come to a meeting. But it has something to do with the White House, right, Ike? Right? You don't want to see me. You want to see the White House because it's a special building. But thank you. And congratulations on an amazing career. Most people don't know Ike Perlmutter. Isidore Perlmutter. And started with nothing and built a vast fortune just by deal after deal. Did you ever have a bad deal, Ike? Which was that? Don't tell. See how honest he is? Most people would say no. He says one. And it couldn't have been very bad. Great to have you. So under the leadership of this board, which is, as you see, incredible, we're achieving a very dramatic and quick turnaround. We got rid of all of the DEI. Some of the news media loves DEI, but we got rid of it. Maybe you're right. Brought back patriotic and family-friendly programming, and last year we raised over $130 million to keep this place going. Otherwise, it would have been closed. The building, let's call it the Kennedy Center from that time, was losing so much money it could not have stayed alive if we didn't come in as a group of people and a lot of wealthy people that made a lot of contributions. So with the Trump Kennedy Center honors alone, we raised this year a record $23 million, which was double what they had ever done before, $23 million. There's still much to do. The previous management left us a facility in very bad condition. Abysmal is the word, and everything from busting pipes and leaks to serious electrical and structural problems. And some of it we fixed, but most of it we're saving for during the construction period because we'll do a much better job of it that way. Major renovations are required to keep the facility functional, and that'll start right after July 4th. We're going to have a little bit of a celebration, not a big deal, but a little bit of a celebration on July 4th. We'll have a little party, and then after that we close and we start construction. We're fully financed. As I announced in February, after a one-year review based on input from highly respected experts and subject to board approval today, we determined, it's a little late for the board because we've already announced it, but these are minor details, but I think everybody agrees. But subject to board approval, we determined that the fastest way to bring the Trump Kennedy Center to the highest level of success, beauty, and grandeur is to cease the entertainment operations for a 2-year period of time as we complete high-quality, really high-quality construction. We've already purchased seating as an example. We've already purchased a lot of the marbles and some of the things that are hard to get. Getting quality marble is very hard. It takes a long time. It comes from areas where it takes a long time to mine, and we're getting some of the best things you can. The marble is going to be incredible. The seats that we have, the seating is the highest level. Everything is the highest level. So this temporary closure will enable us to complete the work much faster and much higher quality. As an example, it's hard to show Shakespeare when you don't have any seats. You know, as the seats are being changed, it's not exactly a great experience for people. So the right way to do it is just close it and fix it and open it. We'll begin right after, as I said, July 4th celebration. And thanks to the great, big, beautiful bill, we are fully funded, ready to go. And we have tremendous amounts of money coming in from some people around the table, but also from people that are not here, but that have made very generous contributions toward the Trump Kennedy Center. People that have never given to it before and would never have given it except I asked them to give. So, Rick, I thank you very much for the job that you've done, and I'm delighted that you really are. You did a great job. It was a little rough with a couple of the people, but that's okay. They've survived. Some of the artists, they took a pounding from Rick. It's almost like this guy right over here, Anthony. You know, he knows what it is to pound people, right, Ike? Anthony knows. Anthony's another great. You're not on the board either, Anthony. You're here with your wife? Oh, what's going on here? The most successful people, they're all here with their wives. I'm looking around. Oh, wow, that's impressive. Anthony's another one. He started off with one truck. He had one truck 45 years ago. He ended up with 4,000 trucks, and he sold his company for billions of dollars. And you're here, Anthony? He's a member of one of my clubs, and all he has is cash. He said, I have a big problem, sir. What? I don't know how to invest my cash. Most people have a problem. They don't have any cash, right? Anyway, thank you, Anthony. You're the greatest. So all of these people have done so much, and they've done so much to help. And Matt, I just really, I'm here to a certain extent to wish you good luck with everything and to introduce you to the board. Many of the board know because Matt's been running a lot of the initial construction and planning and going to be assuming the role of Chief Operating Officer and Executive Director, where he'll lead a construction crew for the next, a big crew, by the way, because it needs a lot of work, for the next 2 years in preparation for the grand reopening. And I think it's going to be something that's going to be very, very special. We're doing a lot of special things. We have a lot of things happening. We have at the front of the White House on June 14th, you probably read, UFC is going to be here. Dana White, the great Dana White, he's building literally a stadium, a 5,000-seat arena right outside the front door of the White House. And they're going to have about 100,000 people in the park right across the street where he's building, I believe, 8 massive screens for people to watch free, all free, for people to watch. It's June 14th, happens to be my birthday, and that was only by happenstance. It was not planned that way, but it's a Sunday night, which they never did. Sunday night's super prime time. It's going to be broadcast on CBS, which is the Ellison family, 2 great people. Great people. It's a great family. And it's going to be a tremendous event. And we have Roger Penske who's going to have IndyCar here. We're going to have a race around the Capitol. That's going to be in August. So we have that. And we have a tremendous number of things. We have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, and we have the 250. And as you know, I was responsible for getting the Olympics. Actually, Bob Kraft helped me. And he helped me with the World Cup, too. You were very good. Who could be better, right? But he helped with the Olympics and the World Cup. But we have the Olympics coming. I was responsible for that, right, Bob? We have the World Cup coming right now, and I was responsible for that. Then we had a rigged election, and because of that, I was always very upset. When I got the Olympics, I said, I won't be president because it was last term if I went by the normal progression. And then I said, well, let's see what happens. And then they rigged the election, and I said, let's do it again, and we won in a landslide. And I came back, and I ended up with the Olympics and the World Cup. Somebody said, did you do that on purpose? So I claimed the Olympics, and I claimed the World Cup because I did get both. And then I tried to claim 250-year celebration. I said, I got that. They said, no, you didn't. That one you didn't get. They're giving me no credit for that one, Mr. Speaker. I couldn't. So I gave up on that one quickly. That wasn't working. It wasn't working. But I just want to thank everybody. This board has been incredible, and it's really nice. What we're going to do is we could take a few questions from the press, and then after that we'll have our meeting, and we have a little lunch for the board. So we'll have a little bit of a lunch, and it's an honor to have you all here. It's so many of you, Jimmy. So many of you are friends. It's a great honor to have you here, and we're going to do a great job with the Trump Kennedy Center. Okay, yes, please, CNN.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm not CNN, I'm Daily Wire, but thank you for the question. Numerous countries have told me they are on their way Can you give us a hint what they are, what that entails, how soon they might be there?
You mean who are the countries?
Yes, sir.
I'd rather not say yet, but we'll be announcing Marco Rubio and the various people that are doing that will be announcing. And I have to tell you, we have some that are really enthusiastic. They're coming already. They've already started to get there. You know, it takes a little while to get there. It's like, in some cases, you have to travel an ocean. So it doesn't go that fast, but it'll go fast. And we have some that are fairly local that are doing it. But we'll give you a list. Some are very enthusiastic and some are less than enthusiastic. And I assume some will not do it. I think we have one or two that will not do it that we've been protecting for about 40 years at, tens of billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker. So I'll be reporting that to you in the House and the Senate. And I'll say, why are we protecting countries that don't protect us? And I've always felt that was a weakness of NATO. We were going to protect them, but I always said, when in need, they won't protect us. Now, this isn't need. Need would be one of the big boys. But I will say that we built the greatest military in the world, and we protect people. And if we need their mine boats, or if we need anything, any piece of apparatus that they may have because of a situation that they have, they should be jumping to help us, because we've helped them for years stay out of wars. Yeah, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Can you tell us if you have spoken with French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Croissant.
Have you been speaking with the French President?
What does that mean?
Have you been speaking with the French President Macron about the coalition to reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I have spoken to him. He's been, on a scale of 0 to 10, I'd say he's been an 8. Not perfect, but it's France.
Are you
We don't expect perfect.
Are you confident that France will help with the reopening of Strait of Hormuz?
Yeah, I mean, sure. I think he's gonna help. I mean, I'll let you know. I spoke to him yesterday. I don't do a hard sell on them because my attitude is we don't need anybody. We're the strongest nation in the world. We have the strongest military by far in the world. We don't need them. But it's interesting. I'm almost doing it in some cases, not because we need them, but because I want to find out how they react. Because I've been saying for years that if we ever did need them, they won't be there. Not all of them, but they won't be there. I was very surprised with the United Kingdom, because the United Kingdom, 2 weeks ago, I said, why don't you send some ships over? And he really didn't want to do it. I said, you don't want to do it. We've been with you. You're our oldest ally. And we spend a lot of money on, NATO and all of these things to protect you. I mean, we're protecting them. We're working with them on Ukraine. Ukraine's thousands of miles away, separated by a vast ocean. We don't have to do that, but we did it. Well, Biden did it. I mean, I have to be honest with you. Biden got taken to the cleaners. But we worked with them in Ukraine. We don't need to work with them in Ukraine. And then they tell us that we have a mine ship around, and they don't want to do it. I think it's terrible. No, I was very surprised. I told him, we requested 2 aircraft carriers, which they had, and he didn't really want to do it. And then right after the war essentially ended, meaning they were obliterated, he said, I would like to send the aircraft carriers. I said, I don't need them.
I moved my entry to break even here, guys, just because there's too much back and forth with questions.
Not upset. I was.
My stop loss is at 862 on the new contract.
I think they'll be involved. Yeah, maybe. But they should be involved.
I don't know what that equates to on the old contract.
We've been protecting these countries for years with NATO, because NATO is us. You can ask Putin. Putin fears us. He doesn't fear. He has no fear of Europe whatsoever. He fears the United States of America and the military that was built by me in the first term. Yeah.
You mentioned the significant amount of oil that China derives from the Middle East. What is the status of your conversation with President Xi in terms of getting China to cooperate in terms of making the Strait of Hormuz safe for those oil tankers?
Yeah, so China is a great example. They get 91% of their oil from the Hormuz Straits, which we protected for years. And it always bothered me that we have these countries. Japan gets 95% of its from the Straits, the Hormuz Straits. And it always bothered me that we're protecting and we don't need them. We didn't need them before we
Yes,
started.
more ass power short right now.
think we
But the
must.
5
I
minute
think
is
we
a power
must.
long.
That's the Trump policy of lots of oil.
And we're getting the power short
And
above the red line. I would
Used
want
to-
it below the red
It
line.
used to be at 10%. Now it's at almost
Yes,
0.
everything's rolling.
We don't need, we don't need oil. We have all the oil we need for ourselves. It's one of the great assets that we have. We have more than double what anybody else in terms of oil production. We're at more than double any other country. So we don't need it, but we did it. It's almost, you could say we did it out of habit, which is not a good thing to do. But we did it because we have some good allies there. We have some great Middle Eastern countries there, Israel there.
What's going on, Raphael?
So we did it for a lot of reasons. But it always amazed me that we did it. We never asked for reimbursement. And it was really there to serve other
One
countries,
second, guys.
not us. And by the way, we have the Sugar King. Same story. Look at that. Alfie Van Hoel. Alfie, thank you both very much. Huh? That's Pepe here. Pepe. Hi, Pepe. How are you? How are you? Is Alfie in the backstage? Huh? Is he sitting back there waiting for you? No? You doing all right? Pepe is a great friend of all of ours, I think, in the room. Tremendous. And we appreciate you being here. Great to have you. Thank you.
Mr. President, honored.
That's great. Both of you, thank you very much. So go ahead, please.
Mr. President, you've said that Iran does want to make a deal. Now, into the third week of this bombing campaign, what would that deal look like? What are the ask that you're making of the
They
government
want to
in
make a
Tehran?
deal. They're talking to our people.
We're getting
I
pumpy,
don't know
Nitin.
if they say that to you. Maybe they
Pumpy,
do,
pumpy.
maybe they don't forget, they are a country that for years, I didn't know this until recently, they're a
Let's
country
get
based
pumpy
on
goal.
disinformation.
Pumpy goal.
And now they're using
I want to
disinformation
get
plus
pumpy
AI.
goal.
And that's a terrible situation. That's a terrible situation. They showed all sorts of things happening in the last 2 weeks that never happened. Between their kamikaze boats that don't exist, between blowing up the aircraft carrier, one of the great ships in the world, the Abraham Lincoln, on fire. They showed it on fire. I called the general. I said, General, what's with the Abraham Lincoln? It looks like it's burning down. No, it's not burning down. Not a bullet was ever fired at it, sir. They know better. I said, this is my first glimpse of AI and what they've done with it. They showed buildings in Tel Aviv burning to the ground, high-rises burning. They showed buildings in Qatar. They showed buildings in Saudi Arabia burning, and they weren't burning. They weren't hit. It was all AI-based. Terrible. It's terrible. And that's their only, I think that's the only thing they do well. They're negotiating, and we always talk. Somebody said, well, would you talk? Why would you even talk to them? I talk to everybody, because sometimes good
Day is
things
really
come
good,
out of it.
Raphael. Thank you, brother. How
But,
about you? How's your day?
I don't know if they're ready yet. They're taking a pounding. I don't know if they're ready yet. And we don't even know their leaders. Look, all of their leaders are dead, as far as we know. But they're all dead. We don't know who we're dealing with.
You blew
We
2
knocked
fundeds
out the first
last
group.
time. I was on my 5th successful day
second
till I
group
revenge
met
traded.
88,
I have
met
$500 drawdown left.
typical
How do
leader.
I go about it? Any advice?
The first group was all
Take
dead,
small trades with 1 micro
and the second group got knocked
and build
out.
it back
They were all
up.
dead.
You were taking too big a
And the
size,
third group
Kamal.
met. I would think they're a little nervous about meeting.
What size are your accounts?
Maybe
If it's a
they're not-
50K,
maybe
use
they're
1.
crazy.
If it's a
They're not
100K, use
nervous and
2.
they're
If
crazy.
it's a 150, use 3.
But we met with the next group, and
But since you only have
we don't know
500
who
left,
the
I would just
leader
use
is.
1 micro.
We have people wanting to negotiate. We have no idea who they are.
But going
Yeah,
forward,
please, Peter.
depending on your size of your accounts, size
What are
size
your
appropriately.
advisors telling you about the Ayatollah's son, the new supreme leader? What are they telling
Well,
you about
it's
him?
not only them; it's you people. I mean, a lot
Next
of
time you
people
start
saying
fresh,
that
use
he's
3
badly
micros.
disfigured.
You're using too much size.
They're saying that he lost his leg, one leg, and he's been hurt very badly. Other people are saying he's dead. Nobody's saying he's 100% healthy. And he hasn't spoken because the Ayatollah would sit and he'd spew hate from a form of a throne. Not as nice as a throne. I like the English throne much better. But it was a fancy chair. But he'd spew hate from his chair. But you'd see him a lot, right? This one we haven't seen at all. So that could be for a lot of different reasons. We don't know, Peter, if he's dead or not.
Now that you've announced,
I will say this, nobody's seen him, which is unusual.
something else. Now that you've announced that the U.S. has destroyed all of Iran's mine-laying ships, why can't the U.S. just immediately reopen the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we could, but it takes two to tango. We have to get people to take their billion-dollar ship and drive it up. If when Pepe has his big sugar ships coming around and they cost $1 billion, and we say, I think it's okay now, Pepe, take your ship, drive it through the Strait of Hormuz. He may say, let me wait a little while, because it takes ship owners, and these ships are very expensive. They can cost up to $2 billion.
Good job, Diesel.
So they don't want to take a chance that, gee, I think you'll be okay. They got to know it. So they don't have to set, we don't know if they even set any mines. But the thought that they may have is enough to keep people from saying, we don't need it. Now, we are pounding that area, that coast, as you know, left side. We're pounding it.
He loves to pound.
Really pounding it hard. And again, they may have no mine set. We hit every one of their mine droppers. They call it the mine layers, right? The ships. They're pretty sophisticated ships. Every one of them is gone. But it only takes one. So it's a little unfair. You win a war, but they have no right to be doing what they're doing. But we're hitting them very hard. And today is a big day where we're pounding a certain area that has very much to do with the strait. And I think we'll get it going very soon. In addition, we do.
I don't know, Fauci Crypto. That's what I'm hoping for.
We need people to watch and people to see. We have other nations coming in. Yes, please.
If the United States is working to secure the Strait of Hormuz for the benefit of other countries like China, and our allies aren't yet stepping up to your standard, is the United States getting back to being the world's policeman?
Look, the United States should not be very much involved. They can on a certain basis. They've been doing it for a long time. But I've always said, if you look back years ago, I said, why aren't we being reimbursed? These are the richest countries in the world. Why aren't we being reimbursed for maintaining the Hormuz Strait? And why aren't we being reimbursed for that? I've said that for years. You can go back. They reported on it yesterday. I've been saying a lot of things about the straits. Number one, I said it's the one advantage they have, but that's a suicidal advantage because they kill themselves more than they kill the rest of the world. And there are things you can do with time. There are other things you can do. But I think we're going to have the situation straighten out pretty quickly, and I think we're going to have some good help. And I think we're going to be disappointed in some nations too. And I'll let you know who those nations are.
One of your advisors, David Sachs, said the other week that the U.S. should, quote, declare victory and get out of the Iran war.
Yeah,
he also warned that if the conflict escalates, Israel may contemplate the use of a nuclear weapon. Has he shared that assessment with you?
No, yes. Israel wouldn't do that. Israel would never do that. And there's a theory. You pounded them to hell, and you can just leave now, and it'll take 10 years for them to build back, not nearly.
Every
what they
time
have
Trump
right
says
now.
pounding, you guys have to add another contract.
We want to have it ended so that another president doesn't have. Look, for 47 years, no president was willing to do what I'm doing, and they should have done it a long time ago. It would have been a lot easier. There's no president that wanted to do it, and yet every president knew. I've spoken to a certain president, who I like actually, a past president, former president. He said, I wish I did it. I wish I did, but they didn't do it. I'm doing it. Yeah. I can't tell you that. I don't want to embarrass him. It would be very bad for his career, even though he's got no career left. Go ahead.
President,
Please.
you mentioned.
How about the man?
Thank you, sir. Mr. President, you mentioned that you're not entirely sure who you're dealing with, who the leadership is in Iran. Do you see a viable opposition movement still in that country following all of the protests that we had seen before the airstrikes and kind of an opposition movement that could become a viable leader in Iran?
Well, the biggest problem, and you know, we have brave people in this room, but the biggest problem that I see is that, you know, they put out a warning, and we have the warning. We get everything they get. And it said any protester that goes onto the street will be immediately shot and killed. This is a little tougher than the American way. This is not quite as tough as, nobody can believe it. So I can't imagine, they don't have guns. And the other ones have guns. Highly sophisticated machine guns and AK-47s and other kinds of guns. And they did that with the women. So the women had 250,000, even 500 people protesting a year ago. And they shot women right through the middle of the forehead with snipers. And they didn't have to do many. About 10 went down bleeding profusely. And 250 to 500,000 women went running in the other direction. Because they can be brave, but they're not stupid. And they have no gun, and you have snipers in buildings specifically for this reason. So a woman goes down falling, bleeding from the head, and it doesn't take long for that to spread. And when that spreads, that crowd dispenses. And nobody else has been able to do that to the extent that these people are violent. They killed a minimum 2 weeks ago, 32,000 people. So, and they put out actually a notice 2 days ago, if you protest, you will be shot and killed. So, I don't know. I would say Mike Johnson's the only person I know who has the courage to go out in that kind of an atmosphere. I don't think so. Yeah.
Have your advisors told you anything in terms of how long we can expect gas prices as high as they are right now?
I don't need advisors to tell me that. I know what it is. You know, the Prime Minister of UK, United Kingdom, yesterday told me, I'm meeting with my team to make a determination. I said, you don't need to meet it with the team. You're the Prime Minister. You can make your own. Why do you have to meet with your team to find out whether or not you're going to send some minesweepers to us or to send some boats? I said, you don't have to meet with your team. It's the same thing here. I can tell you that when this is over, oil prices are going to go down very, very rapidly. So is inflation, so is everything else. But frankly, much more important than short-term, even long-term oil prices, you can't let the most violent, vicious country in the last 50 years have a nuclear weapon. Because the Middle East will be gone, Israel will go first, without question, and they'll certainly take a shot at us before we get our act together and say we got to take them out. You can't let Iran, who's truly a nation of great terror and power. Look what happened. In the last 2 weeks, they weren't supposed to go after all these other countries in the Middle East. Those missiles were set to go after them. So they hit Qatar, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait. Nobody expected that. We were shocked. And the other one, you know, they fought back. They could have yielded. But think of it, if we weren't around, they had tremendous power. They had thousands of missiles, most of which we've terminated. They had thousands of drones. They were making drones and missiles all over the place. We've knocked out most of those factories. I mean, now they're sending out 2 or 3 missiles. Now, you know, they've still got some. They might have 8% left. But mostly they've been eliminated. They've been terminated by what we did and what Israel did too. Yeah, please.
Israel is expected to expand its ground offensive in southern Lebanon to go after Hezbollah. Have you discussed that with Israeli leaders?
Yeah.
And does the United States support a potential Israeli invasion of Lebanon?
Yeah, no, I did, and I know those. Look, Hezbollah is a problem. It's been a problem for a long time, not just now. And it's a certain area, because I was with the other night a person whose parents live in Lebanon. This is a very substantial person, wealthy person, whose parents live in Lebanon. I said, really? How do you live in Lebanon? Your parents are living? Oh yeah, they live there. And over the years, they've gotten used to the fact that it's being bombed. But they explained to me that it's really a different section of Lebanon. It's a section where Hezbollah is. And they get used to it, I guess. I don't know. I mean, people live in Ukraine. You would think they wouldn't live in Ukraine, but they live in Ukraine. I don't know that I'd do that, but they live in Ukraine. They live in Lebanon. Hezbollah is a big problem, and they're rapidly being eliminated. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate it.
All right, he's done. All right, see what the market ends up doing.
All right, as you just saw, President.
Let's hope we can get this market to cooperate. All right, still long on this market. We'll see what happens here. Let's see if we can break through the 720s. That's what I'm clinging on to here. If we can break the 720s, I think there's a good chance we can head back up to the high of day. Let's see. Oil has fallen pretty substantially here. Back down to 94 and change. She missed the VWAP. Still chopping around here? Yeah. You got it.
Kayla now has cheer on Thursdays, not Wednesday nights.
Mm-hmm.
But then has volleyball Thursdays also.
Oh, that's going to be fun. Sounds like we have some blessed people in here today. Absolutely. Congrats to everyone. From 620 to running a 720, made high of 737, stop chart. You're out. Good trade, Nitin. Good trade. Yeah, God bless you too, Trader Girl Page. That was 100 points already for you, Nitin. That was nice, man. Good for you. See if the market will continue to push up above 720. $500 away from passing my MFF at 25K. Nice, Prod Son. Good for you, brother. Yeah, take your time for sure. Having a really hard time breaking above 720. I forget what the 720 level is. It is the 15-minute orb. You got the 15-minute orb there. We got the 1 hour orb up at the 760s. And then after that, we have that target up there in the 780s. So let's hope she can make short work of this, but it's been a while here. It's been a while in these levels. Still waiting for this push here up to the 780s. Did TradingView change their real-time data? Iron Daddy, you might be on the wrong contract. Maybe you're on a different contract than me. You always have to pay for that real-time data, so make sure you're up to date on your billing. Bitcoin starting to look pretty strong too. Let's take a look at the rest of the market here while we wait for the NQ. Overall, the market's red today. Is that correct? Oh, that was last week. No, overall the market's green today. Okay, Nvidia's up big, 2.5%. Wow. Mag 7 still has that target up here, so I'm still remaining hopeful for the move up. We've got the Nvidia looking like she wants to continue to the upside here. We got a MOAS signal up to 185. She could always dip down a nut once more before that. Volatility has dropped a bit. Looks like it may want to regain some strength, but not yet. Nat gas is falling. Bitcoin is looking like it wants to make that run for the next target up here. Yeah, oil has taken out its target perfectly, so now these are gone. Right now, I don't know. She might start putting in some more targets to the downside on a 5-minute. 5-minute just is putting in another target right now, I think. Pretty soon here. No, I don't see it. It's on my other chart. Russell looking strong. Dow kind of quiet right now. Gold is looking like it wants to break that VWAP. Silver is already skating on top of the VWAP, looking like it wants to test the daily high, the high of the day. Now here we go, NQ pushing. All right, NQ, come on. You can do it, NQ. Break it, baby. Break those 720s. I don't know, Iron Daddy. You may have to reach out to them. Trader Girl thinks that our community is coaching focused and super supportive. Yeah, that's what we're here for. What's the difference between Washington, Nixon, and Trump? George Washington couldn't tell a lie. Nixon couldn't tell the truth, and Trump can't tell the difference. How to see stocks are red or green on TradingView? Oh, you go to the heat map. Type in TradingView heat map, Tessa, and then it'll give you that that site that I just showed you. It's called TradingView heat map. I'm telling you guys, if you have back problems, get yourself a barber chair and trade from a barber chair, because this thing is so comfortable. I have no lower back problems, no back problems. This is really comfortable. I don't have to sit on any cushions, no memory foam, nothing. This is very comfortable. I'm glad. I was just like, I'm shocked that took so long to do this. Sit on one of my barber chairs. Should have done this a long time ago. Yeah, thank you, Sambi. This is obviously a demo trade here, Sambi. The real trade is on my Weeble on a micro. My chair is falling apart, so I hold it together with a belt. Scalping or intraday trading, how long are you guys average trades? Mine can take hours sometimes, as you can see here. But sometimes I'm in it for a few minutes. I don't know about everybody else. Vortex is a scalper. Sambi is a scalper. Any brand for the chair? Well, the one I'm using is a Belmont. It's a Belmont, so it's like heavy duty. It's like the real deal. Belmont is like one of the best companies for barber chairs. What's up, baby? Hmm?
At my rebuke I dry up the sea. I make the rivers a wilderness.
Yeah, Belmont's heavy duty. Belmont's been around for a very, very long time. No. Yeah, let's do some push-ups. You guys ready? Watermelon Trader? And while we're waiting here, might as well just hit some push-ups. Yeah, I'll do it. I'll do it. I gotta get buff, you know? I gotta get buff, guys. Good job, Trader Girl. She's doing her squats. This is taking a while here, this trade. This trade is taking its time. We got push-ups today. Today's the what, the 16th? 50. Joey says there's streams like Smooths, and then there's probably some guy blasting heavy metal and smashing stuff, yelling at his screen. Yeah, try to keep it relaxing in here. Oil is still pushing down. NQ still looking like it wants to go higher. Why did Trump bring a ladder to the Oval Office to reach those high approval ratings? Oh wait, they're still in the basement. Fake ladder. Sam B says he holds depending on how the market, or if I am going to leave the screen. Okay. NQ broke, add close above previous 1 hour SBR zone. This was just a pullback. NQ may hop into the 24,900s if succeeds to break 24.8. Yeah, I think so. Nice job, Joey. Great job, everyone. We really need to break the 720 with some volume. Oil seems to be dumping pretty hard, and Q's getting stuck at 720. Just take away the just to be clear part, and everything else is fine. This sounds a little rude. Charts probably maxed 2 hours ago. Oh, you're on the charts probably max 2 hours a day. Got it. We need the 720 to break decisively. Yeah, Joey, get in that routine, baby. Kingdom Fire Sam B. That's his name on Discord. Nasty pullback. Esteban Giraldo and Righteous One, welcome to the channel. Both of you. Thank you for being here. Did Khan slip away? Because I didn't hear him say goodbye. Is Khan still here, or did he kind of bounce out? I'm worried about him. I didn't see him say goodbye here earlier. Maybe he's working on that phone thing. Wow, this could end up being a MOAS. Cotton's microwaving his phone right now? Yeah. Put a little butter on top. It works better. Might be setting up a MOAS power long here. That would be something. Yeah, I don't think Khan's here anymore either. He slipped out. Yeah, it's not like him. He usually says bye before he goes, so I'm a little worried. And he's been eerily quiet. We need to get a little bit of buyers stepping in here on the delta. Right now we got a double absorption on the 1 minute. The next one has to close green in order for us to get that MOAS power long. All right, we're starting to get it. There you go, watermelon trader. That's awesome. Getting it in. Yeah, stretching is so important, guys. As you sit longer, you really have to dedicate some time to stretching every single day. If not, you're going to end up looking like Quasimodo by the time that you guys are ready to retire from trading. Did I code the MOAS indicator? Well, I had my developer code it, but I told him about the signal that I wanted coded. We're still heavy here at the 700s, 720s. Nice smart move, hot seater. You're gonna lock yourself out. Always give it back in the afternoon, chop chop. Yeah. Yeah, we're getting another pullback here, unfortunately. I was looking for a nice push throughout that 720s, but they're having such a hard time there. No worries. Hey, take care, hot seater. How did you learn to hold so long? Because the more in and out I am out of the market, the more I get chopped up. So I've learned that if I don't want to get chopped up, just hold a little bit, hold longer to your longer profits. I can't put it on the barbecue. Nobody retires from trading. All are addicted for life. Yeah, well, you know, maybe if you want to go for a walk one day, you're gonna be hunched over. Or you want to play with your kids and you can't because you're all sore and tired because your back is killing you. Got almost holding for more than 1 hour. Yeah, and it's crazy, right? The way your brain works strikes me amazing. You have a strong entrepreneur spirit. I don't know if it's an entrepreneur spirit or if it's a spirit of patience, but I don't always have it with trading. I was, like you guys said, I was very nervous when I was in profits, and I was like, oh, I should take it before I lose it. I should take it before I lose it. You're in a mind of scarcity. I'm trying to get away from the scarcity mindset and turn into focus more on the abundant mindset. You're not going to win every trade, obviously. You'll have a lot of trades that are in the green, come back, stop you out. But with an abundance mindset, you don't worry about those things. You can't control that. You can only control what you did on your trade. Don't overmanage it. Don't micromanage it. Just let it be. Let it work out. Whether you get stopped at a break even or it goes to your profit target. Either one is not up to you. Building patience on live trade. Yeah, that's definitely true. It gets real out those trading streets. Yeah, it does. Let's see if we can get a pop again. That would be nice. We really need to break 720. But to make indicators and YouTube channel on top of trading personal. What do you mean, Vintage Trader? The way you, the way my brain works strikes me as amazing. Thank you. I appreciate that. Well, the indicator came as it was literally delivered to me from God. Vintage Trader. I know that might sound cheesy or very ICT-like, but it really was, because I always had the idea to create the indicator, but I never took the initiative until God had someone call me and told me that they were going to create it for me alongside me as a partnership. And then all of a sudden, like after working with them for many months, they bailed on me as partners. So then God was like, okay, I gave you the foundation, I gave you the building blocks, now you figure out the rest. So I had to go out there, figure out the rest, find my own developer, pay that developer, get the indicator to the way I wanted it, backtest with it, fix it, tweak it. And God's like, there, see, you learned a new skill. If it wasn't for me putting it in your lap, you would have never done it. So I give all glory to God on the indicator. Trading, also God moved me from one place to another, didn't allow me to continue doing real estate here. So he said, you got to find something new to do. And I just said, how can I serve God while trading? And then came the YouTube channel. Said, you got to help other people. So we're helping other people. We're spreading the word, we're spreading the gospel. And that's it. It's all from God. It's all for God and all from God. Nice to hear you're still here, Con. Can I describe my indicator? I mean, it's not really to describe. I mean, it's order flow simplified. So you can learn order flow. It's really, I don't say real difficult, but not easy to learn. Or you can just look at the indicator and you can read its volume, absorption, delta, and then it gives you really nice clean entries. You just got to look for the confluence on the higher time frames with the lower time frames that you're trading off of, and take your trades. That's it. And then take your profits wherever you think you deem necessary. Now let's see if this market is going to cooperate with the upside, or are we done? She is getting weak here. At least he looks weak. It's about to be 2 o'clock soon. We've been holding this thing for hours. Prosper. That was nice. That was deep. No weapon formed against me shall prosper. Did you guys hear that? That's nice. Right, Luna? Yeah. She's like, whatever, bro. Just feed me. Come on, NQ. You were being so nice earlier. Now what are you doing? Can't break 720? Guys, we got 200 viewers. Can we get 200 likes? Guys, smash those likes if you can. We'll get Apex 50K eval giveaway. Nvidia is holding it down. Is that what it is, Ryan? I thought she was doing good. I knew she'd have a pullback. I knew Nvidia would have a pullback. She had too much air down here. So I'm like, you know what? Her TP's up here and validation's down here. I think she could have a pullback maybe into the 183s, and then yeah, because she was fighting against the orb. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens, guys. It goes out nasty pullback. Mag 7 is chopping the VWAP. Oh, that makes sense. Mag 7 has been stuck on the VWAP. So many things happening here. What's up, Lunar? What you looking for? If you close your long, it's going to shoot up to 800, says Flavius. Slow Monday? Oh, yeah, it's going to be like this all week. Remember, we got FOMC on Wednesday. So my stop is at break even. So if this doesn't end up working to the upside, I'll call it. Take the rest of the day off and go to the gym. So you're glad I did this and didn't decide to breed cats or anything? Yeah, remember that cat breeder guy? That's so funny. I got to see him this Wednesday. I got to go to the parenting class and hope he doesn't bring one of his cats. Amen to that, Smooth. God retired me at 50. I am now 55. First 2 years were real hard. Now I make over 100K a year. The things is I don't take it for granted. I am the same with God and everyone else. That's beautiful, Raphael. I love to hear that, man. Glory to him. It's so funny. God can just open up doors for me from one day to the next. But you should never curse him for anything that's going bad in your life. Never curse him for anything that's going bad in your life. Like his servant Lot in the Bible. God, I mean, it's an extremity, but God took away his entire family. And he never forsake God. And then God gave him more than he could ever handle. Bless him beyond measure. But that's an extreme example. Lot and Job? Yeah. I'm okay for right now. For a time, got more profits. For real, done? You're done this time, Joey? Good job, man. Yeah, he's coming back here. Is a great buying range, this evolution? Yeah, it could be. I think pink and green zone below and above candle VWAP is different on my chart from your chart. Is there any settings and indicator? What are you talking about? Knitting? Are you talking about this right here and this one right here? Talking about these two? Or are you talking about something else? If they are, they just, I don't know, if you want the same settings as me, just make sure you go into your indicator and put in at the beginning of the regular session. I have mine on long range look back. Try those two things and that should maybe change up your stuff. I have my time frame presets on 1 minute. I don't know if any of that should matter, but that's where I have it. That's how I have it. My wife's gonna kick me out of his chair? I don't think so. She's good with her chair. She only has to sit there for a little while. I have to sit here all day because I'm streaming with you guys. She's just here to make the money and run. So the trading plan I put together for her is you're gonna trade. The latest you're gonna trade to is 11, 12 o'clock. You're done. Today she only traded till 10:30 because I said, oh, you made your money this morning. The market is looking real ugly and choppy. Go. So I was right because ever since 10 o'clock, there's not been any clean trades. Except for the long that I'm in right now. Other than that, I mean, in my long, I should have maybe taken profits at 720. Maybe I should have. But I'm trying to see if I can hold for 780. I think 780's got a real good shot. Did I close my trade at 720? No, I did not. If I would have told you. I said I should have probably closed it at 720, but no, I did not. I'm waiting for 780. Here's a surgeon on this indicator. Give the man his white doctor's coat. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. I think I'm more of like a barber. Very, very intricate, detailed barber. What's up, Lunar? What are you looking on the floor, huh? You looking at anything good? You looking at anything good? Make sure you share if you find something good to look. All right? Crossovers? Oh, are you talking about this? Right here? If you're talking about the crossovers, then that is set. That is set here. I have it on moderate. I believe I have it on moderate. Yeah, my preset is on moderate for the cloud. I bought my wife all the guac she wanted over the weekend. Yeah, we didn't go out to eat this weekend, but I am looking forward to taking her out to eat soon with some of these payout monies that we got. What's up, Charlie? That's how I roll. I'm a big baller, guys. You still cut hair? Do your celebrity clients? Because I see the chair in the background. I cut my dad's hair this weekend. I cut my wife's hair this weekend. I cut my own hair, obviously. And yeah, I cut my daughter's hair. I cut my my mom's hair from time to time. And that's about it. That's about the extent of my clientele right now. When my brother comes to visit, I cut his hair sometimes. ATR pretty weak right now? Yeah, ATR is 11. Solid clientele list. Yeah, those are the most famous and valuable people in my life. Those are my celebrities. Man. What a market we've got here. What a chop. Coming back down to 660 here probably. Yeah, there goes 660. Yeah, I might end up getting stopped out of break even soon. Let me see how much room I've got still. I got a little bit of room. Let's see if we get a bounce here. I think I got about 20 more points to the downside, 30 more points to the downside. If we get stopped out, it's fine. Just wasn't meant to be. 1 hour candle looks ugly. This is priceless. Best clients in life? Yeah, for sure. See if the buyers can get their act together here. It'd be nice if they could. Bitcoin is looking good. Crude is chopping sideways. I wonder where Nvidia went on that drop, because Nvidia is the one that's keeping us. Yeah, Nvidia came to hit the VWAP. Maybe she get the bounce from the VWAP now. Mag 7's still under the VWAP. We'll see. Still looking heavy. Yeah, remember this is that make or break level. This is that line in the sand area here. Yeah, it doesn't look like they want to support this price here. How low are they going to bring this thing before they pop it back up? That's what I want to know. They're probably just going to come and get my stop loss and then go right back up. All right, they're dumping hard now. This is just a pullback. This is just a liquidity grab here. Because oil is not doing anything. NQ is coming back to gather up liquidity before popping higher. This is my idea. But if she breaks under here and puts in some power shorts, MOAS power shorts, then yeah, for sure. You know, she's going to she'll end up dumping. But I think there's a good chance that this is just liquidity sweeping. Take care, Joey. You got it now, Nitin? Okay. Trader Girl page is paper trading this long, but to confirm you're still holding? Yes, I am, because it hasn't invalidated the long yet. Correct. By hitting your stop loss, which is below previous swing lows. Yes, correct. That is correct. You're 100% correct. I'll re-enter after because there's a trend line below. Yeah. Con says 620, 730 trading range. Yeah, I'm glad I closed my station a long time ago. Yeah, you were smart for doing so. I'm just a big dummy who likes pain. Same setting as you have on the ES, but I don't have the latest MOAS signal, only PS there. GPL star. You're on this one right here. You're on the 1 minute. Make sure your settings are all the same as mine. Settings are at the beginning of the regular session and long range look back. That's what I have. And I'm on a 1 minute. See if that works for you. I was explaining it. Okay, cool. I want some Lucid pals like Smooth. you got this, Con. Maybe not today or this week. This week is going to be pretty treacherous. Yeah, I don't know how I'll end up finishing in the week, but hopefully green. Come on, do something clean. Do something clean. See if this is a bull flag here. Push up higher. Oh, nice, Con. You're gonna get the 53, then request 1,000 on each. Beautiful, brother. Looks like we might get a push back up to the 720s here. I'm short to 620. If it hits, I'm done for the day, says Levolution. $620, huh? Yeah, I'll be out of my trade by then if we go to 620. I think I'll actually be out of my trade if we go underneath this last swing low. Max payouts on 50K flexes are 2K per account. Oh, okay, Con. Yeah. Nasty little rejection there at the 680s. Real heavy. Real heavy. 15-second looks real heavy right now. See if we can push up to 700 next. That would give me a good feeling about this. Nvidia's starting 5 minutes. Oh, maybe that's what they're waiting for. Maybe that's what they're waiting for Nvidia to get all pumpy on the market for us. That could be it. Because I'm pretty sure they want to go up to those 800 levels on the NQ. But they're probably waiting for the Nvidia event. That makes sense. Nvidia has a yearly event that they're putting on in 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Maybe we'll put that on too. Yeah. All right, thank you. Huh? I have no idea what you just said, but okay. I didn't hear you. Oh, okay. Corey, when I'm done trading, you said?
Yeah, whatever you're in a minute.
Okay. You're a Michigan trader, girl? I was about to get in a short and the lights went out. Oh, where are you at? Definitely got to break above 704 again to get this on the right trajectory here. If not, we're going to come back down to this 640 level. Wow, buyers got strong here. Almost had an opportunity to put in a MOAS power short, and the buyers came in. Let's see if it's safe. Well, buyers stepped in. This Nvidia event might actually be something. Markets are still looking for higher prices, I think. I mean, I don't think Nvidia is going to come out and say like bad things about their company. I think this is going to be pretty much a bullish event for the market. So I'm wondering if this is what the NQ has been waiting for all day to push higher. She could put in a good sweep before going higher, but I don't know. Anything's possible. I'd like to see her move higher here. That's pretty pumpy. All right, so if we get this push, looking for 780s. And I think this time she may have a chance to break through. Those 720s may not stand a chance this time. All right, Nvidia's on the, NQ's on the move. Nvidia right now is also making a comeback. She has a target up at 185. The Mag 7 woke up also. Looks like they're going to be breaking out through the VWAP here. This could be the move we've been waiting for all day, basically. I like it. Trading's doing pretty good, Bo Vista. We were probably still in the same trade as we were when we last left. Paul says Senator Warren looking into Microsoft, Meta, Target, Nike, Amazon layoffs for a great best of all time economy. What is that? She is pushing, guys. She's pushing. She's getting very aggressive here. You just got in? Oh, okay. She was almost down to hit your break even, reverse from 24,667. Yeah, look at her go. Look at her go. Look at her go. Come on, 780. Break the 780s, baby. Is the Nvidia event live? Why is my Nvidia event like paused? It's completely paused. I don't know what's up with their event. Anybody else have the same issue? It's paused. Reuters has it on. Yeah, they still haven't started. They're playing music here. They're playing royalty music. So we'll leave it. Okay. We're pushing here hard, guys. We could be heading up those 780s now, finally, after all that waiting. $790 says, yeah, 675 better. Yeah, we'll see. That's the 1 hour orb up there at 765. But I think we'll break through that and hit that 780. That's just me. You guys don't have to hold as long as I do. You guys can take profits whenever you want, obviously. Don't wait for me to tell you to take profits. If you're in profits, take your profits. Amazing patience, amazing practice of patience. There you go. You're getting it, Trader Girl Page. You're getting it. It's all about patience. The market doesn't do it when you want it to. It does it when it wants to, or if it ever wants to. Sometimes it doesn't do it. Doesn't mean that your strategy is wrong. It just means it didn't work out that day. Thanks, Trader Girl. All right, Bitcoin's ripping. Bitcoin's looking good. Anybody that's in a Bitcoin long, you're looking pretty good right now. Oil is still looking low, weak. Hasn't hit its target to the downside yet. The target to the downside on the 1 minute is 93.30. So it looks like we have some more room to the downside on oil, upside on tech. Look at where the MOAS power long's coming in, guys. It's coming in for that 780. If it confirms in the next 40 seconds or so. Took my profits on Nvidia, hit 185, now up 273 across my accounts. Good, Ryan. Great job, brother. Come on, we need 20 seconds to confirm this, and we'll have more confluence to the upside. Come on, baby, confirm this. Confirm it, confirm it. We're about to confirm this in the next 5 seconds on both the ES and the NQ. Hold on tight, guys. Hold on tight. Okay. Be brave, guys. Be brave. Mucho bravery. What's going on, Jaden Cole? Doing pretty good, brother. And yourself? I don't see target for MOAS on the indicator. I have done the settings as per the video. It's because you haven't turned on the targets. You got to go here and make sure that you click this button that says show TP and SL. If I take it off, it's not going to show up either. So you got to make sure you turn it on. Never held this long, Trader Girl. Hey, there you go. See, you learn something new every day. Are we on Twitch too? Yeah, we're on Kick, Twitch, and YouTube. Trying to see if we can get a push here up to the 780s. That's what I'm holding for. Hopefully we don't get any wild swings to the downside. That would be very unfortunate if we did. We need some STC polo shirts. That would be cool. Maybe one day if we go to an event. Mental state is a big one to journal. Man, this has been quite a holding pattern here for the NQ due to Nvidia. We've invalidated that 1 minute twice already here. This little pink line here was where this power short would have been invalidated. We invalidated here and we're invalidating it again. And especially because we hit a power long above it, I think it's pretty much invalidated. We really do need to secure this though as support. Stonewall at 720, I'm long, but damn. Yeah, I know. 720 has been like a it's been like a brick wall. Yeah, more push-ups, let's do it. Nothing going on right now, so we need to hit our second set. Oh, we're getting a pump. Sorry, guys. Quick bathroom break. Went to get some water, too. And we're getting a continuation here to the upside. Okay. Hope so. I'm long, bud. Kurt Nicholas, I'm long. Looking forward to the gym sessions when Ramadan ends. That's cool, Khan. I'd be looking forward to leaving leaving Dubai more than the gym, but I'm sure you miss the gym. $750 could be the next hiccup, next roadblock here if we break 720. Or maybe that 765 level, like you guys were saying. 10B's long, Nvidia stream starts. It started or starts? Okay, Con, good. Good to hear, man. It hasn't started yet. Has it? Oh yeah, it's starting. Yeah, it could.
And here is where it all begins.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Welcome to the stage, Nvidia founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
Huang! This is the little Chinese guy that we always talk about. It's him. That's why he's not here today. He's on stage.
GTC!
I thought I was going to say STC.
I just want to remind you, this is a tech conference. All these people lining up so early in the morning, all of you in here, it's great to see you. GTC. GTC, we're going to talk about technology. We're going to talk about platforms. NVIDIA has 3 platforms. You think that we mostly talk about one of them. It's related to CUDA-X. Our systems is another platform. And now we have a new platform called AI Factories. We're going to talk about all of them. And most importantly, we're going to talk about ecosystems. But before I start, let me thank our pre-game show hosts. I thought they did a great job. Sarah Go of Conviction. Alfred Lim, Sequoia Capital, NVIDIA's first venture capitalist. Gavin Baker, NVIDIA's first major institutional investor. These 3 people are deep in technology, deep in what's going on, and of course, they have just a really broad reach of technology ecosystem. And then of course, all of the VIPs that I hand-selected to join us today, all-star team. I want to thank all of you for that. I also want to thank all the companies that are here. NVIDIA, as you know, is a platform company. We have technology, we have our platforms, we have rich ecosystem. And today, there are probably 100% of the $100 trillion of industry here. 450 companies sponsored this event. I want to thank you. 1,000 technical sessions, 2,000 speakers.
Nice, took him out.
This conference is going to cover every single
Called
layer
ice on him.
of the 5-layer cake of artificial intelligence. From land, power, and shell, the infrastructure, to chips, to the platforms, the models, And of course, the most important and ultimately what's going to get this industry taken off is all of the applications. But it all began here. This is the 20th anniversary of CUDA. We've been working on CUDA for 20 years. For 20 years, we've been dedicated to this architecture, this revolutionary invention, SIMT, single instruction, multi-threaded, writing scalar code could spawn off into multi-threaded application, much, much easier to program than SIMD. We recently added tiles so that we could help people program tensor cores and the structures of mathematics that are so foundational to artificial intelligence today. Thousands of tools and compilers and frameworks and libraries in open source. There's a couple of 100,000 public projects. CUDA literally is integrated into every single ecosystem. This chart basically describes 100% of NVIDIA's strategies. You've been watching me talk about this slide from the very beginning. And ultimately, the single hardest thing to achieve is the thing on the bottom, the installed base. It has taken us 20 years to now have built up hundreds of millions of GPUs and computing systems around the world that run CUDA. We are in every cloud. We're in every computer company. We serve just about every single industry. The installed base of CUDA is the reason why the flywheel is accelerating. The installed base is what attracts developers, who then creates new algorithms that achieves a breakthrough. For example, deep learning. There are so many others. Those breakthroughs leads to entirely new markets, which builds new ecosystems around them with other companies that join, which creates a larger installed base. This flywheel is now accelerating. The number of downloads of NVIDIA libraries is incredibly accelerating. It's at a very large scale and growing faster than ever. This flywheel is what makes this computing platform able to sustain so much applications, so many new breakthroughs, but most importantly, it also enables these infrastructures to have extraordinarily useful life. And the reason for that is very obvious. There's so many applications that you can run on NVIDIA CUDA. We support every single phase of the AI lifecycle. We address every single data processing platform. We accelerate scientific principled solvers of all different kinds. And so the application reach is so great that once you install NVIDIA GPUs, the useful life
yeah, maybe we get push-ups going again in a little bit.
It is also one of the reasons
if we can't make it past 720 by 2:30, we'll hit another set of push-ups.
The pricing of Ampere in the cloud is going up. And so all of that is made possible fundamentally because the install base is high, the flywheel is high, the developer reach is great. And when all of that happens, and we continuously update our software, the computing cost declines. The combination of accelerated computing speeding up applications tremendously. Meanwhile, as we continue to nurture and continue to update software over its life, not only do you get the first time pop, you get the continuous cost reduction of accelerated computing over time. And we're willing to nurture, willing to support every single one of these GPUs in the world because they're all architecturally compatible. We're willing to do so because the install base is so large, if we release a new optimization, it benefits millions. This applies to everybody in the world. This combination of dynamics is what makes the NVIDIA architecture expand its reach, accelerating its growth, at the same time driving down computing cost, which ultimately
Come on, baby. Push it.
encourages new growth. So CUDA is at the center of it. But our journey to CUDA actually started 25 years ago. GeForce I know how many of you grew up with GeForce. GeForce is NVIDIA's greatest marketing campaign. We attract future customers starting long before you could afford to pay for it yourself. Your parents paid. Your parents paid. Your parents paid for you to be NVIDIA customers. And every single year, they paid up year after year after year until someday you became an amazing computer scientist and became a proper customer, a proper developer. But this is the house that GeForce made. 25 years ago, we started our journey, which led to CUDA. 25 years ago, we invented the programmable shader, a perfectly unobvious invention to make an accelerator programmable, the world's first programmable accelerator, the pixel shader. 25 years ago, that led us to explore further and further. 20 years later, 5 years later, the invention of CUDA. One of the biggest investments that we made, and we couldn't afford it at the time, and it consumed the vast majority of our company's profits, was to take CUDA on the backs of GeForce to every single computer. We dedicated ourselves to create this platform because we felt so strongly about its potential. But ultimately, the company's dedication to it, despite the hardships in the beginning, believing in every single day, for 13 generations or 20 years, we now have CUDA installed everywhere. The pixel shader led to, of course, the revolution of GeForce. And then 10 years ago, we introduced, about 10 years ago, what is it, 8 years ago? We introduced RTX, a complete redesign of our architecture for the modern era of computer graphics. GeForce brought CUDA to the world. GeForce, therefore, enabled Alex Kruszewski and Ilya Sutskever and Jeff Hinton, Andrew Ng, and so many others to discover that the GPU could be their friend in accelerating deep learning. It started the big bang of AI. 10 years ago, we decided that we would fuse programmable shading and introduce two new ideas: ray tracing, hardware ray tracing, which is incredibly hard to do, and a new idea at the time. Imagine, about 10 years ago, we thought that AI would revolutionize computer graphics. Just as GeForce brought AI to the world, AI is now going to go back and revolutionize how computer graphics is done all together. Well, today I'm going to show you something of the future. This is our next generation of graphics technology. We call it neural rendering, the fusion of 3D graphics and artificial intelligence. This is DLSS 5. Take a look at it.
Wow, that's pretty sick. Yeah, that's a big difference. That's crazy. That looks so real. Yeah, that's pretty insane. Wow, that Halo game's gonna be sick. Or Starfield? FIFA? Whoa. That's cool. I'm in. Put me in, coach.
Incredible.
Yeah, that's pretty dope.
Computer graphics comes to life. Now, what did we do? We fused control
Sometime
of
this
3D
week,
graphics,
Watermelon.
the ground truth of virtual worlds, the structured data. Remember this word, the structured data of virtual worlds, of generated worlds. We combine 3D graphics, structured data, with generative AI, probabilistic computing. One of them is completely predictive. The other one,
Yeah, of course, Con.
probabilistic, yet
I want to watch that with my dad.
We combine
Push-up
these
time?
two ideas.
Yeah, it is push-up time. Thanks for
Combine
keeping
these
us
two
accountable
ideas.
here.
Control through
All right,
structured
let's
data.
get another 50
control
going here.
perfectly, and yet
She's
generating
holding
at
this
the
line.
same time. And as a result, the content is beautiful, amazing, as well as controllable. This concept of fusing structured information and generative AI will repeat itself in one industry after another industry after another industry. Structured data is the foundation of trustworthy AI. Well, this is going to scare you a little bit. I'm going to flip the slide, and don't gasp. So we're going to go through this schematic for the rest of the time. This is my best slide. Every time I ask the team, what's my best slide? Repeatedly, this was it. They
We
said,
got another
don't do
50
it,
in.
Jensen. Don't do it. I said, no. These seats are free for some of you. So this is your price of admission. So this is structured data. You've heard of it. SQL, Spark, Pandas, Velox, some of these really, really important, very large platforms.
Panda.
Snowflake, Databricks, EMR, Amazon EMR, Azure, Fabric.
New VIX contract
Google
on Wednesday.
Cloud, BigQuery. All of these platforms are processing
Bitcoin
data
looks like it's
frames.
about to rip.
These data frames are giant spreadsheets.
Rip past 74.
And they hold all of life's information. This is the structured data, the ground truth of business. This is the ground truth of enterprise computing. Well, now we're going to have AI use structured data, and we better accelerate the living daylights out of it. It used to be okay, and we would, of course, we would accelerate structured data so that we could do more, we could do it more cheaply, we could do it more frequently per day, and keep the company running at a much more synchronized way. However, in the future, what's going to happen is these data structures are going to be used by AI, and AI is going to be much, much faster than us. Future agents are going to use structured
Ethereum?
databases as well. And then, of course, the unstructured database.
No, Siri, not you.
The generative database. This database represents the vast majority of the world. Vector databases, unstructured data, PDFs, videos,
Damn.
speeches.
Ethereum took
all of
off.
the world's information, about 90% of what's generated every single year.
It's looking pretty
is
sustainable. It looks
unstructured
like
data.
it's
Until now,
it's going to continue
this
going.
data has been completely useless to the world. We read it, we put
Bitcoin
it
looks
into
good
our
too.
file system, and that's it. Unfortunately, we can't query it. We
Yeah,
can't
Con.
search
Looks
for
like
it.
we
It's
might be
hard to
back
do
on
that.
the crypto
And the
world.
reason for that is because there's no easy indexing of unstructured data. You have to understand
What's up, Mike Riddell?
its purpose.
Just
And
got
so
off a
now we have AI
10-hour
do that.
mono blocking
Just
shift.
as AI was able
Welcome
to solve
back.
multi-modality perception, and understanding, you can use that same technology, multi-modality perception and understanding, to go read a PDF, to understand its meaning. And from that meaning, embed it into a larger structure that we can search into, we can query into. Nvidia created 2 foundational libraries, just like we created RTX for 3D graphics. We created cuDF for data frames, structured data. We created cuVS for vector stores, semantic data, unstructured data, AI data. These 2 platforms are going to be 2 of the most important platforms in the future. Super excited to see its adoption throughout the network, this complicated network of the world's data processing systems. And the reason for that is because data processing has been around a long time. And therefore, so many different companies and platforms and services, it has taken us a long time to integrate deeply into this ecosystem. I'm super proud of the work that we're doing here. And then today, we're announcing several of them. IBM, the inventor of SQL, one of the most important domain-specific languages of all time, is accelerating Watson X data with cuDF. Let's take a look at it.
60 years ago, IBM introduced the System 360, the first modern platform for general-purpose computing, launching the computing era. Then SQL, a declarative language to query data without requiring the computer to be instructed step by step. And the data warehouse, each the foundations of modern enterprise computing. Today, IBM and Nvidia are reinventing data processing, for the era of AI by accelerating IBM Watson X.Data SQL engines with NVIDIA GPU computing libraries. Data is the ground truth that gives AI context and meaning. AI needs rapid access to massive datasets. Today's CPU data processing systems can't keep up. Nestle makes thousands of supply chain decisions every day. Their order-to-cash data mart aggregates every supply, order, and delivery event across global operations in 185 countries. On CPUs, Nestle refreshed the data mart a few times a day. With accelerated Watson X.Data running on NVIDIA GPUs, Nestle can run the same workload 5 times faster at 83% lower cost. The next computing platform has arrived, accelerated computing for the era of AI.
NVIDIA accelerates data processing in the cloud. We also accelerate data processing on-prem. As you know, Dell is the world-leading computer systems maker, and they also are one of the world's leading storage providers. And they worked with us to create the Dell AI data platform that integrates cuDF and cuVS to create an accelerated data platform, well, for the era of AI. And this is an example of what they did with NTT Data, huge speed up. This is cloud, Google Cloud, and Google Cloud, as you know, we've been working with Google Cloud for a very long time. We accelerate Google's Vertex AI. We now accelerate BigQuery, really important framework and really important platform. And this is an example of our work together with Snapchat, where we reduced their cost of computing by nearly 80%. When you accelerate data processing, when you accelerate computing, you get the benefit of speed, you get the benefit of scale, but most importantly, you also get the benefit of cost. And so all of those come together as one. It was originally called Moore's Law. Moore's Law was about getting performance doubling every couple of years. It's another way of saying, so long as the price remains about the same, and most computers remained about the same, you're also getting twice the performance every year, or you're reducing the cost of computing every single year. Well, Moore's Law has run out of steam. We need a new approach. Accelerated computing allows us to take these giant leaps forward. And as you will see later, because we continue to optimize the algorithms, and NVIDIA is an algorithm company, as we continue to optimize the algorithms, and because our reach is so large and our install base is so large, we can reduce the computing cost, increasing the scale, increasing the speed for everybody continuously. This is Google Cloud. You could see this pattern I just mentioned. I just wanted to show you 3 versions of it. NVIDIA built the accelerated computing platform. Has a bunch of libraries on top. I gave you 3 examples. RTX is one of them, cuDF is another, cuVS, and we'll show you a few more. These libraries sit on top of our platform. But ultimately, we integrate into the world's cloud services, into the world's OEMs, and together, and other platforms that I'll show you, together, we're able to reach the world. This pattern, NVIDIA,
what's up, Z-Shaw? I'm doing pretty good.
Snapchat,
how about yourself?
Will repeat over and over again, and it kind of looks like this. And so this is one example, NVIDIA with Google Cloud. We accelerate Vertex AI. We accelerate BigQuery. We accelerate, I'm super proud of the work that we've done with JAX and XLA. We are incredible on PyTorch. We're the only accelerator in the world that's incredible on PyTorch and incredible on JAX and XLA. And the customers that we support, the Base 10s, the CrowdStrikes, Puma, Salesforce.
The link of day trade?
They're not our customers.
What is the link of day trade by compilations?
Developers of ours that we've integrated the NVIDIA technologies into, that we can then
the website of day
land
trade?
On the clouds. Our relationship with cloud service providers are essentially us bringing customers to them. We integrate our libraries, we accelerate workloads, and we land those customers in the clouds. And so, as you could see, most of our cloud service providers love working with us, and they're always asking us to land the next customer on their cloud. And I just want to let you know, There are a lot of customers.
I had to take a little break from trading, but slowly getting back in. All right,
everybody.
Zishan, good to have you here again, brother.
And so there'll be lots and lots of customers.
Let us know if you need any help. I know training's not easy.
And so this is Google Cloud. This is AWS. We've been working with AWS a long time. And one of the areas, one of the things I'm super excited about this year is we're going to bring OpenAI to AWS. And so it's going to drive enormous consumption of cloud computing at AWS. It's going to expand the reach, expand the compute of OpenAI. And as you know, they are completely compute constrained. And so AWS, we accelerate EMR, we accelerate SageMaker, we accelerate Bedrock. NVIDIA's integrated really deeply into AWS. They were our first cloud partner. Microsoft Azure. NVIDIA's A100 supercomputer was the first one we built was for NVIDIA. The first one we installed was at Azure. And that led to the big successful partnership with OpenAI. But we've been working with Azure for quite a long time. We accelerate Azure Cloud. Now it's their AI Foundry we partner deeply with. We accelerate Bing Search. We work with them on Azure regions. This is one of the areas that is incredibly important as we continue to expand AI throughout the world. One of the capabilities that we offer is confidential computing. That in confidential computing, you want to make sure that even the operator cannot see your data. Even the operator cannot touch or see your models. Confidential computing, NVIDIA's GPUs is the first ones in the world to do that. It's now able to support confidential computing and protected deployment of these very valuable OpenAI models and Anthropic models throughout clouds and different regions, and all because of our confidential computing. Confidential computing is super important. And here's an example where we have different customers that we work with. Synopsys, a great partner of ours, we're accelerating all of their EDA and CAE workflows. And then we landed at Microsoft Azure. We were Oracle's first AI customer. Most people would have thought we were their first supplier. We were their first supplier also, but we were their first AI customer. I'm quite proud of the fact that I explained AI clouds to Oracle for the first time, and we were their first customer. Since then, they've really taken off. We've landed a whole bunch of our partners there, Cohere and Fireworks, and of course, very famously, OpenAI. A great partnership with CoreWeave. They're the world's first AI native cloud, a company that was built with only one singular purpose: to provision, to host GPUs as the era of accelerated computing showed up, and to host for AI clouds. They've got some fantastic customers, and they're growing incredibly. One of the platforms that I'm quite excited about is Palantir and Dell. The three of our companies have made it possible to stand up a brand new type of AI platform, the Palantir Ontology platform, an AI platform, and we could stand up these platforms in any country, in any air-gapped region, completely on-prem, completely on-site, completely in the field. AI could be deployed literally everywhere. Without our confidential computing capability, without our ability to build the end-to-end system, as well as offer the entire accelerated computing and AI stack, from data processing, whether it's vectors or structures, all the way to AI, it wouldn't have been possible. I wanted to show you these examples. This is our special working relationship with the world's cloud service providers. And all of them are here. And I get the benefit of seeing them during booth tour, and it's just so incredibly exciting. I just want to thank all of you for the hard work. What NVIDIA has done is this, and you're going to see this theme over and over again. NVIDIA is vertically integrated, the world's first vertically integrated but horizontally open company. And the reason that's necessary is very simple. Accelerated computing is not a chip problem. Accelerated computing is not a systems problem. Accelerated computing has a missing word. We just never say it anymore. Application acceleration. If I could make a computer run everything faster, that's called a CPU. but that's run out of steam. The only way for us to accelerate applications going forward and continue to bring tremendous speed up, tremendous cost reduction, is through application or domain-specific acceleration. I dropped that phrase in the front, and therefore it just became accelerated computing. And that is the reason why NVIDIA has to be library after library, domain after domain, vertical after vertical. We are a vertically integrated computing company. There is no other way. We have to understand the applications, we have to understand the domain, we have to understand fundamentally the algorithms, and we have to figure out how to deploy the algorithm in whatever scenario it wants to be deployed, whether it's a data center, cloud, on-prem, at the edge, or in a robotic system. All of those computing systems are different. And finally, the systems and chips. We are vertically integrated. What makes it incredibly powerful, and the reason why you saw all the slides, is because NVIDIA is horizontally open. We'll work and integrate NVIDIA's technology into whatever platform you would like us to integrate into. We offer you the software, we offer you libraries, we integrate with your technology so that we can bring accelerated computing to everybody in the world. Well, this GTC is really a great demonstration of that. You know, most of the time you'll see me talk about these verticals, and I'll use some examples. But in every single case, whether it's automotive, by the way, financial services, the largest percentage of attendees at this GTC is from the financial services industry. I know. I'm hoping it's developers, not traders. Guys, here's one thing I wanted to say. And so, in the audience represents NVIDIA's ecosystem upstream of our supply chain and downstream of our supply chain. And we think about our supply chain upstream and downstream. And it's just so exciting that our entire upstream supply chain this last year, irrespective of whether you're a 50-year-old company, we have 70-year-old companies, we have a 150-year-old company who are now part of NVIDIA's supply chain and partnering with us either upstream or downstream. And last year, you had your record year. Did you not? Congratulations. We're on to something here. This is the beginning of something very, very big. And so, if you look at accelerated computing, we've now set the computing platform, but in order for us to activate those computing platforms, we need to have domain-specific libraries that solve very important problems in each one of the verticals that we address. You see us addressing every single one of this. Autonomous vehicles, our reach, our breadth, our impact, incredible. We have a track on that. Financial services, I just mentioned. Algorithmic trading is going from classical machine learning with human feature engineering called the quants did that, to now supercomputers studying massive amounts of data, discovering insight and discovering patterns by itself. And so this is going through its deep learning and its transformer moment. Healthcare is going through their ChatGPT moment. Some really exciting work that we're there. We have a great keynote track here. We have a great keynote track. Kimberly Powell's doing a great keynote track for healthcare. We're talking about AI physics or AI biology for drug discovery, AI agents for customer service and support of diagnosis, and of course, physical AI, robotic systems. All these different vectors of AI have different platforms that NVIDIA provides. Industrial, we are completely resetting and starting the largest build-out of human history. And most of the world's industries, building AI factories, building chip plants, building computer plants, are represented here today. Media and entertainment, gaming, of course, real-time AI platform so that we could translation and broadcast support and live games and live video. Enormous amount of it will be augmented with AI. We have a platform called Holoscan. Quantum, there are 35 different companies here building with us the next generation of quantum GPU hybrid systems, retail and CPG, using Nvidia for supply chain, creating agentic shopping systems, AI agents for customer support. A lot of work being done here. $35 trillion industry. Robotics, $50 trillion industry in manufacturing. NVIDIA's been working in this area for a decade now, building 3 computers, the fundamental computers necessary to build robotic systems. We are integrated with, working with literally every single company that we know of building robots. We have 110 robots here at the show. And then telecommunications. About as large as the world's IT industry, about $2 trillion. We see, of course, base stations everywhere. It's one of the world's infrastructures. It was the infrastructure of the last generation of computing. That infrastructure is going to get completely reinvented. And the reason for that is very simple. That base station, which is, it does one thing, which is base station, is going to be an AI infrastructure platform in the future. AI will run at the edge. And so lots of great discussion there. And our platform there is called Ariel, our AI RAN. Big partnership with Nokia, big partnership with T-Mobile, and many others. At the core of our business, everything that I just mentioned, computing platforms, but very importantly, our CUDA-X libraries. Our CUDA-X libraries is the algorithms that NVIDIA invents. We are an algorithm company. That's what makes us special. That's what makes it possible for me to be able to go into every single one of these industries, imagine the future, and have the world's best computer scientists describe and solve problems, refactor it, re-express it, and turn it into a library. We have so many. I think we have, at this show, we're announcing 100 libraries, 70 libraries, maybe 40 models. And that's just at the show. We're updating these all the time. We're updating them all the time. The libraries is the crown jewels of our company. It is what makes it possible for that platform, the computing platform, to be activated in service of solving a problem, making impact. One of the most important libraries that we ever created, cuDNN, CUDA Deep Neural Networks. It completely revolutionized artificial intelligence, caused the big bang of modern AI. Let me show you a short video about CUDA-X.
20 years ago, we built CUDA, a single architecture for accelerated computing. Today, we've reinvented computing. 1,000 CUDA-X libraries help developers make breakthroughs in every field of science and engineering. cuOpt for decision optimization. cuLitho for computational lithography. cuDSS for direct sparse solvers. cuEquivariance for geometry-aware neural networks. Ariel for AI RAN. Warp for differentiable physics. Parabricks for genomics. At their foundation are algorithms, and they are beautiful.
Everything you saw was a simulation. Some of it was principle solvers, fundamental physics solvers. Some of it was AI surrogates, AI physical models. And some of it was physical AI robotics models. Everything was simulated. Nothing was animated. Nothing was articulated. Everything was completely simulated. That is what fundamentally NVIDIA does. It is through the connection of understanding of the algorithms with our computing platforms that we're able to open up to unlock these opportunities. NVIDIA is a vertically integrated computing company with open horizontal integration with the world. So that's CUDA X. Well,
my fault.
Just now you saw a whole bunch of companies. You saw Walmart and there's L'Oreal and incredible companies, established companies, JP Morgan and Roche, and these are companies that define society to today. Toyota is here. These are some of the largest companies in the world. It is also true that there's a whole bunch of companies you've never heard of. These are companies, we call them AI natives.
My fault, guys.
A whole bunch of small companies. The list is gigantic. I couldn't, this is just a little tiny bit of it.
Yeah,
and,
it's 3 o'clock. I think I'm just going to end up closing this trade.
And so I made it so that you couldn't see any.
It's a power hour.
And nobody's feelings are hurt. However, inside this list are a bunch of brand new companies. There are companies like, for example,
leave it alone.
You might have heard a couple of them, OpenAI, Anthropic, but there's a whole bunch of others. There's a whole bunch of others, and they serve different verticals. Something happened in the last 2 years, particularly this last year. We've been working with the AI natives for a long time, and this last year, it just skyrocketed. I'll explain to you why it happened. This industry has skyrocketed. $150 billion of investment into venture investment, into startups, the largest in human history. This is also the first time that the scale of the investments went from millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars, to hundreds of millions of dollars and billions of dollars. And the reason for that is this is the first time in history that every single one of these companies needs compute, and lots of it. They need tokens, lots and lots of it. They're either going to create and build and create tokens and generate tokens, or they're going to integrate, add value to tokens that are available, created by Anthropic and OpenAI and others. And so this industry is different in so many different ways, but the one thing that is very clear, the impact that they're making, the incredible value that they're delivering already is quite tangible. AI natives, all because we reinvented computing. Just like during the PC revolution, a whole bunch of new companies were created. Just as during the internet revolution, a whole bunch of companies were created. In the mobile cloud, a whole bunch of companies were created. Each one of them had their own standards, and we're talking about one of the major standards that just happened, incredibly important. And this generation, we also have our own large number of very, very special companies. We reinvented computing. It stands to reason there's going to be a whole new crop of really important companies, consequential companies for the future of the world. The Googles, the Amazons, the Metas, consequential companies that have come as a result of the last computing platform shift. We are now at the beginning of a new platform shift. But what happened in the last couple of years? Well, we've been watching, as you know, we've been working on deep learning and working on AI. The big bang of modern AI, we were right there at the spot, and we've been advancing this field for quite some time. But why the last 2 years? What happened in the last 2 years? Well, 3 things. ChatGPT, of course, started the generative AI era. It's able to not just understand, perceive and understand, it's able to also translate and generate, generation of unique content. I showed you the fusion of generative AI with computer graphics, and it brought computer graphics to life. You guys, just everybody in the world should be using ChatGPT. I know I use it every single morning, used it plenty this morning. And so ChatGPT was the generative AI era. The second, by the way, generative computing, versus the way we used to do computing. It's generative AI is a capability of software, but it has profoundly changed how computing is done. Computing used to be retrieval-based, now it's generative. Keep that thought in mind when I talk about certain things, and you'll realize why it is that everything that we do is going to change how computers are architected, how computers are provided, how computers are going to be built out, and what is the meaning of computing altogether. Generative AI, 2023, end of 22, 2023. The next, reasoning AI, 01, and then took off with 03. Reasoning allowed it to reflect, allows it to think to itself, allowed it to plan, break down problems, and decompose a problem it couldn't understand into steps or parts that it could understand. It could ground itself on research. 01 made generative AI trustworthy and grounded on truth. That caused ChatGPT to simply took off. And that was a very, very big moment. The amount of input tokens that was necessary in order to produce and the amount of output tokens it generated in order to reason. The model was a little bit larger. Of course, you could have much larger models. The model 01 was a little bit larger, not much larger, but its input token usage for context and its output token for thinking increased the amount of computation tremendously. Then came Claude Code, the first agentic model. It was able to read files, code, compile it, test it, evaluate it, go back and iterate on it. Claude Code has revolutionized software engineering, as all of you know. 100% of Nvidia is using a combination of, or oftentimes all three of them, Claude Code, Codex, and Cursor, all over Nvidia. There's not one software engineer today who is not assisted by one or many AI agents helping them code. Claude Code completely revolutionized. It's the new inflection. And for the first time, you don't ask an AI what, where, when, how. You ask it create, do, build. You ask it to use tools, take your context, read files. It's able to agentically break down a problem, reason about it, reflect on it. It's able to solve problems and actually perform tasks. An AI that was able to perceive became an AI that could generate. An AI that could generate became an AI that could reason. An AI that could reason now became an AI that can actually do work. Very productive work. The amount of computation in the last 2 years, we know that everybody in this room knows the computing demand for NVIDIA GPU is off the charts. Spot pricing is skyrocketing. You couldn't find a GPU if you tried, and yet, in the meantime, we're shipping GPUs out. Incredible amounts of it, and demand just keeps on going up. There's a reason for that. This fundamental inflection. Finally, AI is able to do productive work, and therefore, the inflection point of inference has arrived. AI now has to think. In order to think, it has to inference. AI now has to do. In order to do, it has to inference. AI has to read. In order to do so, it has to inference. It has to reason. It has to inference. Every part of AI, every time it has to think, it has to reason, it has to do, it has to generate tokens, it has to inference. It's way past training now. It's in the field of inference. So the inference inflection has arrived. At the time when the amount of tokens, the amount of compute necessary increased by roughly 10,000 times. Now, when I combine these two, the fact that since in the last 2 years, the computing demand of the work has gone up by 10,000 times, and the amount of usage has probably gone up by 100 times. People have heard me say, I believe that computing demand has increased by 1 million times in the last 2 years. It is the feeling that we all have. It is the feeling every startup has. It's the feeling that OpenAI has. It's the feeling that Anthropic has. If they could just get more capacity, they could generate more tokens. Their revenues would go up. More people could use it. The more advanced, the smarter the AI could become. We are now at that positive flywheel system. We have reached that moment. The inflection, the inference inflection has arrived. Last year, at this time, I said that where I stood at that moment in time, we saw about $500 billion. We saw $500 billion of very high confidence demand and purchase orders for Blackwell and Rubin through 2026. I said that last year. Now,
Nvidia's
I don't know
event.
if you guys feel the same way, but $500 billion is an enormous amount of revenue. Not one impressed. I know why you're not impressed, because all of you had record years.
Hilarious.
Well, I'm here to tell you that right now where I stand,
My TP's at 780s. Let's see if we can get there.
1 year after last
Almost there.
GTC, right here where I stand,
Keep pushing, baby. Let's go.
I
I've been waiting
see
for you all day.
through 2027.
Come to Papa. All right, got it. Oh, man, what a beast that
least
was. What a
$1
pop, guys.
trillion.
We waited all day, but we sure did get it, didn't we? Yeah. Congrats anyone who was holding that trade with me all
Now,
day.
does
and
it make any sense?
hit all our levels that we were waiting on.
That's
Congrats,
what I'm gonna
congrats,
spend the
congrats,
rest of
congrats,
time
congrats,
talking about.
everyone.
In fact,
Levolution, sorry
we're
about
gonna
your
be
short,
short.
brother.
I am certain
But we are out of here.
computing demand will be much higher.
And I'm
than
done
that.
for the day.
And there's a reason for that.
That was
So
a
the first
200
thing
point
is,
move, by the way, guys. That trade I just
we
took
did a
was
lot of
200
work in the last
points.
year. Of course,
That
as
was
you
a
know,
what
2025
that's
was
what
Nvidia's year of
Khan
inference.
would call
We wanted to
monster.
make sure that not only were we good at
We got
trading
into
and
that trade
post-training, that we were
way
incredibly good at
down
every
here
single phase of
when
AI,
everybody wanted to go
so that
short.
the
I think it was
investments that
down
were
here.
made,
Down here.
investments made in our
We
infrastructure
got in around at
could
640
scale out
range,
for as
and we
long
took
as
it
they
at
would like to use it.
we took it at
And the useful
780. So I was like
life of NVIDIA's
240
infrastructure
points.
would be long, and therefore the cost would
640.
be incredibly low. The
Yeah,
longer
it was
you can use it, the
240
lower the
points,
cost.
guys.
There's
Whoever
no
held
question in
that,
my mind.
congratulations.
NVIDIA systems
Congratulations.
are the lowest cost infrastructure you could get for AI infrastructure.
Yeah,
in
I was
the world.
I was talking about
So the
closing, and I
first
was like,
part,
nah, it's because it was 3
last
o'clock.
year
I'm like,
was
I
all
don't want to be
about
holding a
AI
trade
for
at 3
inference,
o'clock.
And it drove this
Yeah.
inflection point. Simultaneously,
God's always
we
with
were
me,
very
man.
pleased
Yeah,
last
we
year
made
that Anthropic has come
17%,
to NVIDIA,
18%
that
on our
MSL, Meta SL
on
has
our
chosen NVIDIA.
brokerage
And
account.
meanwhile-
Amen. God bless.
Meanwhile, and
That's
as a
beautiful.
collection, as a group,
If you guys
this
haven't
represents
really looked at
of
the Smooth Trader
world's
concepts, guys, I mean,
AI
look, I'm
compute.
telling you, can't tell you,
Open source
you know,
models.
more than I've already
Open
told you.
source models have reached near the frontier, and it is literally everywhere. And NVIDIA,
There it
as you
is.
know, today,
Our
we're the
5
only
minute,
platform in the world today
our
that
5
runs
minute
every
was
single domain
in
of
validation
AI
zone was here. It tried it
across
once,
every single one
couldn't
of
break
these
below
AI
it.
models.
Then we got a power long MOAS
In
5 minute
language and
that told me
biology,
now they definitely want to come and
graphics,
take out
computer vision,
780.
in
Not,
speech,
I definitely think they want to go take it out because they
proteins and
couldn't break on
chemicals,
below this. They
robotics
tried
and
it again,
otherwise,
couldn't
edge
break
or
it.
cloud,
Got another MOAS power
any
long here.
language.
So I said 780 is in the bag
architecture
because when this
is
holds that
fungible
support,
for all of that
they're
and
going to the
incredible for
opposite
all
end
that.
of it.
That
Which
allows
is
us
actually
to
the
be
opposite end of
lowest
it was
cost,
here. My
the
fault.
highest
Opposite end of it
confidence
was here.
platform.
This target
Because
was
when
from
you're
this
building
morning
these
from
systems,
here.
As I mentioned, $1 trillion
So we got
is
this
an
target
enormous
hit,
amount of infrastructure.
and
You
this
have to have
opposite end
complete
was
confidence that the $1 trillion
sustained,
you're putting down
and then we saw a power long
will be
after that. We saw the 1 minute,
utilized,
15 second,
would be
5 minute,
performant,
all
would be
power longs
incredibly
MOAS.
cost-effective,
All of them
and have
hit.
useful
Now we
life
dump.
for as long as
Now
you can
we're gonna
see.
dump. So
That
all that taken, this
infrastructure
taken.
investment you can
Now
make
she's
on
at a
NVIDIA,
free
you
fall.
can make with
She could dump
complete
now.
confidence.
No worries.
We have now proven
She
that.
could dump all she wants now.
It is the only
Great job,
infrastructure
guys.
in the
We
world
did
that you can
really
go
well today.
anywhere in the world and
If you guys want to check out the
build with
indicator so you
complete
could trade
confidence. You wanna
like
put
this
it
and
in
hold it
any of the
for
clouds.
5
Don't
hours like we
deny
did.
that. You wanna
There's a
put
link for it
on-prem.
in the
Just
chat.
happy about that.
$7
You
for
wanna
7
put it in
days.
any country
Really helped me
anywhere,
out in
we're
my trading.
delighted
I'm
to
sure it'll
support
help you guys out too.
We are now a computing platform that runs all of AI. Now, our business already starting to show that. 60% of our business is hyperscalers, the top 5 hyperscalers. However, even within that top 5 hyperscalers,
I just made 1K on $5 short, on $5 short attempts on that move. What does that mean, Vortex? The other large up volume bar when POTUS was talking, I called that. Good job, GC Green. Close that early on that long? Yeah. Great trade. Entire trade 15 seconds. Damn, Vortex. Gave it all back, says Raphael. Same thing as scalps. I was trying. If you guys didn't have a green day today, if this caused you some pain, make sure next time to look at the overall market. Look at the overall direction of what's going on. You know, we're pretty much looking for higher prices all morning. Shorting into a green wave is not always the best idea. I've always fought that as well, so don't feel bad if you fought it. I used to fight it all the time too. Even a 15-second hit to the T. Damn, everything hit perfectly. Almost 3K for the day, Vortex. Nice, man. Nice shot. You okay, Levolution? Hopefully you're all right, brother. I don't know if you're still here. Oil looks like it's moving back up. Yeah, I'm done trading too. We held that for a very long time. How long did we hold that for? Been holding that since 12:30? Yeah, we've been holding that 12 since 12:30. 3 hours? Almost 3 hours? 1 trillion revenue for 2027? Yeah. Markets like that. All right.
the way it's manufactured, the way it's programmed, completely changed. Grace Blackwell NVLink 72 was a giant bet, and it wasn't easy for anybody. And many of my partners here in the room, I want to thank all of you for the hard work that you guys did. Thank you.
He's done? No, he's not done yet.
NVLink 72, NVFP4, not just FP4 precision. FP4 is a whole different type of tensor core and computational unit. We've demonstrated now that we can inference NVFP4 without loss of precision, but gigantic boost in performance and energy efficiency. We've also been able to use NVFP4 for training. So NVLink 72, NVFP4, the invention of Dynamo, TensorRT LLM, a whole bunch of new algorithms. We even built a supercomputer to help us optimize kernels and help us optimize our complete stack. We call it DGX Cloud. We invested billions of dollars of supercomputing capability to help us create the kernels, the software that made inference possible. Well,
those who are long after the breakout got trapped. Yeah, good thing. Hopefully you guys took your profits on that.
and people used to tell me, but Jensen, inference is so easy. Inference is the ultimate.
Just blew my account on that pump, and now I'm slapping myself. That was so dumb. Was chasing it when only $300 away from funding. Damn, Nostalgia Cinema. What made you want to go short, man? Sorry to hear that. You're only $300 away from funding. Damn, man.
What you see here on the left, on this side,
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, man.
tokens per watt. Tokens per watt is important because every data center, every single factory, by definition, is power constrained. A 1 gigawatt factory will never become 2. It's physically constrained. The laws of atoms, the laws of physicality. And so that 1 gigawatt of data center, you want to drive the maximum number of tokens, which is the production, the product of that factory. So you want to be on top of that curve as high as you want. The x-axis is the interactivity, the speed of inference. The speed of
Oh, you went long on the pump and then they dropped it on you? Oh man, dude, why didn't you take profits? When you ever see something that parabolic, you gotta take profits.
the faster you can inference, the larger the models, the more context you can process, the more
They discovered a cure for baldness? No, man. If they did, I would have been already out of here, and I'm on my way to the Nvidia store.
the throughput of the AI. This is the smartness.
It was done when I was.
Notice the smarter
Oh,
the
damn,
AI,
Nasaja. Well, you live and you learn, brother. You live and you learn.
makes sense. You're thinking longer.
I reached my DLL on that move
This
and profited in another one
speed, and I'm going to come back
in
to
the
this.
way back down. On the way back down? Okay. Good for you,
But
man.
it's too important. Every CEO in the world
That pump was meant to break through all the short stops to go higher later. That ripper right there was to get all the liquidity that was up at those levels that I've been talking to you guys about all day.
This is your AI factory. This is your revenues. There's no question about that going forward.
Now we've got this level here. If we come back under here, this pink line, and we start closing some power shorts or MOAS power shorts under here, then we're going to circle all the way back down.
On this side is cost. Notice, Nvidia is the highest.
So if we get under here and close some power shorts, MOAS power shorts under here, the target then is going to be these levels down here.
In one generation,
Okay.
whereas Moore's law would have given us, through transistors, 50%, 2 times. Moore's law would probably give us 1.5 times more performance. You would have expected from Hopper H200 1.5 times higher. Nobody would have expected 35 times higher. I said last year at this time that Nvidia's Grace Blackwell NVLink 72 was 35 times perf per watt. Nobody believed me.
All right, this.
And then semi-analysis came out, and Dylan Patel had a quote. He accused me of sandbagging.
Sandbagging? No way.
He accused me of sandbagging. He says, Jensen, sandbag. It's actually 50 times. And he's not wrong. He's not wrong. And so our cost per token.
Such a sandbagger.
Our cost per token is the lowest in the world. You can't beat it.
It's like a broken drum.
I said before, if you have the wrong architecture, even if it's free, it's not cheap enough. And the reason for that is because no matter what happens, you still have to build a gigawatt data center. We still have to build a gigawatt factory. And that gigawatt factory, for 15 years amortized across, that gigawatt factory is about
All right, we're rejecting from here, from this level. That means we're going to come back to this level. We're about to confirm a MOAS power short right now. If we do confirm this MOAS power short after that, then I would say that we're going to head all the way down here today. All the way down to 24,100. Let's see if it confirms. It needs another 4 minutes to confirm. But if it does, oof, that's bad. Now you can start looking for your shorts, guys. Now you can start looking for your shorts if that confirms. And you can start looking for your shorts.
There was a Monkey King, Token King. Well, we take all of our software, as I told you, we vertically integrate, but we horizontally open. We're vertical integration, horizontal open. We integrate all of our software and all of our technology, however we can package it up and integrate.
Daniel, it's not going to do it today, but that's where it's going to want to go. It could happen today. It could happen within the next few days. But that's the target where it'd want to go.
Lynn is here together. They're just growing so incredibly fast. 100 times in the last year. They are token factories. And the effectiveness, the performance, and the token cost production capability for their factories is everything to them. And this is what happened. This is, we updated
Near
the
future,
software,
yes.
Same system. And notice their token speeds, incredible. The difference before Nvidia updated everything and all of our algorithms and software and all the technology that we bring to bear, about 700 tokens per second average went to nearly 5,000, 7 times higher. And So this is the incredible power of extreme co-design. I mentioned earlier the importance of factories. This is the importance of factory. Your data center, it used to be a data center for files. It's now a factory to generate tokens. Your factory is limited no matter what. Everybody is looking for land, power, and shell. Once you build it, you are power limited. Within that power limited infrastructure, you better make for darn sure that your inference, because you know inference is your workload and tokens is your new commodity, that compute is your revenues, that you want to make sure that the architecture is as optimized as you can.
Crude's pumping.
Every single CSP, every single computer company, every single cloud company, every single AI company, every single company period are going to be thinking about their token factory effectiveness. This is your factory in the future. And the reason why I know that is because everybody in this room is powered by intelligence. And in the future, that intelligence will be augmented by tokens. So let me show you how we got here.
On April 6th, 2016, a decade ago, we introduced DGX-1, the world's first computer designed for deep learning. 8 Pascal GPUs connected with the first generation NVLink, 170 teraflops in one computer, the world's first computer designed for AI researchers. With Volta, we introduced NVLink Switch, 16 GPUs connected with full all-to-all bandwidth, operating as one giant GPU. A giant step forward, but model sizes continued to grow. The data center needed to become a single unit of computing, so Mellanox joined Nvidia.
Yep.
In 2020, DGX A100 SuperPod became the first GPU supercomputer combining scale-up and scale-out architecture.
Yep.
NVLink 3 for scale-up, Connect X6, and Quantum InfiniBand for scale-out. Then Hopper, the first GPU with the FP8 transformer engine that launched the generative AI era. NVLink 4, Connect X7, Bluefield 3 DPUs, second generation Quantum InfiniBand. It revolutionized computing. Blackwell redefined AI supercomputing system architecture with NVLink 72. 72 GPUs connected by NVLink Spine. 130 terabytes per
Oil is
second
pumping, guys.
all-to-all bandwidth.
Oil is on the move.
Trays integrate Blackwell GPUs, Grace CPUs, Connect X8, and Bluefield 3. Scale-out runs over Spectrum 4 Ethernet. With 3 scaling laws and full...
Do I share something on Discord? Yeah, we have a beautiful Discord community. There's a link for it in the chat.
Continues to grow exponentially. And now, Vera Rubin. Architected for every phase of agentic AI, advancing every pillar of computing, including CPU, storage, networking, and security. Vera Rubin NVLink 72. 3.6 exaflops of compute, 260 terabytes per second of all-to-all NVLink bandwidth. The engine supercharging the era of agentic AI, the Vera CPU rack. Designed
Yeah, now we're looking for shorts, man. Now we're looking for some shorts.
The STX rack, AI native storage.
When I click, it says you do not have permission. Try from a different device, because that link for Discord works for everybody. I'll give you a personalized link. Let me give you a personalized link.
Token accelerator to the already incredibly fast Vera Rubin. Together, 35 times more throughput per megawatt. The new Vera Rubin platform. 7 chips, 5 rack scale computers, 1 revolutionary AI supercomputer for agentic AI. 40 million times more compute in just 10 years.
I just sent you another link. Try that one. Discord's free for the most part. There's some upgraded channels, but you don't have to join those.
In the good old days, when I would say Hopper, I would hold up a chip.
Yeah, Pecco, it's pretty dumpy. Look at this now, guys. We're getting that MOAS power short after hitting those targets to the upside.
This is Vera Rubin. When we think when we think Vera Rubin, we think the entire system. Vertically integrated, completely with software. Extended end to end. Optimized as one giant system. The reason why it's designed for agentic systems is very clear, because agents, of course, the most important workload is it's thinking the large language model. The large language models are going to go larger and larger and larger. It's going to generate more and more tokens more quickly so it can think more quickly, but it also has to access memory. It's going to pound on memory really hard. KV cache, structured data, QDF, unstructured data, QVS. It's going to be pounding on the storage system really, really hard, which is the reason why we reinvented the storage system. It is also going to use tools. And unlike humans that are more tolerant to slower computers, AI wants the tools to be as fast as possible. These tools, web browsers, in the future, they can also be virtual PCs in the cloud. Those PCs have to be, and those computers have to be as fast as possible. We created a
Jensen didn't say anything. The market just does things like this. Silver?
extremely high single-threaded performance, incredibly high data output, incredibly good at data processing.
On the 5 minute, looks like silver has a target up here, up at 85 bucks. So chances are she could go to 85.13, 85.18 before she goes to 77.
And performance per
Yeah.
watt that is unrivaled. And so that's, we built that so that it could go along with the rest of these racks for agentic processing. And so here it is. This is the Grace module.
Yeah, Nvidia released the T1000.
Okay, so this is the Vera Rubin.
Oh man, does anyone not know what the T1000 is?
100% liquid cooled. All of the cables gone.
Liquid metal.
What used to
Did you just say liquid metal?
What used to take 2 days to install now takes 2 hours. Incredible. And so the manufacturing cycle time is going to dramatically reduce. This is also a supercomputer that is cooled by, it's cooled by hot water, 45 degrees, which takes the pressure off of the data center, takes all of that cost and all of that energy that's used to cool the data center and makes it available for the system. This is the secret sauce. It is we're the only company in the world that has today built the sixth generation scale-up switching system. This is not Ethernet. This is not InfiniBand. This is NVLink. This is the 6th generation NVLink.
MV? You're stealing the names of my indicator, man. First with the STC, now with the MV. Come on, man.
Completely liquid cooled. This is the brand new Grok system.
Grok?
I'll tell you a little bit more about it. This system.
Stealing everyone's names.
8 Grok chips.
Guac?
This is the LP30. The world's never seen it. Anything that the world's ever seen is B1. This is 3rd generation. And we're in volume production now. And I'll show you more.
As long as the liquid metal isn't sentient. I remember that, man. That was scary.
CPO Spectrum X switch. This is also in full production. Co-packaged optics. Optics comes directly onto this chip, interfaces directly to silicon. Electrons get translated to photons, and it gets directly connected to this chip. We invented the process technology with TSMC. We're the only one in production with it today. It's called COOP. It's completely revolutionary. Nvidia is in full production with Spectrum X. This is the Vera system, twice the performance per watt of any CPUs in the world today. It is also in production. Well, you know, we never thought we would be selling CPUs standalone. We are selling a lot of CPU standalone. This is already, for sure, going to be a multi-billion-dollar business for us. So I'm very, very pleased with our CPU architects. We've designed a revolutionary CPU. And this is the CX9 powered with Vera CPU, the Bluefield 4 STX, our new storage platform. Okay, so these are the racks, and it's connected. Each one of these racks, the NVLink rack, this is, I've shown you guys this before, it's a super heavy. It seems to get heavier every year. Because I think there's just more cables in there every year. And so this is the NVLink rack. We've also taken this technology because it is so efficient to create a data center with these cabling systems, structured cables. So we decided to do that for Ethernet.
Welcome, David K.
This is Ethernet 256 liquid-cooled nodes in one rack, and it is also connected with these incredible connectors.
Wow.
You guys want to see
No.
Rubin Ultra? So this is the Rubin Ultra compute node. Unlike Rubin that slides in horizontally, Rubin Ultra goes into a whole new rack. It's called Kyber, that enables us to connect 144 GPUs in one NVLink domain. And so the Kyber rack, this, I could lift it, I'm sure, but I won't. It's quite heavy. This is one compute node, and it slides into the Kyber rack vertically. This is where it connects into. This is the mid-plane. The Kyber racks, those four top NVLink connectors slide in and connect into this, and this becomes one of the nodes.
1 second, guys.
One of these racks is a different compute node, and this is the amazing part. This is the mid-plane, and the back of the mid-plane, instead of the cabling system, which has its limits in terms of how far we could drive cables, copper cables, we now have this system to connect 144 GPUs. This is the new NVLink. This sits also vertically, and it connects into the mid-planes on the back. Compute in the front, NVLink switches in the back, one giant computer. Okay? So that is Rubin Ultra. As I mentioned, how about we take this back down? I need the rest of my slides. Oh, it's coming down? Okay. Thank you, Janine. This is what happens when you don't practice. Okay, all right, so take your time, just don't get hurt. You saw this slide. You know, only at NVIDIA's keynote will you see last year's slide presented again. And the reason for that is I just want to let you know that last year I told you something very, very important. And it's so important, it's worthwhile to tell you again. This is probably the single most important chart for the future of AI factories. And every CEO in the world will be tracking it, will be studying it very deeply. It's much, much more complicated than this. It's multi-dimensional. But you'll be studying the throughput and the token speed of your AI factories. The throughput, token speed at ISO power, because that's all the power you have. Throughput and token speed for your factories forever. And that analysis is going to lead directly to your revenues. What you do this year will show up precisely next year as your revenues. And this chart is what it's all about. And I said on the vertical axis, thank you guys. On the vertical axis is throughput. On the horizontal axis is token rate. Today, I'm going to show you this. Because we're now able to increase the token speed, and because model sizes are token length, the context length, depending on the different grades of different application use case, continues to grow from maybe 100,000 token input length to maybe millions. The token input length is growing, and also the output token length is growing. And so all of these play into, ultimately, the marketing and the pricing of future tokens. Tokens are the new commodity, and like all commodities, once it reaches an inflection, once it becomes mature or it becomes maturing, it will segment into different parts. The high throughput, low speed could be used for the free tier. The next tier could be the medium tier. Larger model maybe, higher speed for sure, larger input context length. That translates to a different price point. You can see from all the different services, this one is free, it's a free tier. The first tier could be $3 per million tokens. The next tier could be $6 per million tokens. You would like to be able to keep pushing this boundary because the larger the model, smarter. The more input token context length, more relevant. The higher the speed, the more you can think and iterate. Smarter AI models. So this is about smarter AI models. And when you have smarter AI models, each one of these clicks allows you to increase the price. So this is $45. And maybe one day there'll be a premium model that allows you, a premium service that allows you to generate token speeds that are incredibly high because you're in a critical path or maybe you're doing really long research. And $150 per million tokens is just not a thing. So let's translate that. Suppose you were to use 50 million tokens per day as a researcher at $150 per million tokens. As it turns out, as a research team, that's not even a thing. So we believe that this is the future. This is where AI wants to go. This is where it is today. It had to start here to establish the value and establish its usefulness and get better and better and better. In the future, you're going to see most services encompass all of that. This is Hopper. Hopper started, and I moved the chart. This is 50, this is 100. Hopper looks like this. And you would have expected Hopper, the next generation, to be higher, but nobody would have expected it to be that much higher. This is Grace Blackwell. What Grace Blackwell did is, at your free tier, increase your throughput tremendously. However,
yeah, there's a link for it. $7 for 7 days. You can test it out for 7 days. You have to have TradingView Premium. If you don't have TradingView Premium, you have to consider getting that first, because you won't get the full use out of it.
The higher the quality, the higher the performance, the lower the volume, the lower the capacity. And so it is no different than any other business in the world. And so now we're able to increase this tier by 35x. And we introduced a whole new tier. This is the benefit of Grace Blackwell. A huge jump over Hopper. Well, this is what we're doing with. Okay, so this is Grace Blackwell. Okay, let me just reset this.
You're funny, Pecos.
Okay. Now just think what just happened. At every single tier, we increase the throughput. And at the tier where your highest ASP and your most valuable segment, we increased it by 10x. That is the hard work. This is incredibly hard to do out here. This is the benefit of NVLink 72. This is the benefit of extremely low latency. This is the benefit of extreme co-design. That we can shift the entire area up. Now, what does it mean from a customer perspective?
My bad, Flavius.
Suppose I were to take all of that and I just, multiply against. Suppose I took 25% of my power, used it in a free tier, 25% of my power in the medium tier, 25% of my power in the high tier, and 25% of my power in the premium tier. My data center only has 1 gigawatt. And so I get to decide how I want to distribute. The free tier allows me to attract more customers. This allows me to serve my most valuable customers. And the combination, the product of all that, allows you basically your revenues. the revenues you can generate, assuming this simplistic example allows Blackwell to generate 5 times more revenues. Vera Rubin to generate 5 times. Yeah. So Vera Rubin, you should get there as soon as you can. And the reason for that is because your cost of tokens goes down and your throughput goes up. Now, but we want even more. We want even more. And so let me just show you back to this. This is, as I told you, this throughput requires a ton of flops. This latency, this interactivity requires enormous amount of bandwidth. Computers don't like extreme amount of flops, extreme amount of bandwidth, because there's only so much surface area for chips that any systems has. And so optimizing for high throughput and optimizing for low latency are, in fact, enemies of each other. And so this is what happened when we combined with Grok. Okay? And so we acquired the team that worked on the Grok chips and licensed the technology, and we've been working together now to integrate the system. This is what that looks like. So at the most valuable tier, we're now going to increase performance by 35x. Now, this very simple chart revealed to you exactly the reason why Nvidia is so strong in the vast majority of the workloads so far. And the reason for that is because up in this area, throughput matters so much. NVLink 72 is so game-changing. It is exactly the right architecture, and it's even hard to beat, even as you add Grok to it. However, if you extended this chart way out here and you said you wanted to have services that delivers not 400 tokens per second, but 1,000 tokens per second, all of a sudden, NVLink 72 runs out of steam and it simply can't get there. We just don't have enough bandwidth. And so this is where Grok comes in, and this is what happens when we push that out. So
it's boring stuff,
it goes
Tony.
Out beyond, thank you.
Dentists.
Goes out beyond
Questions
even the
for
limits
my daughters.
of
You don't
what
want to know
NVLink
about
72 can do. And if you were to do that, translate that into revenues relative to Blackwell, Vera Rubin is 5x. If most of your workload is high throughput, I would stick with just 100% Vera Rubin. If a lot of your workload wants to be coding and very high valued engineering, token generation, I would add Grok to it. I would add Grok to maybe 25% of my total data center. The rest of my data center is all 100% Vera Rubin. And so that gives you a sense of how you would add Grok to Vera Rubin and extend its performance and extend its value even more. This is what happens. This is a contrast. The reason why Grok was so attractive to me is because their computing system,
You really named it Grok.
a deterministic data flow processor, it is statically compiled, it is compiler scheduled, meaning the compiler figures out when the compute and the data arrives at the same time. All of that is done statically in advance and scheduled completely in software. There's no dynamic scheduling. The architecture is designed with massive amounts of SRAM. It is designed just for inference, this one workload. Now, this one workload, as it turns out, is the workload of AI factories. And as the world continues to increase the amount of high-speed tokens it wants to generate with super smart tokens it wants to generate, the value of this integration is going to get even higher.
Good job, Vortex.
And so these are two extreme processors.
Keep it up, brother.
One chip, 500 megabytes.
Market's done, guys. I think she's going to start trending down.
288 gigabytes. It would take a lot of Grok chips to be able to hold the parameter size of Rubin, as well as all of the context that has to go, the KV cache that has to go along with it. So that limited Grok's ability to really reach the mainstream, to really take off, until we had a great idea. What if we disaggregated inference altogether with a piece of software called Dynamo? What if we re-architected the way that inference is done in the pipeline so that we could put the work that makes perfect sense on Vera Rubin and then offload the decode generation, the low latency, the bandwidth limited, challenged part of the workload for Grok. And so we unified two processors of extreme differences, one for high throughput, one for low latency. It still doesn't change the fact that we need a lot of memory. And so Grok, we're just going to add a whole bunch of Grok chips, which expands the amount of memory it has. And so if you could just imagine, out of a trillion parameter model, we have to store all of that in Grok chips. However, it sits next to NVIDIA Vera Rubin, where we could hold the massive amounts of KV cache that's necessary in processing all of these agentic AI systems. It's based upon this idea of disaggregated inference. We do the prefill, that's the easy part, but we also tightly integrate the decode. So the attention part of decode is done on NVIDIA's Vera Rubin, which needs a lot of math, and the feed-forward network part of it, the decode part, is done, the token generation part is done on Vera Rubin, on the Grok chip. The two of them working tightly coupled together over, today, Ethernet with a special mode to reduce its latency by about half. And so that capability allows us to integrate these two systems. We run Dynamo, this incredible operating system for AI factories on top of it, and you get 35 times increase. 35 times increase, not to mention additional new tiers of inference performance for token generation the world's never seen. So this is it. This is Grok. The Vera Rubin systems, including Grok, I want to thank Samsung, who manufactures the Grok LP30 chip for us, and they're cranking as hard as they can. I really appreciate you guys. We're in production with the Grok chip, and we'll ship it in the second half, probably about Q3 timeframe. Okay? Grok LPX. Vera Rubin, it's kind of hard to imagine any more customers. The really great thing is Grace Blackwell, early sampling of it was really complicated because of coming together of NVLink 72, but the sampling of Vera Rubin is just going incredibly well. And in fact, Satya, I think, texted out already that the first Vera Rubin rack is already up and running at Microsoft Azure. And so I'm super excited for them. We're going to keep cranking these things out. We have now set up a supply chain that could manufacture thousands a week of these systems, essentially multi-gigawatts of AI factories per month inside our supply chain. And so we're going to crank out these Vera Rubin racks while we're cranking out the GB300 racks. We are in full production. The Vera CPUs, incredibly successful. And the reason for that is because AI needs CPUs for tool use. And Vera CPU was designed just perfectly for that sweet spot. Incredible for the next generation of data processing. Vera CPU is ideal. The Vera CPU plus CX9 connected into the Bluefield 4 stack. 100% of the world's storage industry is joining us on this system. And the reason for that is because they see exactly the same thing. The storage system is going to get pounded. It's going to get pounded because we used to have humans using the storage systems. We used to have humans using SQL. Now we're going to have AIs using these storage systems. And it's going to store cuDF accelerated storage, cuVS accelerated storage, as well as, very importantly, KV caching. Okay, so this is the Vera Rubin system. Now what's amazing is this. In just 2 years' time, in a 1 gigawatt factory, in just 2 years' time, in 1 gigawatt factory, using the mathematics that I showed you earlier, whereas Moore's law would have given us a couple of steps, we would have, X-factored the number of transistors, we would have X-factored the number of flops, we would have X-factored the amount of bandwidth. But with this architecture, we're going to take our token generation speed, token generation rate from 2 million to 700 million, 350 times increase. This is the power of extreme co-design. This is what I mean when we integrate and optimize vertically, but then we open it horizontally for everybody to enjoy. This is our roadmap. Very quickly, Blackwell is here, the Oberon system. In the case of Rubin, we have the Oberon system. We're always backwards compatible so that if you wanted to not change anything and just keep on moving through with the new architecture, you could do so. The old system, the standard rack system, Oberon, still available. Oberon is copper scale up, and with Oberon, we could also use optical scale out, or excuse me, optical scale up to expand to NVLink 576. Okay? And so there's a lot of conversation about, is NVIDIA going to copper scale up or optical scale up? We're going to do both. So we're going to have NVLink 144 with Kyber, and then with Oberon, we're going to NVLink 72 plus optical to get to NVLink 576. The next generation of Rubin, with Rubin Ultra, we have the Rubin Ultra chip, which is coming, which is taping out, and we have a brand new chip, LP35. LP35 will, for the first time, incorporate NVIDIA's NVFP4 computing structure. Give you another few X factor speed up. Okay, and so this is Oberon, NVLink 72, optical scale up, and it uses Spectrum 6, the world's first co-packaged optical, and all of this is in production. The next generation from here is Feynman. Feynman has a new GPU, of course. It also has a new LPU, LP40, big step up, incredible, incredible new technology. Now, uniting the scale of NVIDIA and the Grok team, building together LP40, it's going to be incredible. A brand new CPU called Rosa, short for Rosalind. Bluefield 5, which connects the next CPU with the next Super NIC, CX10. We will have Kyber, which is copper scale up. We will also have Kyber CPO scale up. So for the first time, we will scale up with both copper and co-packaged optics. Okay? And so a lot of people have been asking, you know, Jensen, is copper going to still be important? The answer is yes. Jensen, are you going to scale up optical? Yes. Are you going to scale out optical? Yes. And so for everybody who's in our ecosystem, we need a lot more capacity. And that's really the key. We need a lot more capacity for copper. We need a lot more capacity for optics. We need a lot more capacity for CPO. And that's the reason why we've been working with all of you to lay the foundation for this level of growth. And so Feynman will have all of that. Let me see if I missed everything. That's it. Every single year, brand new architecture. Very quick. Very quickly, NVIDIA went from a chip company to an AI factory company, or AI infrastructure company, AI computing company, these systems. And now we're building entire AI factories. There's so much power that is squandered in these AI factories. We want to make sure that these AI factories come together, designed in the best possible way. Most of these components never meet each other. Most of us technology vendors, now we all know each other, but in the past, we never met each other until...
We're going to move
that can't happen.
back above the pink line. As long as we can stay below this pink line, I think we will start moving even further down.
And the Omniverse DSX world, a platform
Take care,
where
Flavius.
all of us can meet and design these gigafactories, gigawatt AI factories virtually in system. We have simulation systems for the racks for mechanical, thermal, electrical, networking. Those simulation systems integrated into all of our ecosystem partners of incredible tools companies. We also operated, connected to the grid so that we could interact with each other, send each other information so that we could
Very uneventful
adjust
MOC.
grid power and data center power accordingly, saving energy. And then inside the data center using MaxQ so that we could adjust the system dynamically across power and cooling.
All right, I think we're done here. I'm going to say a quick prayer for you guys and see you guys all tomorrow. Father God, we thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you for the opportunities you've given us today. We thank you for bringing us together in this community that you've provided, Father. We thank you for the tough times, Father, that have shaped us, and we thank you for the good times as well, Lord. We thank you for the opportunity to do what we love to do, Father, to honor you and put all things that you've given us, Father, and glorify your name with them, Father. So thank you, Lord. We appreciate that all you've done for us. We thank you for all the minor things that we forget to thank you for all the days, Father, that if we try to thank you for them, Father, we'd be here forever, Lord, all the things you've done in our lives. Father, we ask you to forgive us for the sins that we commit almost every single day, Father. We ask you to be graceful and extend your grace to our families as well, Lord, and allow us to walk away from those paths that, Father, cause us to sin and to do those things that we don't want to do. Lord, I pray that everyone in this community is healthy and safe, and anyone who's in a country that is under siege, Father, or maybe in harm's way, we ask you to protect those people and their family, Lord. I also pray for anyone here who's going through a hard time with any medical condition, Father, that your grace and your love and your peace be over them and their family, Lord. I also ask you to keep us safe until we meet again tomorrow. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen, guys. Take care, guys, and I will see you all tomorrow. Safe says, what's my win rate the last 30 days? I don't know, man. I haven't really checked. I haven't updated my Tradezella. Let me see if I can log in real quick. They're not. Yeah, my stats are not updated. I'll have it ready for you tomorrow. I have to upload my new accounts. Yeah, it's not going to be updated because I have so many different ones. All right, guys, but it's good. I have a good win rate, man. I'll check you guys out tomorrow. Oh yeah, if you guys want to check out the indicator, make sure you use that link for 7 days for $7, and check out also our prop firm matrix, where you guys can find the best deals on all the prop firms, the top 5 prop firms in the industry. The link for that is in the chat, and yeah, I'll see you guys back tomorrow at 9 a.m. Great day, guys, today, and yeah, hopefully you guys are all right. If you didn't close out green today, tomorrow's another day, guys. Don't worry. Take care. Bye.
I can do all things through Christ, which strengthens me. Art thou understand the fear of the Lord, and find the knowledge of God. For the Lord giveth wisdom, out of his mouth cometh knowledge and understanding. He layeth up sound wisdom for the righteous. He is a buckler to them that walk uprightly. He keepeth the paths of judgment, and preserveth the way of the saints. Then shalt thou understand righteousness and judgment and